This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Until Midnight by Maya Banks, narrated by Tim Campbell. Prologue. London, England, April 1816. "Kiss me," she said rather breathlessly. Her fiancé, Stuart Eglin, backed hastily away from her, a look of abject terror on his face. Lady Jenna Wycliffe pursed her lips and thrust her face forward. The moment she'd planned had come. After dancing her third set, she'd asked Stuart to escort her out onto the terrace to take some air. She had to know, had to reassure herself that marriage to Stuart was not going to be the pit of despair she suspected. He glanced frantically around and back toward the French windows leading into the ballroom. "Someone will see us." She relaxed her pose and gazed balefully at him. "What can they do? Force us to marry?" she asked dryly. "That's hardly amusing." "No one will see us if we hurry," she prompted. "It's not the height of scandal for a man to kiss the woman he's been engaged to for years. More than one couple has stolen a kiss in the gardens." Glancing quickly back toward the ballroom, she stepped forward again, closing the distance between her and Stuart. She could forget the hopeless vanity he displayed, the ridiculous clothing, the exaggerated airs. If only he inspired passion in her, she could find a way to make the best of their marriage. And she would only find out if he kissed her. "Please," she said softly. He sighed deeply, a pained look crossing his face. "Very well, but just this once." She nearly laughed. Surely he didn't plan for this to be their only kiss. Perhaps he meant before their marriage. Clenching her fists at her side, she waited. He pinched his lips together in a remarkable likeness to the trout her father so loved to catch. Then, squinching his eyes closed, he lowered his head to hers. Just before his lips made contact with hers, she closed her eyes and awaited the sparks and euphoria she'd heard described in the ladies' circles with such great detail. Clammy, wet lips brushed over hers, nearly causing her to recoil. Then, just as quickly, they withdrew. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see Stuart fidgeting in front of her like a prisoner awaiting his execution. Was that it? Disappointment knifed cleanly through her. Her worst fears had been realized. Trying desperately to recover her wits and hide her mounting dismay, she managed a shaky smile. "No, was that so bad?" "Jenna, you should return at once to the ballroom." Her brother's disapproving voice reached her ears. She whirled around to see Sebastian standing at the French windows. Smoothing her skirts, and thankfully hadn't witnessed the debacle of her first kiss, or had he, she hurried back inside. Taking her brother's arm, they walked back into the crowded interior, Stuart lagging behind. "What were you doing?" Sebastian demanded. "I was feeling a bit light-headed, so I asked Stuart to escort me out for some air." The lie sounded flimsy even to her own ears, since she had never had an attack of the vapours in her life, but if he discounted her explanation, he didn't let on. "Are you unwell? Should I call for a carriage?" She shook her head. "I'm quite all right. Let's find Quinn. He promised to dance with me." Sebastian chuckled. "Last time I saw Quinn, he was avoiding a group of giggling debutantes." "Then I'll not likely find him any time soon," she said with a grin. "I suppose you'll have to do." He sighed. "The things I do for you, sister mine." As he led her onto the floor where the other couples were dancing, she allowed the experience with Stuart to sink in. Humiliation had settled deep into her stomach, to the point of making her nauseous. Not only did her fiancé instill about as much passion in her as the trout he resembled, he obviously felt nothing for her either, evident by the amount of time he spent avoiding her. Her cold, lifeless marriage stretched before her like an eternal prison sentence. A prickle at the nape of her neck shook her from the misery she was slowly sinking further into. A quick glance at the many ladies lining the sides of the ballroom told her he was here. Fans popped up and began waving frantically, as if the temperature had suddenly risen to impossible heights. Excited glints shone in previously bored eyes. Buzzing chatter rose above the strains of the orchestra. She craned her neck, looking for the object of so much interest. There, in the doorway. Her eyes drank him in. Grayson Douglas, London's most talked-about man, at least in the ladies' circles. A shiver skittered down her spine. Even from a distance he posed a most remarkable figure, broad-shouldered, tall, handsome. He glanced her way, and their eyes briefly locked. She felt the jolt all the way to her feet. Saints preserve, she hadn't even kissed this man. Was this how it was supposed to feel? "What are you looking at?" Sebastian broke in. She yanked her eyes guiltily away. "Oh, nothing. Just watching people. It's a favourite entertainment of mine." He looked doubtfully at her, and she rushed to add credence to her story. "You learn quite a bit about other people by observing them at social functions. For instance, did you know that Lady Brumley hides a small flask of brandy behind her fan and sips when no one is looking?" Sebastian bit back a chuckle, and she hastened on. "And Sir Harry wears a corset. Lord and Lady St. Clair sneak food from the refreshment table into her reticule. I've seen them make off with a few pieces of silver as well." She nodded her head toward the opposite wall. "See Lady Margaret?" He glanced over to the older matron, keeping watch over her charge like a hawk over its prey. "The paragon of virtue. Be glad she didn't see you go off to the terrace with Stuart." "I have it on good authority that she regularly sneaks off to the library or other out-of-the-way rooms for an assignation with Lord Montesquieu." "That is hardly fit for you to repeat," he said with a frown. Then he glanced back at Lady Margaret. "Does she really?" Jenna stifled a giggle. "I've witnessed her with my own eyes. Well," she added hastily, "not in the act, but I've heard some rather interesting noises in passing. Then saw them both sneak out of the library separately." "Remind me to keep a better watch on your comings and goings," he murmured. She chanced another glimpse at Mr. Douglas, and a delicious thrill ran over her all over again. Why couldn't Stuart incite such a reaction from her? She had never been closer than across the rooms from this man, and yet she could feel him in every fibre of her being. Never in her 20 years had she been so achingly aware of another person. He was surrounded by women, and he smiled charmingly at all of them as he dipped his head in conversation. Lady Lockhart approached him, and he kissed her hand in greeting. After a quick exchange of conversation, he led her away from his group of admirers and closer to where Jenna was dancing. From the corner of her eye, a flash of colour directed her attention from Mr. Douglas. She turned to see Stuart gesturing excitedly as he spoke to Lord Flivell. She could well imagine the topic of conversation, clothing or other such frivolity. Heavy sadness crept slowly into her chest, and she felt the strongest desire to weep. For too long she had been in stark denial of the reality of her circumstances. Not only was she doomed to a marriage with a complete fop, but she would spend the rest of her life with a man who neither desired her or inspired passion within her. And it shouldn't matter. Marriages were hardly formed based on an idea of compatibility or something as silly as love. And passion was reserved for romance novels and poets. But it did. It mattered to her. "What's wrong, Sprite?" Sebastian's concerned voice filtered through the heavy blanket of fog surrounding her thoughts. She pasted a bright smile on her face. "Nothing. Nothing at all. Just watching the festivities." As the music died, she breathed a sigh of relief. She took Sebastian's arm and walked with him back to the perimeter of the ballroom. Quinn was waiting for them, a glass of lemonade in hand for Jenna. "Escape the debutantes?" Jenna asked as she accepted the drink. "Escape? I dare say I have no intention of escaping such lovely company." Sebastian let out a groan. "Who have you fallen in love with this time?" Quinn raised a brow. "Love has nothing to do with it. Her attributes, on the other hand." He finished his statement with a devilish grin. "That is hardly appropriate conversation to be having in front of Jenna," Sebastian said pointedly. But Jenna only half heard her brother's bantering. Her gaze was fixed on the mysterious Mr. Douglas. Could everything she'd heard about him really be true? She'd heard personal testimonies from at least half a dozen society women, not to mention the second-hand accounts of countless others. His prowess in bedroom activities was a legendary topic in the drawing-rooms of London's most esteemed women. She glanced back at her brothers, who were still involved in their bickering. Her parents wouldn't return from Italy for another fortnight. Surely that was enough time to discover if Mr. Douglas's reputation was warranted. Her cheeks warmed. What crossed her mind was impossible. No, not impossible, foolhardy, reckless, simply not done. But her mind began a dizzying journey as a plan slowly formed and took shape. She bit her lip in deep concentration. It would require daring. She wasn't sure she could be so bold. But most of all, it would require the utmost discretion. For if she was found out, she would be completely and utterly ruined. Chapter 1. London, England. 1 week later. Her mother would absolutely die. Her father would send her away to a convent. And Sebastian and Quinn? She shuddered to think of her brother's reaction were they to suspect what she was doing. Yet here she stood, poised to knock on the door of London's most renowned lover. Jenna licked her lips and raised her hand to knock. With a sigh, she let her hand fall for the 4th time since she'd arrived on the doorstep of Grayson Douglas's lavish London home. She sternly castigated her cowardice as she smoothed non-existent wrinkles from her yellow silk dress. With a swift motion, she yanked the gloves from her clammy hands and tucked them in her reticule. She wasn't paying a society call, so it hardly mattered whether she wore them or not. And her errand was hardly ladylike. Let her not add hypocrisy to her growing list of sins. It was just one more thing her mother would have a fit over. Hardening her resolve, she lifted her hand to knock once more, sure that if she waited a moment longer, someone passing on the street would recognize her, hie themselves straight to Sebastian and tell him where she was. The town was still solidly abed at this ungodly hour, but if she stood here like a knock-kneed ninny all day, she could hardly escape detection. To her utter dismay, her fingers curled around the knocker and rapped it sharply against the door. Muttering several choice phrases she'd overheard her brothers use, she quickly smoothed her coiffure and waited anxiously for an answer. Finally the door slid open and she came face to face with an older gentleman she assumed was the butler, only he stared rudely at her. She shifted uncomfortably under his scrutiny, then shoved forth her calling card. I'm here to see Mr. Douglas," she managed to get out. The impertinent man smirked at her. Her cheeks flamed, but she drew herself up and pinned him with a most imperious stare. "Do you have a problem with your hearing?" No doubt he knew precisely why she was here. It was probably written in every facet of her face. The butler eyed her with amusement. "Indeed not, my lady. Mr. Douglas is not receiving callers at this hour of the morning." He looked pointedly at his fob. Her discomfort increased. "I realize the hour is early, but I insist on seeing Mr. Douglas. It is of utmost importance. If you would but tell him that Lady Jenna Wycliffe wishes to speak to him concerning most delicate matter, I am sure he would not refuse to see me." Honestly, she was standing here explaining herself to a servant. She'd been meticulous in her research and knew Mr. Douglas to be a habitual early riser. She glared at him, her irritation growing with each passing second. "My good man, are you going to keep a lady waiting on the doorstep all morning?" Did he just sigh? If ever she got to see Mr. Douglas, she was going to inform him of his butler's impertinence. "Very well, my lady. If you'll come this way, I'll inform Mr. Douglas of your arrival, but I make no guarantees of his willingness to see you." So he was awake, she thought with smug satisfaction. As she stepped into the expansive house, the only reaction she could summon was a sagging jaw. It was as if she had stepped into another world, or country at least. Though she'd only seen pictures, she was sure this was an exact replica of a sultan's palace. Of course, Mr. Douglas would choose such a theme to accommodate his sizable harem. A giggle escaped her, and the butler stared inquiringly at her. Summoning a more stoic expression, she pressed her lips together and continued on behind the man. But her eyes were still drawn to the exotic pieces of art dotting the hallways, the Persian rugs, the dark, rich colours of the walls, and the deeply burnished furniture. It all exuded masculinity, and a tickle of anticipation fluttered deep in her stomach. She was shown into the sitting-room, and the butler took his leave. She walked over to the settee, covered in red and gold brocade, and gingerly sat on the edge. All around her, ornamental pieces were strategically placed in the room, and though this April morning was quite warm, a fire blazed in the hearth. An earthy scent she couldn't quite identify drifted lazily throughout the room, but it fit well with the atmosphere. A rug matching the colours of the settee lay sprawled in front of the fire, and Jenna got a mental image of bodies entwined in front of the flames. A quick shake of her head dispelled the moment of fancy, and she reprimanded herself for her wayward thoughts. Surely everything she'd heard about Mr. Douglas wasn't true. A tiny smile curled the corners of her mouth, but she certainly hoped so. She looked up as the butler returned to the room, and her heart sank when she saw he was alone. "Mr. Douglas will receive you in the library." She sighed in relief and hurried after the butler. Up the winding staircase they climbed until they reached the second-story landing. The butler then ushered her down a long hallway lit by ornate wall sconces. Obviously red was a favourite colour of Mr. Douglas, as the walls were covered in decorative red and gold paper. As the butler stopped and tapped at the door to the library, Jenna took in a steadying breath and wiped her hands on her skirts. The door opened and the butler gestured her in. On shaky legs, she stepped into the room and jumped when the door closed behind her. Looking nervously about the darkened room, she waited with bated breath for some sign she wasn't alone. "Lady Jenna, to what do I owe the honour of your most unexpected visit?" His deep voice resonated off the walls and surrounded her. A shiver raced down her spine as she followed his voice to a seat across the room. She sucked in her breath as she caught full sight of Grayson Douglas, and couldn't have spoken if she wanted to. Sitting casually in an armchair, he personified the image of a predator. Dressed impeccably in breeches and a white ruffled shirt, he stared at her over the rim of his drink. As she moved closer to him, she took in his intense grey eyes and cool black hair. His right leg was crossed over his left knee, and his polished hessians gleamed in the soft light of a nearby oil lamp. She watched in fascination as he sipped his drink, then ran the tip of his tongue over his top lip to remove the moisture. He set his glass down and flashed perfectly straight teeth in a knowing smile. "Do I pass inspection, Lady Jenna?" Heat crept up her neck and warmed her cheeks. "Do pardon my rudeness, sir. Having never formally met you, I was not sure what to expect."
"Ah, I see. So you expected me to spirit you away to my bedchamber?"
"Oh, drat the man! How could someone sound so positively sinful?" She gulped back her nervousness and summoned her courage. "Well, you see, Mr. Douglas, that is precisely why I came."
He arched an eyebrow in surprise. "You came because you wanted me to spirit you away to my bedchamber?"
"Well, not exactly," she stammered out. "Oh, do pour me a drink." She needed something to bolster her flagging confidence. This was a bad idea, perhaps the worst idea she'd ever had. With a low chuckle, he handed her a glass. She gulped at the liquid, and fire poured down her throat. She coughed desperately, her eyes watered, and she gasped for air. Offering a lady such a strong spirit at this hour of the morning? But then perhaps he had already discerned the purpose of her visit and dispensed with any pretence of propriety.
"Better?"
She nodded and set aside the glass.
"Do sit down,"
he invited, gesturing toward an identical armchair. She sank into the chair, grateful to relieve her shaking legs.
"Now perhaps we can get to the reason for your visit."
Avoiding his piercing gaze, she fidgeted nervously in her seat. Finally, she looked up, gathered her courage around her, and blurted, "I wanted to propose that we become lovers." He choked on his drink and rapidly set it down beside his chair.
"I beg your pardon. I don't think I heard you correctly."
"You heard me," she said in a voice she was proud to note sounded much calmer than she felt. He dropped his leg to the floor and leaned forward.
"Tell me, Lady Jenna, what is a woman of your station doing here, at the house of an eligible man without proper chaperone? For that matter, what are you doing here at all?"
This was not going according to plan. To her dismay, he was laughing at her, not out loud, but the insufferable beast was laughing just the same. The devilish twinkle in his eye gave him away. What was she to expect, anyway? She was a far cry from the other ladies of the ton. Not stunningly beautiful, though she was passable. Her chestnut hair was neither blonde nor brunette, but a shade in between. Her eyes were a mundane shade of brown, and she'd been told on more than one occasion that her mouth was just a little too wide. She wasn't the sort of woman to inspire a man, not even her fiancé, to spirit her away to his bed. And that stung. "Yes, well, I concede my coming was a mistake," she said, rising from her seat. "I assume I can count on your discretion, sir."
"Sit down, Lady Jenna. I don't often find myself surprised by a woman, but in your case I admit I am quite flummoxed."
His voice carried a hint of authority, though it was soft and reassuring. She sank back into the armchair and directed her gaze at him.
"I am flattered by your proposal, my lady, but curiosity prompts me to ask why you are making such an outrageous request."
Jenna looked down at her lap, where she twisted her hands in nervous agitation. Her reasoning sounded silly even to her own ears. Ladies weren't supposed to enjoy or look forward to the mysteries of the bedroom. Yet she'd heard the murmurings of those bolder ladies of the ton, the ones who defied the mould society imprisoned them in, those who took a lover and giggled with delight at the activities they pursued, the blushes, gasps, and exclamations. She wanted that. Wanted to discover the joys of the bedroom, things that no married woman ever whispered about her husband. No, the ladies she'd spent so much time gleaning information from never blushed when speaking of their husbands. And the truth of the matter was, she wanted to marry Stuart about as much as she wanted to die of some dread disease. Feeling his stare and knowing he was waiting for an explanation, she finally opted for the truth. "I wanted to experience what I've heard so many other women whisper about." When she looked back up at him, he was smiling gently at her.
"But surely when you marry one day, your husband will be more than happy to show you the delights of the marriage bed."
Humiliation seized her all over again as she remembered her disastrous encounter with Stuart on the terrace. "That's just it," she said mournfully. "The man I'm betrothed to doesn't inspire passion in me. In fact, he inspires very little."
His expression hardened. "I see. So you wanted me to school you in the fine arts of the bedroom, so that when you marry your cold fish of a husband you can look back to what we shared."
She nodded miserably. "He's a good sort, truly he is. I've known him all my life, and our marriage has been arranged since we were children, but when I'm around him I don't feel anything. Well, not unless you count complete dismay, and, well, he doesn't feel anything for me either, quite obviously. He's—" She broke off, not quite sure how to describe Stuart. He defied any reasonable explanation. Suddenly Mr. Douglas was in front of her, pulling her to her feet. One arm wrapped solidly around her waist, trapping her against him.
"So, he doesn't make you feel this?"
He trailed a finger down her cheek, or this. His finger continued down her neck, and came to rest just above where her bare skin disappeared into her bodice. Goosebumps dotted areas of her body she didn't even know existed. The earthy scent that had permeated her senses when she'd stepped into his house was him. His presence was everywhere. She drew in a deep breath, briefly closing her eyes. Any previous reaction to him from across the yawning space of a ballroom paled in comparison to being just a breath away. Her knees buckled, and her mouth went completely dry. Saints preserve, this man was lethal. She had to straighten her neck to look up at him, and his strong arm around her felt like a band of steel. Precisely," she mumbled.
"So you want to indulge in an affair? Why me?" he whispered just beside her ear, and his warm breath slid over her neck like the finest silk.
"You have a reputation for being competent in such matters," she said primly. He threw back his head and laughed, and she watched in fascination. His grey eyes twinkled, and a broad smile curved his handsome features. Where before he'd appeared mysterious, fearsome even, he now looked almost boyish. But his lips, they still looked like they were made for sin. He released her and stepped back, studying her with those dark eyes. "So tell me, what happens when on your wedding night your new husband discovers you are no longer a virgin?" She averted her eyes, feeling embarrassment at how much thought she'd given the matter. "I planned to tell him I had a childhood riding accident. I rather think he might be relieved for all the interest he shows in such matters."
"It would appear you've thought of everything," he said dryly. So how are we to conduct this affair, Lady Jenna? I assume you don't want such a matter to be public knowledge.
Of course not, she gasped in horror. Mamma and Papa would die, just die. I could never show my face in society again if such a thing got out. I couldn't bear their disappointment.
Then why are you willing to take such a risk? He asked softly. She briefly closed her eyes and twisted her fingers in the folds of her skirts. She didn't know how to answer without sounding spoiled, willful. How could anyone understand the shameful longings that curled within her? She opened her eyes again and decided to go with some semblance of the truth.
Because I want to experience passion. I want to know what it's like to throw caution to the wind and take on utter bliss. For a few stolen moments, I want to forget about my future.
She finished her declaration in a ragged whisper as the agony of her reality crashed in on her once more.
I know I cannot escape the reality of my life, my duty. I only want a brief respite.
You have much confidence in my abilities. Are you so sure I can give you what you desire?
I think you can do much more than that, sir, she whispered.
His grey eyes darkened to the colour of a stormy sky. And what do I gain from this experience, my lady? She chewed her lip in consternation.
I know I am not at all like the women you're used to. I'm not beautiful or seductive. You obviously have no need for money, so I will not offer you compensation.
Not beautiful? I beg to differ, Lady Jenna. Indeed, you are enchanting. What sort of man is your intended husband? Not only does he not inspire passion within you, but he doesn't think you beautiful. He fingered an errant curl that fell down her neck. He doesn't deserve such a woman. You were right to come to me. She sucked in her breath. Suddenly Stuart's rejection didn't sting quite so badly.
Does this mean you agree to my proposal?
Yes, my lady. I think it does. She opened her mouth, but the only sound that came forth was a squeak. He eyed her with a grin. Have I struck you speechless?
We must agree on the terms, she stammered.
What terms? We are to become lovers.
Surely you understand the necessity for me to be discreet, so we must agree to times when I can come and go undetected.
He nodded. Go on.
My parents are away on a trip to Italy, otherwise I would not have attempted this. I'm staying in town with my brothers, but I've never done an outrageous thing in my life, so I know they would never suspect I would act this rashly. They let me come and go as I please, as long as I take my maid with me.
And where is your maid today? He asked with a smile.
I left before she awoke. I'm usually a late sleeper, and I intend to return before my absence is noticed.
So, you wish to have our meetings early in the mornings? She blushed furiously, sure that her entire face was on fire.
I had hoped, that I could come late in the evening, after it is assumed I am asleep, and then return to my house in the morning.
Then you wish for us to have an entire night?
Exactly.
And how do you plan to get here so late at night? She pursed her lips and her brow wrinkled.
I suppose I will walk. It isn't that far.
I won't allow you to go about London unescorted and without proper protection. His face darkened, and she got the first hint of just how dangerous he could be. I will send my carriage for you on the nights we are to meet. My driver can park down the street.
Very well. I suppose that is acceptable.
She shifted nervously and fixed him with a stare.
How many nights are you available from now to the end of the month?
For you, I can clear any engagements I had. I will expect you each night, and if you are unable to come, all I ask is that you send me word. She nodded.
Very well then, sir. We have an agreement.
We do. And if we are to have such an agreement, I must insist you call me Grayson. Or Gray, if you prefer.
Very well, Gray. And you may call me Jenna.
She held out her hand to shake his.
Shall we meet tonight, then?
He ignored her outstretched hand. Leaving so soon?
Well, I shall see you tonight.
His dark eyes gleamed. There is no reason we can't begin right now, he purred. Chapter 2. She looked at him in shock.
Right now?
He took her hand, which was still outstretched, and pulled her against him. "We have but a short time. Why waste a perfectly good opportunity?" For the second time she found herself speechless. Gray cupped her face in his hands and lowered his head to hers. "I've wanted to taste your lips since you walked through the door. Would you deny me what we both want?" Mutely she shook her head, and he pressed his lips to hers. Sensation flooded her entire body, and she began a slow downward spiral. His effect on her was dizzying. Never before had she experienced such a mind-shattering event. She sighed against the gentle pressure of his lips and felt his tongue begin to explore the contours of her mouth. Soon her lips opened under his persistence, and his tongue began to duel with hers. If he wasn't holding her so tightly against him, she would have collapsed on the floor. "I think our agreement will be mutually beneficial," he murmured against her lips. She pulled away and looked into the stormy depths of his eyes. "I think, sir, that I greatly underestimated your skills." "Or perhaps you overestimated them, my lady." Her brow furrowed, and she studied his expression. Not knowing how to respond to his odd statement, she remained silent. "Tell me, Jenna, do you think you are a woman of passion?" Again she felt her cheeks grow warm. "I have always felt guilt over my desires," she admitted. "I've always longed for passion and excitement, but have never had the courage to reach out and take it." "Until now," he said, idly caressing her cheek. "Until now." "I think it's time you returned to your home, but I look forward to our first night together." He bent and kissed her lingeringly once more, and she moaned softly, her aching renewed with a vengeance. Tonight couldn't come too soon for her liking. "Do I need to arrange your transport home?" "No," she said quickly. "It is but a short distance. I cannot risk being seen in your carriage in the light of day. I often go out on walks, albeit with my maid, but I will come to no harm." He cast her a doubtful look. "I don't like the idea of your walking home, no matter the hour of the day. I hardly think it is your usual custom to go about unescorted." "Indeed not," she replied. "But then it isn't my usual custom to go to the home of an eligible man, any man, and make such an outrageous suggestion." "Touché. Until tonight, then, my lady." "Good day, sir," she said, as though she hadn't just asked a complete stranger to become her lover. She turned and exited the library. Once outside, she hurried to the street. Snapping up her parasol and yanking her gloves back on, she did her best to look like she was doing nothing more than taking a morning stroll. But underneath, she was a raging sea. She'd actually gone through with it. Never would she have imagined that she would carry out what she'd only fantasized about in her wildest dreams. But she had. She'd have to be the soul of discretion if she wanted to remain undetected. To say that it would be disastrous were she discovered was a vast understatement. When she reached her house, she briefly entertained the idea of entering through the servants' entrance, but decided to go through the front. If her brothers were awake, she didn't want to appear as if she was sneaking about. They would lecture her for going out alone, but they would hardly suspect the reason behind her outing. She laid her parasol inside the door and headed to the kitchens. After requesting a tray to be brought up to her room, she retreated to her bedchamber. Once upstairs, she slipped inside her room and began loosening the buttons on her dress. Not wanting to summon her maid, she performed the arduous task alone, and soon found herself clad only in her chemise and corset. Padding over to her window, she opened it to let in the light spring breeze. As it washed over her, her nipples puckered beneath the thin undergarments and hardened to pebbles. A delicious thrill tantalized her as she remembered the same response when Grayson had kissed her, touched her, and teased her. She rubbed the chill bumps from her arms and moved back to her bed, sliding between the covers and closing her eyes. The rugged, handsome face of Grayson Douglas floated temptingly through her thoughts, and she felt her body quicken in response. Somehow she'd always known she was a person of great passion. She'd longed to unleash the power she felt beneath her prim and proper surface, and now that she had, she wasn't entirely sure she could restrain herself.
She would spend these few weeks with Gray and then resign herself to a passionless life with Stuart. No matter her feelings for her fiancé, or the fact that he wasn't remotely attracted to her, she would never take a lover once she was married. She couldn't do that to her children, couldn't be the woman everyone whispered about. She wasn't completely without honor. She'd marry Stuart and be the perfect wife and mother, but she'd always remember the few weeks she spent loving with reckless abandon. Gray sat down behind his desk and leaned back in his chair, expelling a long breath. Lady Jenna Wycliffe, beautiful, impetuous, trouble. When she had breezed into his library, he never dreamt she would make such an outrageous suggestion. Oh, he'd seen her staring at him at the Montvale's ball, but then she was no different from all the other society women peering at him microscopically. His first impulse had been to send her on her way, but she intrigued him in a way no other woman had. Perhaps it was her direct approach. She didn't whisper behind her fan, or pretend not to be looking at him when, in fact, she was. No, she came right out and boldly said what every other woman in London was thinking. There was plenty of time to cancel their rendezvous before tonight. If she wasn't thinking rationally, perhaps it was up to him to halt her reckless behavior. A scowl crossed his face, wrinkling his eyes. He was tired of fending off unwanted advances from scores of women. They all viewed him like a piece of meat at the market. If a spoiled society darling wanted to experiment with the lower class, who was he to dissuade her? It wasn't as if he sought her out. On the contrary, she had come to him. But he would not be used in such a fashion. If he was going to proceed with this affair, it would be on his own terms. A slow smile replaced the frown. Lady Jenna Wycliffe was by far the most fascinating specimen of a woman he'd come across in many years. She may not know it yet, but their nightly visits would be interesting indeed. That is, if she even came. She had scurried from the library like a scared rabbit after he had kissed her. Chances were she had gotten far more than she had bargained for. He chuckled softly, remembering the way she melted against him, her soft curves moulding to his body. Even now his body simmered in reaction. Yes, she hadn't expected that. And if she carried through with their agreement, he would be very surprised indeed. But if she did, she would have her passion. He would see to it. She never forgot the nights they spent together. But he too would benefit from this arrangement. While she seemed to think he had much to offer her, she too had much to give him, perhaps a chance to exorcise the demons of his past. But first he wanted to find out as much about the enchanting Lady Jenna Wycliffe as he could, and this fiancée of hers. "Jenna, Jenna, are you awake?" Jenna groaned and dug her head under the pillow. "Go away, Quinn." The door opened and she heard muffled footsteps approach her bed. "Come on, sleepyhead. Stu is here to see you." She sat up, yanking the pillow off her head. "Already?" She blinked and rubbed her eyes. The few hours of sleep since her return from Mr. Douglas's home still left her feeling groggy and disorientated. Quinn nodded regretfully. "Afraid so. Sebastian is entertaining him in the drawing-room until you go rescue him." "Why should I go rescue him?" she grumbled. "He likes Stuart so much. Let him marry him." Sympathy softened her brother's face and brown eyes, so much like her own, darkened in sadness. I wish there was another way. She instantly felt remorse. Of her two brothers, she was closest to Quinn, and she had no desire to make him feel badly for her. "But there isn't another way," she said lightly as she threw back the bedcovers. "Stuart may not be the man I would have chosen to marry, but Mamma and Papa are counting on me, and I won't let them down." "It doesn't seem fair, though," he said softly. "Sebastian isn't being pressured to marry, and he is the heir." "Hand me my wrap," she directed, as she swung her legs over the side of the bed. He retrieved it from a nearby chair and handed it over. Rapidly pulling it on, she rose and walked to the vanity. As she brushed the long locks of hair, she gazed at her brother in the mirror. "Sebastian isn't being pressured to marry because Papa isn't feeling his mortality yet. Just you wait. Let him have one bout of illness, and he will be after Sebastian to marry and produce an heir." She turned around in her chair, shaking her brush at Quinn. "You, on the other hand, brother dear, are in an enviable position. No one cares if you marry straight away, and you will most assuredly be free to choose your own wife.
He grinned back at her. I guess being a middle child does have its advantages.
"What is Stuart wearing today?"
she asked with an exasperated sigh. Quinn chuckled. You don't want to know.
"Oh, but I do," she persisted. "I've no wish to clash with him as I did the last time he paid call."
She winced as she recalled the garish ensemble Stuart had arrived in, and how truly awful it looked against her green print muslin. Let's see. Pink waistcoat with a lovely jewel-encrusted lapel, gold breeches, and the daintiest pair of tasselled boots I think I've ever laid eyes on. If ever a man needed Beau Brummel's guidance, it is he.
"No, surely you jest. Pink?"
I only wish I was jesting.
"Dear heavens, Quinn, whatever shall I wear against that? Stop laughing and help me."
Oh, he was useless. She threw a pillow at her dear sibling, who was literally howling in laughter. He wiped the tears from his eyes, tried to don a more serious expression, and fell off his chair laughing again. She rolled her eyes and strode over to her wardrobe, yanking open the doors and rifling through her selection of dresses. A mischievous giggle overtook her as she pulled the gown out and turned to Quinn. She held it up against her chest.
"How about this one?"
He took one look at the deep pink gown with purple ribbons and clutched his side in laughter once again. "Wherever did you get such a horrid gown?" he gasped.
"It was a gift from my intended," she said dryly.
"Stop! You are killing me over here," he said weakly.
"All right. It seems my best defence is white. After all, white complements everything, right?"
"I can't imagine anything complimenting Stu's get-up," he said, chuckling still.
"Go on now," she said, shooing him from the room. "I must get dressed and go face the popinjay."
"I'll see you downstairs." He gave a smart salute.
She shook her head as he closed the door behind him. At least she could jest about Stuart with him. Sebastian would be horrified if he knew how she really felt, and he would never know if she could help it. Ringing her maid, she settled into her chair to begin her toilette. Barely half an hour later, she scurried down the stairs to the drawing-room. As she entered, the three men rose and turned their attention to her.
"Jenna, you look positively stunning, my dear," Stuart gushed as he rushed over to her.
She glanced hastily over at Quinn and shushed him with her eyes. Good heavens, though, he hadn't exaggerated Stuart's outlandish garb. "Good afternoon, Stuart. It's lovely to see you, as always." She tried not to cringe as he planted a wet kiss on her cheek and then took up her hand and pelted kisses on the back of her glove. Vivid in her memory was the feel of those clammy lips on hers.
"You slept later than usual this morning," Sebastian said with a frown. "Are you feeling unwell?"
"Upon my word, Jenna, if you aren't feeling well, we can forego a ride in my phaeton. I insist you go right back up to bed," Stuart said, waving his arms theatrically in the air. She stole a glance at Quinn, and he nodded encouragingly. "Well, I hadn't wanted to complain, but I am feeling a bit under the weather." Pressing her fingers to her head, she continued on. "I think a cup of tea and an afternoon in bed is just what I need."
"Go on up," Quinn said, moving forward. "I'll ring for tea to be brought up to you."
As he walked past her, she mouthed a thank you. He winked and disappeared from the room. Turning back to Stuart and Sebastian, she smiled brightly. "If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'm going to retire."
Of course," Stuart said. "I'll come around tomorrow to check in on you." "I'll see you out, Stu," Sebastian said with a quick frown in Jenna's direction.
As soon as the two had left, she turned and fled up the stairs to her room. She closed the door and leaned heavily against it. Let them think she was ill. It wouldn't be too far from the truth. She shrugged out of her gown and wrapped her dressing robe around her. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door, and Quinn let himself in, carrying a tray of tea. "Personal service, brother dear?"
"Nothing's too good for my poor sick sister," he teased. "But you need to try to show a little more enthusiasm when old Stu comes to call."
She sighed and flopped into her armchair. "I can't help it. I think I would be more excited about attending my own funeral."
He laughed. No, he isn't that bad."
"No, he's not. He's really a dear. But it doesn't mean I want to spend the rest of my life with him."
"I'm sorry, Jenna," Quinn said in a low voice. "I know it's all horribly unfair."
She looked down and forced her concentration on the cup of tea she was pouring. As she sat down on her bed, cup in hand, she peered over the rim at Quinn. "I want to ask you something," she said softly.
"Anything?"
"Are there women you just aren't attracted to, for whatever reason?" His head reared back in surprise. When I said anything, I certainly didn't expect this. What makes you ask such a question?
Does it matter? She asked lightly. If a woman wanted you to kiss her, would you say no? And if she kissed you anyway, would you like it?
He stood and stared down at her, his hands fisted at his waist. Who the deuce have you been asking to kiss you? She sighed and put aside her cup.
Can you not just answer the question?
Does this have anything to do with your jaunt to the terrace with Stuart? He asked as he eased down beside her on the bed. Her head jerked around in surprise.
How did you know?
The look of panic in Stuart's eyes may have had something to do with it, he said dryly. He came back into the ballroom looking like a man who had just been handed his death sentence. Unable to control her reaction, she burst into tears. His words only solidified what she already knew, but it pained her so coming from someone else. Quinn placed a comforting hand around her shoulders. There, don't cry, Jenna. You know it makes me deuced uncomfortable when you cry. The note of pleading in his voice nearly made her smile. Tell me what happened.
Only if you promise not to tell Sebastian, she said with a sniffle.
He nodded, so she recounted the events of that night, Stuart's reaction to her request, and the disappointment she felt. When she was through, he sat back with a grim look on his face. I don't know what to say, Jenna. At least not what will make you feel better.
Is there nothing else out there? She asked in a small voice. Is this as good as it will ever be?
If she could gain some reassurance from Quinn, some small boon of hope, she could forget about her crazy agreement with Grayson Douglas and resign herself to a future with Stuart. But the look of sympathy ringing her brother's eyes merely drove home the hopelessness of the entire situation. If she didn't follow through, she may well never have such an opportunity again. Her mind fully made up, she reined in her melancholy and quickly steered their topic of conversation in another direction. It would be risky, she could very well be found out, but if she didn't seize the chance, she knew she would regret it for the rest of her life.
I won't attend with him, Jenna said stubbornly.
Sebastian ran a hand through his hair, a sure sign of his agitation. Jenna, you are betrothed to him. It only makes sense that he would escort you to social events.
She set her lips in a firm line. Mamma and Papa agreed to let me spend the season in London before I married. That does not mean I must have Stuart hanging after me at every function. Besides, I thought you and Quinn were escorting me.
She's right, you know, Quinn spoke up. This was supposed to be her time to enjoy London before she married in the fall. Sebastian rounded on his younger brother. I can handle this without your assistance. Quinn put his hands up, as you were. Sebastian turned back to Jenna. You are being unreasonable. She glared at him.
Unreasonable? I'm not being anything of the sort. I did not ask Stuart to come to London. He has no right to infringe on my time here. All I asked for was one season in London, since I never had a coming out. Papa agreed, and he never said anything about me having to suffer Stuart's attentions while I was here.
There's no way to speak of a family friend, Sebastian reproached. Papa had no way of knowing Stuart would also be in London. If he had, he would have approved of his escort. He is the man you are going to marry, remember? Jenna sighed and slumped down on the couch. As soon as she'd come down from her time in her room, Sebastian had mentioned Stuart's desire to escort her to Lady Lockhart's ball that evening. She could hardly tell him she had no wish to ever spend time with Stuart, but she'd hoped he would understand her need for a modicum of freedom before she returned to the country and married.
Can't you understand that I want some time to myself? Time without Stuart, time without wedding arrangements and guest lists, time to enjoy an extended stay in London for the first time. Why does everything have to involve Stuart? It is no insult to him that I want some time away from him, and everything having to do with my marriage. She bolted from the drawing-room, unable to speak rationally any longer. Devil take it, Sebastian swore. He dropped onto the couch where Jenna had sat and wearily rubbed his eyes. This being the head of the family in Papa's absence is deuced uncomfortable. Quinn poured a drink and handed it to his older brother. Thanks. He slowly slipped, then fixed Quinn with a pointed stare. She's unhappy, isn't she? Observant of you, Quinn said dryly. Well, damn it, she doesn't confide in me like she does you. How was I supposed to know she was so miserable? Give her time, Quinn said quietly. She'll come around, but stop shoving Stuart at her. Let her have her fun, attend a few balls. Do what young ladies like to do. Then she'll feel better when the time comes to tie the knot with Stu. He hoped, anyway.
Their parents hadn't done Jenna any favours by spending all their time at the family's country estate. But Papa detested London, and they rarely made the trip to town. Jenna didn't know how to play by society's rules, yet. He wasn't convinced she would ever accept her marriage to Stuart, but he was careful to keep that observation to himself. Something about her quiet acceptance bothered him. It wasn't typical of her at all. But then he was the only one in the family to see her more impulsive nature. "You haven't told her of Papa's agreement with Viscount Dudley?" Sebastian asked sharply. "Of course not," Quinn said in irritation. "I've not mentioned anything having to do with the Viscount or Papa's dealings with him." Sebastian nodded. "I just don't want her hurt by this whole mess. Better she think the marriage was always arranged." "I don't agree, but I am respecting Papa's wishes in the matter. That's all either of us can do." Quinn levelled a stare at Sebastian. "You owe it to her to call Stuart off. Let her enjoy the season." Sebastian nodded. "I'll take care of it. You go tell Jenna she is free to attend the ball without worry over Stuart." Quinn smiled. "That will make her happy, and that is all I want." "Me too," Sebastian murmured. Jenna dressed for the ball feeling a good deal lighter than she had earlier in the day. Stuart was no longer an issue, at least for the present, and she was free to enjoy the last waning moments of her freedom. She already regretted her outburst and would at first chance apologize to Sebastian. It wouldn't do for him to know the extent of her discontent. She would play the whole thing off as prenuptial jitters. Promptly at 8, Quinn knocked on her door and she made haste to go and meet him. She collected her fan and stole a quick glance in the mirror at her upswept hair before opening the door. Quinn whistled when he caught sight of her. "You look exquisite." She smiled and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "Your partisanship is appreciated." But still the compliment thrilled her. She'd taken care in her appearance, donning her favourite peach silk dress and arranging her hair in the newest style. And now that Stuart would be nowhere near her tonight, she could relax and enjoy the evening, and look forward to her first rendezvous with Gray. They hurried downstairs, and Quinn handed her into the waiting carriage. He and Sebastian climbed in behind her, and they set off for Lady Lockhart's residence on Curzon Street. "You look lovely," Sebastian complimented. She smiled at her older brother. "Thank you, Sebastian, and thank you for understanding. I do not know what came over me. I suppose I'm a bit nervous with the wedding so close at hand." He reached across the seat and squeezed her hand. "I only want what's best for you, Sprite." She smiled at the name she'd been called since she was a child. Sebastian, Quinn, and Stuart had taken to calling her that during the endless summer she had spent following them around. Several minutes later their carriage rolled to a stop, and a footman opened the door and lowered the step. Sebastian climbed down and offered his hand to Jenna. He escorted her in and through the receiving line before stopping in the ballroom for Quinn to catch up. "I will relinquish you now," Sebastian said to Jenna, "but I won't ever be very far." He kissed her hand and walked slowly away. Jenna turned to Quinn, a wide smile on her face. "I suppose I have you to thank for Sebastian's change of heart." "He wants your happiness every bit as much as I do." "Well, come then. Escort me across the room. I want a spot where I can see the entrance." He took her arm and they made their way through the crowd. They paused to converse with acquaintances along the way before ending up across the floor from the entryway. When they stopped, several gentlemen immediately came over to reserve a dance with Jenna. She smiled welcomingly at them and accommodated each of their requests. As she looked beyond their heads to the entrance, her smile froze, and her gaze riveted on the man greeting Lady Lockhart. Dear heavens, it was Gray, and he was coming in her direction. Their eyes locked across the crowded ballroom, and the rest of the room disappeared for Jenna. "I say, Lady Jenna, are you ailing?" She turned hastily to the gentleman who was speaking to her. Offering him a bright smile, she said, "I'm fine. Do be a dear and fetch me some lemonade." Then to Quinn she murmured, "I have need of the retiring room. I shall be but a moment." Avoiding his questioning look, she hurried away. She slipped into the ladies' retiring room and stopped in front of the wash basin. Dipping a face cloth in the cool water, she dabbed at her flushed forehead. She checked her appearance in the mirror, willing the high colour in her cheeks to return to normal. He was here. The man she'd asked to become her lover was here. She tried to put her scheduled meeting with him tonight to the back of her mind, though she had thought of little else. but now it was shoved to the forefront in one startling moment. With shaking hands, she smoothed her hair and patted her hot cheeks. She had to return, or Sebastian, who was most assuredly watching after her, would worry. Taking a deep breath, she marched back into the ballroom, hoping that her calm facade belied her inner turmoil. Scanning rapidly for any sign of Gray, she headed in the direction of Quinn.
"Lady Jenna, I do hope you will reserve a dance for me."
Gray stepped in front of her, his husky voice sending pinpricks over her entire body.
"Preferably a waltz."
Not trusting herself to speak, she nodded. He bowed and backed away into the crowd. On shaky legs, she moved toward where Quinn stood, the men vying for her attention gone now. "Is something amiss?" he asked. "No, not at all," she said, breathlessly. "Who was the man who stopped you on your way over?" "Oh, him. He asked for a dance, and I consented." "Then why are you biting your lip?" Her hand flew up to her lips. "Oh, you vile man, I was doing no such thing." He chuckled. "Whoever he is, he seems to have made quite an impression." She breathed a sigh of relief when Lord Malcolm returned bearing a glass of lemonade. Taking it from him, she placed the rim to her lips and surveyed the ballroom, looking for Gray. Given his reputation, she assumed he would be in the company of large crowds of women, but he was nowhere to be found. Then her eyes lighted on him, his dark head bent in conversation with Lady Lockhart. He looked up, and their eyes met. She shivered as a slow smile spread across his face. He inclined his head slightly in her direction. Butterflies danced in her stomach and threatened to swirl in her throat. Quickly, she turned away as her next dance partner claimed her attention. As she completed the turns of a quadrille, she felt Gray's eyes on her. It felt as if he were sliding her dress down her back with the sheer force of his gaze. His burning stare followed her into her next dance, and then the next. Every time she looked up, he was caressing her with his gaze, undressing her with the slow movement of his eyes. The ballroom warmed considerably, and she was forced to snap open her fan. When she broke away from her partner after the third dance, a warm hand curled around her elbow. "I believe this dance is mine." She turned to face Gray as the orchestra struck up the first chords of a waltz. He gathered her into his arms, and she placed one hand on his shoulder. His fingers curled around her free hand, his touch burning through the thin layer of her glove. "I didn't expect to see you here," she murmured, even as she recognized the silliness of her statement. He frequented society functions even if he wasn't a regular attendant, but still, seeing him had been a shock. "Lady Lockhart is a close acquaintance of mine," he replied, "and though I am not well connected, I am welcome in society circles." "I didn't mean to imply that you weren't, sir. I'm sure your wealth and your expertise makes you very popular with the ton." He quirked an eyebrow. "I'm not quite sure I want to know what you mean by that." A flush crept up her neck and threatened to take over her face. If he continued to look at her thus, she was going to go up in flames right here on the ballroom floor. "Shall I send my carriage for you at midnight, or is that too early?" His heated whisper slid over her ears and down the bare expanse of her neck. She nearly closed her eyes and leaned into him, her need making her legs unsteady. "No, I do not plan on staying out late." "A wise choice," he murmured. "You must save your energy for other matters." She swallowed convulsively. "You were quite forward, sir." He gave her an astonished look. "This, coming from a woman who sought me in my home and asked me to become her lover." "I see your point," she said ruefully. They settled into silence as they dipped and swayed with the music. She kept a keen eye for any untoward glances thrown in their direction. The last thing she needed was scrutiny over why she was dancing with a man renowned for his seduction of women. "I've danced with many other ladies tonight." She yanked her eyes away from the other dancing couples and stared at him in surprise. How could he read her thoughts so easily? At his smile, she flushed guiltily. She must seem such a snob, but he was well aware of his reputation, and he must know that she wouldn't chance any slip in what was deemed proper for a young lady of her stature. "I appreciate your discretion." His hand tightened at her waist, and her flesh tingled, sending sparks up her back. The fingers that held her hand loosened, and he slid his thumb over the thin material covering her palm. Her lips parted, and she immediately snapped her mouth shut again. She mustn't let her attraction for him become so evident. When she met his eyes, there was amusement reflected. He knew precisely what effect he was having on her. The last note of the waltz faded, and they stood in the middle of the floor, neither moving. Finally, he relinquished his hold on her and stepped slowly back. He bowed in front of her. "Until midnight, my lady." Chapter 3.
"Bloody fool!"
Viscount Dudley rounded on his son with all the ferocity of a lion.
"What do you mean you let her attend Lady Lockhart's ball without you?"
Stuart flinched and curled his lips into a pout. "It's not as if I had a choice," he whined.
"Imbecile! It's bad enough Penbury took off to Italy a mere months before the marriage, but he left Lady Jenna to her own devices. Silly chit has no business flitting about London. It's unseemly."
He studied his son and thought for the 100th time since his birth what a complete waste of seed he was. But Stuart was the only heir he had, thanks to his incompetent wife. Now that she was dead, he could focus solely on the task at hand. He must get that locket back from Penbury's daughter. This task should have been taken care of years earlier, but the Earl had insisted that Jenna not wed before her 21st birthday. Ridiculous condition. The chit was beyond the normal marriageable age. But no amount of persuasion had swayed the Earl to let the marriage occur before now, and he'd feared if he had pressed further the Earl would have backed out of the contract. So he had watched and waited. It had been relatively easy to make sure Jenna hadn't discovered any untoward information. After all, the Earl rarely took his family out of Westerly. He'd monitored her activities as best he could with frequent visits. He'd also paid close attention to any change in attitude toward him or Stuart. And now, when he was so close to achieving his objective, the Earl had suddenly decided to take a trip with the Countess and had allowed Jenna to stay in London. He rubbed his jaw in concentration and watched in disgust as Stuart turned to a nearby wall mirror and meticulously checked his appearance. Bloody fop. How had such an insult to manhood sprung from his loins?
"Listen to me, boy,"
he commanded. Stuart jerked around to face his father again. "I'm listening, sir." Dudley snorted.
"Don't let the Penbury chit out of your sight until the season's end. Is that understood? It is imperative that your marriage take place. I didn't want a chance at turning fickle and fancying herself in love with some other chap. You get me, boy?"
"I understand, father, but Sebastian won't like it." Dudley winced as his son's voice grew whiny once more.
"Quit snivelling. I don't care what Sebastian likes or doesn't like. Lady Jenna is your intended bride, and as such it is your duty to see her about town."
Stuart nodded, and Dudley's gaze dropped to the pink waistcoat his son wore.
"You could start by getting a more suitable wardrobe."
Stuart looked at him in shock. "My entire wardrobe was fashioned by the premier tailor in London. He only fashions clothing for a select number of the ton each year. I was very fortunate to gain his services." Dudley's scowl grew larger.
"Bloody hell, you look like a backdoor banger."
Stuart's cheeks reddened, and he stared at his father with what Dudley could only describe as hatred. He swore to himself. He'd let his anger get the better of him once again. If he was going to carry off his plan, he'd need Stuart's cooperation. Swallowing every ounce of his disdain, he managed what he hoped was an apologetic expression, and said, "Do forgive me, Stuart. It's been a trying day, and I'm more than a little perturbed at Penbury dashing off to the continent in such an untimely manner." Stuart nodded stiffly. "I'll do my best to keep in stride with Jenna, but she is the model of propriety. I would not expect her to act with anything but the utmost decorum." "It's the quiet, unassuming ones you have to watch," Dudley grumbled. "I beg pardon, sir." Dudley cleared his throat. "Nothing, just a bit of dust in my throat. Carry on, then, and keep me informed." Gray swallowed the expensive whiskey and swirled the remainder in the glass he held. He eyed the clock as the minutes ticked by. Would she come? Part of him hoped she would, but another part of him knew the dangers such an association posed. He'd gone that route before with disastrous results. But from the moment she'd swept into his library, something long buried inside him had begun to blossom. A warmth he hadn't felt in longer than he cared to remember had crept up his body and into his heart, and the thaw had begun. Everything about her called to him, beckoned him to become human again, to feel, and he felt plenty. No matter the possible consequences, he had to seize the chance to begin living again. He would use this opportunity to banish the demons of his past, exorcise the memory of another. Maybe she could be a much-needed balm, and maybe she would free him from years of self-imposed solitude. The raw hurt of the past rushed in with a new awareness of feeling again, but with the pain came the hope of sunshine in the form of a petite brown-eyed goddess who made him want her with every breath he took. It was high time he took advantage of the luxury his reputation afforded him. "Shall I send out the carriage as planned?" Gray looked up as Masterson spoke from the door. He sighed and set down his drink on the desk. "Yes, Masterson. Dispatch it at once. I'll be in my bedchamber." Jenna crept down the stairs, quickly turned the corner at the bottom, and headed for the servants' entrance. The light had still shone beneath Sebastian's door as she had inched by, praying that no sound would betray her. With extreme care, she opened the door leading to the alley behind the townhouse. Once outside, she closed the door and quickly donned her cloak, pulling the hood up over her head. Confident that not even the most discerning eye could determine her identity, she hurried toward the street. As she neared the corner of Upper Brook and Park Street, she saw an approaching carriage. Her eyes flitted over the liveried driver, which she thought odd since Gray wasn't titled or high-ranking in society. Well, not unless you counted his stature among the ladies. She smothered the giggle that threatened to burst from her lips. Lord, but she was nervous. Relief swept over her when she finally noted the emblem on the carriage doors. Gray had told her his carriage was marked with his initials, and when the carriage turned the corner, the light of a street lamp illuminated the metal letters. The carriage slowed before her, and she scurried toward the door. "Lady Jenna," the driver called out softly. "Aye," she said in an equally low voice. An outrider hopped from the back of the barouche and hastened to open the door for her. He assisted her up and shut the door behind her. Soon the carriage rolled forward, and suddenly she was gripped by the enormity of her actions. She was going through with it. It was unclear to her whether she was insane or merely the biggest idiot in the whole of England, perhaps a combination of both. She closed her eyes and pictured Stuart in his tasselled slippers and pink coat. Her eyes flew open and she grimaced. But it had the desired effect. She no longer felt quite so badly about seeking out pleasure with another man. Besides, it wasn't like she'd be the only woman in London to take a lover. She knew of too many to count who took their pleasures on the side. However, most of them at least waited until they were married. Well, she would be able to say she hadn't committed adultery, though she didn't think that would make a difference to Mamma or Papa. Tension gripped her legs as she looked out the window and saw the sign for Green Street. Dear God, she may as well have an attack of the vapours. She was moments from walking into the arms of London's most sought-after lover. The oddest tightening sensation spread rapidly through her nether regions. Her breasts swelled and ached until she fidgeted in her seat. Her throat closed in on her, and she was grateful she wasn't required to speak, yet. The carriage stopped and the door opened as quickly. She descended the steps and was ushered up the path to Gray's townhouse by the outrider. Almost before she took another breath, she found herself standing in the foyer. The door closed solidly behind her. No turning back now. She shrugged out of her cloak and handed it to a waiting maid. "Mr. Douglas awaits you in his bedchamber," the butler said. Too terrified to take stock of her surroundings, she mutely followed the infuriating butler up the stairs and down a long hallway. She refused to make eye contact with the impertinent servant, sure she would find something not to her liking in his expression. "Here you are, my lady," he said as they stopped outside a closed door. Before she could open her mouth to say anything, he turned and was gone. Curse the man. What was she to do now? She assumed Gray was waiting for her on the other side, but should she knock? Just go in? Would he be naked? Heavens, where did that come from? But she supposed it wasn't entirely impossible, given the nature of their rendezvous. She swallowed for the 100th time, certain that if she did so once more, her tongue would be forfeit. Deciding that she really didn't want to burst in unannounced on someone who could very well be unclothed, she opted to knock. His voice filtered through the solid oak door in one uttered word. "Come." On wobbling legs, she opened the door and eased inside. She nearly wilted in relief when she saw he was dressed. Not that being dressed detracted from his indomitable presence. No, he lounged in the window seat across the room with cat-like grace, but his lazy hair did nothing to disguise the fact that he looked ready to pounce. On her. She gulped and put an unsteady hand to her chest. When he rose and moved toward her, she stepped hastily back, bumping against the door she didn't remember closing. A wide grin flashed, and his eyes glinted in satisfaction as he closed the distance between them. Too quickly she found herself trapped against the door as his hand came to rest on the wood behind her. "You came." "How observant of you," she said, more sharply than she intended. He chuckled. "So, my lady, where would you begin? Would you like to undress me, or would you prefer I undress you?" She raised a hand to his chest as if to ward him off, but it remained against the solid wall of muscle and she could feel the heat radiating from him. Nervously, she sucked in her lower lip, and his eyes narrowed in reaction. "Yes, well, there's no need to rush things, is there?" Laughter glinted in his eyes, and he lowered his lips just above hers. His hot breath scorched her, and she sucked in air, feeling light-headed. "Indeed not. We have all night." His mouth was so close she could almost feel his lips on hers, and just as quickly he moved away, startling her with the abruptness of his action. "Come, Jenna, have a drink with me. It will help you to relax, and we can discover more about one another before we discover more about one another," he finished with a wicked grin. Unable to control herself, she burst into laughter, all the nervous tension escaping her in one fell swoop. "That's better," he said, handing her a glass. "Are you frightened?" She stared at him for a long moment. Certainly there was little point in lying to the man she intended to be intimate with. "Very—" She brought the glass to her lips and took a swallow of the liquid, surprised at the ease in which it slid down her throat. "There is no need to be frightened," he said softly. He brought his hand up to cup her cheek, and her entire body jumped in reaction. In a desperate attempt to put some distance between them, she pulled slightly away and took another draught from the glass. "What is this?" He smiled at her, obviously not fooled by her stalling. "I think you've had enough." He took the glass from her and set it on the sideboard. "Come here." He held out his hand to her, and after a long pause, she slipped her fingers into his, relishing the warm thrill of his touch. He pulled her across the room and closer to the object of her trepidation, the bed. To her relief, or perhaps disappointment, he passed it and maneuvered her to the corner where two armchairs sat facing one another. They were separated by a small end table. Two lighted candles rested atop it, lending the area a decidedly intimate glow. "Sit down," he urged. He took the seat across from her, and she in turn eased into the plush armchair. He had obviously sat here numerous times, because his scent surrounded her, enfolding her entire body. "Now, my lady, I propose we play a little game to aid us in our endeavour." Surely it was a sin for a man to have a voice that would coax the clothes from a nun. His silky tone penetrated every layer of material she wore, making her achingly aware of her desire for him. She fixed her eyes on him, determined to act with some measure of calm. That was until he uttered his next words. "I propose we take turns asking questions of one another. Once we answer each question, we must remove an item of clothing." Her mouth flew open, and to her embarrassment her nipples hardened and thrust outward. Scorching heat suffused her cheeks, and vivid images of him, naked, burst through her thoughts like fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. And what demon possessed her to nod her acceptance, she would never know. Chapter 4. Satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. "I, of course, will do the gentlemanly thing, and allow you to go first."
You may ask me a question at your leisure." She stared at him dumbly, not at all sure what to ask him. The ability to process simple thought patterns fled whenever she was around him. His voice broke through the thick silence. "Perhaps you'd like me to ask you a question first." She nodded, certain that she could at least think of an answer even if she couldn't manage to form coherent thoughts. He studied her a moment, then cocked his head. "I'll begin with an easy one." He rested his forearm on the table between them and drummed his fingertips. "Tell me, Lady Jenna, are you having second thoughts about our arrangement?" What to say? Other than she was sorely tempted to rip the clothing right off his broad chest. But thanks to her timidity, she would now be first to forfeit an article of clothing. "No, I think I'm rather looking forward to our agreement." Was that surprise that flickered in his grey depths? But it was gone as quickly as it had flashed, and now his pupils widened, making his eyes more black than smoky. Though she had never viewed blatant desire in a man, she thought it was now reflected in every facet of his chiselled face. "What piece of clothing shall you remove first?" She looked down, stretched her legs out, and shook off her shoes. It was about now she regretted not dressing with more care for this evening. In her haste to leave, and since she knew she would eventually be divested of her clothing, she had forgone such essentials as pantaloons and a corset, opting instead for stockings, a chemise, and a very modest day dress. Tucking her stocking-clad feet under the hem of her dress, she peeked back up at Gray. "Now for my question, sir." He lifted an eyebrow expectantly. Doing her best to look him head-on, she said, "Why did you agree to become my lover?" A slow smile spread across his face, displaying perfectly straight teeth. What man wouldn't dream of being asked to pleasure a lady such as yourself? She frowned. That was hardly an answer. He ignored her, and reached for his cravat, loosening it and discarding it on the floor. "It is my turn again, I believe." She swallowed nervously, already wondering which piece she should take off next. "Why are you willing to risk your reputation, your standing in society, for what you could freely explore after you marry with only a little discretion?" She gnawed her bottom lip, not at all sure she could sum up all she'd been tormenting herself over for the last several days. Yes, the risk she was taking was enormous in magnitude. The repercussions could be lifelong and devastating not only to her but to her family as well. God, what was she doing here? The urge to flee had never been as strong as it was now. The idea of ruin had not in itself been enough of a deterrent, but the fact that her actions could jeopardize her entire family was sobering. Her circumstances and arranged marriage were not unique, nor was she unduly wronged. The very fact that so many women of her acquaintance took lovers after their marriage signalled that more than one woman went into a marriage unhappy. But that was just it. She longed for something different. She was different. Always she had longed for things a lady daren't think of, much less act on. If only she would be the sole victim of any negative outcome were she to be discovered, she could conduct this affair free of guilt. But she wasn't, and she had her family, a family she loved immensely, to think of as well. When she realized he was still staring expectantly at her, she cleared her throat. "Actually, I'm beginning to wonder just why myself." "Having regrets?" he asked softly. Surely she could have one night with him. No one would be the wiser. She was already here, after all. There would be plenty of time for recriminations later, and she would limit their agreement to this one night. Yes, that was it. One night, and no one could possibly find out. She drew herself up, firm in her resolve. "No, let's carry on with the questioning." "I believe you owe me a piece of your clothing," he said with an amused expression. "Ah, yes, right you are," she mumbled. She rose, trying to disguise the trembling in her hands as she bent over and reached underneath her skirts for her garter. Slowly she slid her stockings down one leg and then the other until they were free in her hand. Rising up, she sat back in her chair and laid the silk stockings on the table next to his hand. His pupils flared once more in the flickering candlelight, and he let out his breath in a long sigh. "My turn," she said,
smiling at his reaction. "Are you very good at this sort of thing?" His eyes widened in surprise. "What sort of thing are you referring to?" "Being a lover, of course." Laughter rumbled from his chest. "Wouldn't it have been better to ascertain that before we came to an agreement?" "I demand you answer me and quit replying to my questions with a question," she huffed. "I think that is something you will learn soon enough." He stood and slowly began pulling his shirt from his breeches, then began to work it upward, bearing inch by inch his muscled chest as he pulled it over his head. She sucked in her breath and the room swirled around her. Her cheeks felt ready to explode, and a hot wave rushed from her feet upward, leaving her light-headed and precariously close to swooning. Dear heavens, she'd never even seen her brother's naked chests. If she didn't get air, and soon, she was going to burst into flames. "Can you open a window?" she squeaked. "I find it comfortable in here myself," he purred. She swallowed hard, her eyes still glued to the ridges of his taut abdomen and the smattering of fine hair that worked up from his navel and spread out at his chest. Her breasts swelled against her dress, and the aching began in earnest, in areas of her body she'd been taught never to mention. Yanking her gaze from more skin than she'd ever been witness to, she focused on the stockings that lay carelessly across the table in front of her. She had him sit once more, and she waited for what he would ask her next. "Look at me, Jenna." Slowly her eyes came up and rested on his broad shoulders, naked shoulders. His voice washed over her, barely a whisper, yet she heard every word. "Have you ever lain awake at night, longing for a man's touch, yearning for something that makes you complete?" Wordlessly she nodded, too entranced to break the mood by speaking. Then she looked down, realizing that her dress must come next. "Would you like me to help?" he asked, his husky voice catching just a bit on the last word. Trembling, she rose and turned around, inviting him by her action to unfasten the buttons down her back. She flinched and closed her eyes when his fingers made contact with the back of her neck. A tiny gasp escaped her lips, and chill bumps dotted every inch of her body. As he pulled the dress down her back with agonizing slowness, his fingers sent tiny shocks whenever they brushed against the thin material of her shift. Finally the gown fell to the floor in a heap around her feet, and he moved away from her. She glanced down, mortified to see the dark imprint of her straining nipples through the transparent silk. She couldn't turn around and face him. "Jenna." The one-word command sent shivers over her neck, and she didn't give thought to disobeying. Slowly she inched around, making sure her arms were crossed over her bosom. When she met his eyes, the raw need she saw made her take a step back. "Sit," he said quietly. "It's your turn to ask a question." She slid gratefully into the chair, hugging herself tightly. "If I ask a question, will you be completely honest with me?" "Yes, of course." He bent over and began kicking off his boots. "Wait, I haven't asked my question yet." He sat back up with a sly smile. "Oh, but you did. You asked if I would be honest in my answer, and I said yes. So now I must forfeit clothing, and your turn is over." She growled in exasperation. "That wasn't my question, and you know it." He cast her an innocent look. "The rules were simple, my lady. A question and an answer. Now I believe it is my turn once more." She sat back with her umph. "Have you ever kissed a man? Besides myself, of course." Her cheeks flamed, and she nodded. He quirked an eyebrow in open curiosity, but she ignored him, too entranced in the dilemma of what she must do next. It was either her drawers or her shift. The horror of exposing such delicate unmentionables as drawers in a gentleman's presence was too awful to contemplate, yet taking her shift off would expose her breasts and a good deal more flesh than was proper. Deciding taking the drawers off would buy her more time before she was completely exposed before him, she stood up and reached behind her to pull up her chemise. The silk slid luxuriously up her back, and she grasped the waistband of her drawers and began working them down her backside, Gray's eyes never left her and moved down her body with the progress of the drawers. As soon as she was free of them, she hastily kicked them under the table so they didn't come into his view. She stood before him, every curve of her body visible beneath the shimmering material, and yet she didn't sit down, nor did she try to shield her body from view. "Do you find me beautiful?" she whispered. His gaze still fixed on her, he stood and moved around the table to stop right in front of her. His bare chest was a scant breadth away from her, and she longed to reach out and touch him. Instead, he extended his hand and took down the few pins that held her hair in place. It tumbled down her back in a wave, and he cupped her cheek tenderly. His voice reached out and caressed her. "Indeed, my lady, I don't believe I've ever met a woman more beautiful." She stared silently at him, wanting him to touch her again and again. He took back his hand and she nearly protested. He reached down and began loosening his pants with slow, methodical movements. She stared in fascination, never having seen any part of the male anatomy beyond the hands and face. When he shoved his trousers downward, his manhood sprang free and stood shamelessly erect. She gasped aloud and stepped back. Words could not accurately express her dismay, excitement, wonder, amazement, fear. Sweet Jesu, were all men equipped thus? Surely not. Why on earth would women seek out the attentions of a lover if they had to contend with such... She couldn't even bring herself to think it. Suddenly remembering that no matter her outrageous actions, she was a well-bred young lady, she squeezed her eyes shut and turned rapidly away. Her breath was coming in torturous spurts, and she feared she would soon faint dead away if she didn't regain control over her raging senses. "Jenna, I have one more question to ask." She peeked back at him and quickly shut her eyes once again. Warm hands framed her face, and her eyes flew open. He gently caressed her cheeks and brushed back the tendrils of hair that fell over her ears. "Do you want me, Jenna? Do you want me as badly as I want you?" Chapter 5. Oh God, yes, she wanted him. She was consumed with want. She wasn't even sure what she wanted, but she knew he was the only man who could give it to her. Knowing her answer would relieve her of the last remaining barrier between them, she waited a moment, trying to muster the nerve to take the last step. His hands trailed down her face and into the hollow of her neck. He gathered the material of her chemise between his fingertips and drew it taut over her budding nipples. She held her breath as his head lowered, then she felt his warm, moist mouth close over her cloth-covered nipple. Her back arched spasmodically, and she cried out in shock. He tugged impatiently at her breast, his teeth grazing the sensitive bud. Her body exploded in sharp bursts of the most exquisite pleasure she'd ever experienced. Then his mouth was gone, and she moaned in protest. "Do you want me?" he asked again, his voice coming in rasps. "Yes," she said, throwing the last vestiges of caution to the wind. He stepped away from her, and she knew he wanted to watch as she removed her shift. "You do it," she murmured, knowing she didn't have the courage to shed it herself. Desire flared in his eyes, and he slowly pulled one strap over her shoulder. His lips lowered, and he kissed the area of flesh he'd bared. She shuddered as he burned a trail lower down her arm, following the downward motion of the shift with his lips. With his other hand he pulled the other strap down, and the material hung precariously on the tips of her breasts. And then, with one nudge, it fell to the floor, leaving her completely naked before him. "God, you are beautiful," he said, taking in a deep breath. "I can't believe you had to ask." He brushed her hair over her shoulders and cupped her face in his hands. Pulling her close to him, he covered her mouth with his in an earth-shattering kiss. The tenderness in which he held her, kissed her, made her want to cry. No wonder so many women whispered about him behind their fans. Suddenly she found herself swept up in his arms. He carried her over to the bed she had dreaded so much earlier, but now looked to with budding anticipation. He laid her over the covers and stood before her, worshipping her with his gaze. She scooted back against the pillows, lying on her side as he climbed onto the bed. Propping his elbow on the pillow beside her, he rested his cheek in his palm and brought his other hand to the back of her leg. In a slow, teasing manner, he trailed his fingers up the back of her leg and over the smooth skin of her buttocks. He made circular motions in the small of her back, then continued up over the curve of her waist and to her navel. Sliding his hand up beneath her breast, he cupped the swell and rubbed his thumb over the burgeoning tip. "You have the most perfect body." His mouth found the nipple he was teasing, and he sucked it into his mouth for a moment. "Do you like it when I do that?" Her voice cracked with her first attempt. She swallowed and tried again. "Yes." "What about these?" His hand strayed downward between her legs, his fingers gently exploring the soft skin hidden by her curls. She nodded this time, sure that she would scream if she opened her mouth. Her body was a tight string that was being pulled tighter by the minute. The sheer number of sensations she was experiencing quickly overwhelmed her to the point of delirium. As his fingers continued their torturous circular motion, her hips began undulating wildly. His mouth found her other nipple, and she lost all control over her reactions. Her mouth opened, and a scream burst forth as her world came crashing down around her. She felt plucked like a harp as his fingers strummed her body like a finely tuned instrument. Never had she imagined anything could feel so wondrous and wild, and suddenly she knew what it was she'd always longed for, searched for, but had never had the courage to reach for until now. As she floated down from the immeasurable heights she just climbed, she opened her eyes to see Gray staring intently at her. "Are you all right?" he asked as his hand came out to caress her face. She smiled, not at all trusting herself to speak. He pulled her against him, and the warmth from his body surrounded and lulled her. Her eyes felt heavy, and she cuddled trustingly against his chest. She felt him pull the covers up over them, and his arms went tightly around her. "Go to sleep," he murmured. "I'll wake you in time to return to your home." Her head came up. "But we haven't—" He placed a finger over her lips. "We've done enough for one night." He pillowed her head on his arm and pulled her close once more. She didn't have the strength to argue with him, and sleep was such a lovely-sounding prospect. Like a cat who'd gotten into the cream, she yawned and snuggled deeper into his embrace. Her eyes fluttered and closed, and her last thought was that she hadn't even had to contend with that part of his anatomy. Soft lips coaxed her from the deepest sleep. She sighed, not wanting to waken from her delicious dreams just yet. Hands joined the lips as they stroked up and down her body. Her eyes fluttered open, and she saw Gray, now fully dressed, sitting on the bed beside her. "You're not a dream," she murmured. "I didn't think you would come." His hand glided over the curve of her waist and came to rest on her hip. "But I'm glad you did." "I am too," she said softly. He lowered his lips and captured hers in a deep kiss. "It's time for you to go." She sat up, pulling the sheet around her body. "What time is it?" "It's early dawn, and I thought it best to have you back before daylight breaks." Yes, of course," she said, scrambling up. The gravity of her actions hit her with the force of a falling brick. Avoiding his gaze, she looked frantically around for her clothing. "Come here," he said, pulling her into his arms. He discarded the sheet and settled her nude form onto his lap. Cupping her breast in his palm, he suckled first one nipple, then focused his attention on the other. He raised his head and looked directly into her eyes, before lowering his lips to capture and tug at hers. His tongue swirled around hers, and he suckled her lips like the finest wine. When he drew away, he leaned his forehead against hers. "That's in case you think I really didn't want you." "Then why didn't you—" "There'll be plenty of time for that later," he said softly. "One thing at a time. And now you must be going if you are to make it back before you are missed." He pulled her from his lap and reached for her gown and underthings. "I leave you to dress while I summon the carriage." He gave her one last lingering kiss, then left the room, closing the door behind him. Jenna sagged onto the bed, gripping her dress in her hands. Everything she'd done the previous evening came back in full force. She stared down at her garments for a long moment before she was galvanized into action. If she didn't go now, she'd risk discovery, the one thing that would destroy her. As she was pulling her dress on over her chemise, Gray strode back in. "The carriage is waiting for you out front. Here, let me help you," he said, turning her around so he could fasten the buttons on the back. When he'd done the last one, he dropped a kiss on her neck. "It's time." She turned back around and he pulled her into his arms. "Be careful on your way home, my lady." He raised her hand to his lips. "Until midnight." He ushered her out and she hurried down the stairs where a maid met her at the door with her cloak. She threw it around her and ducked out of the house, looking cautiously left and right as she dashed to the waiting carriage. Gray watched from the upstairs window as the carriage rode away and was swallowed up into the morning fog. A hollow ache plagued his chest. Jenna Wycliffe had inserted herself into his life in the space of a few hours, and he had no desire to usurp her. For the first time in 5 long years, the icy layers around his heart were beginning to melt, and while it scared the hell out of him, he couldn't staunch the yearning that simmered in his jaded conscience. She was trouble of the first order, but he couldn't deny her any more than he could stop breathing. Everything about her was enchanting, her smile, her dimpled cheeks, and eyes that reminded him of warm cinnamon. How her nose wrinkled when she was deep in thought, and how, when she blushed, every inch of her skin reddened. She brought sunshine to areas of his soul that had long gone without the light. But with sunshine came the threat of burn, something he was intimately familiar with. Jenna leaned against her bedroom door and closed her eyes in relief. She'd never been so frightened before in her life as she'd snuck in the back way to the house. Dozens of explanations had coursed through her mind in the event of discovery, and none of them seemed plausible enough to account for her absence overnight. She looked longingly at the bed, but knew if she went to sleep now she'd arouse suspicion and concern when she slept later than usual for the second straight day. A knock sounded at her door and she froze, the hair on the back of her neck standing on end. "Milady, do you have need of me?" She slumped against the door in relief. It was only Margaret, her lady's maid. No doubt she'd heard Jenna moving around. Thinking quickly, she tiptoed over to the bed and then called out in a sleepy voice, "No, Margaret, I had need of the chamber pot. I'm going back to bed now. Could you waken me for breakfast later?" "Yes, of course, milady." Jenna smiled in relief and quickly started shedding her clothing. Not only had she escaped discovery, but now she could sleep a few hours, and Margaret would wake her in time to breakfast with Sebastian and Quinn. Burrowing into the lacy covers, she pulled them up to her chin and smiled dreamily as she relived her night with Gray. A more delicious man never lived. Of that she was positive. The reality of him far surpassed the idle gossip that had circulated the ladies' groups. He'd known exactly where to touch her, kiss her and caress her, though she was pretty sure there was a lot more they hadn't done yet. Far from a total green girl, she did know some of what went on behind the closed doors of the bedchamber, enough to know that his thing hadn't entered her body like it was supposed to, but maybe it was a good thing, judging by its size. A sudden thought hit her like a bolt of lightning. She hadn't told him she wasn't coming again. Though she had resolved that she would only spend one night with him, she had never given it a thought once he began touching her. In fact, she had left fully looking forward to their next meeting. How could she have forgotten what she'd so clearly decided? And did she send word to him that she wasn't coming again, or should she try and see him in person? No, that wouldn't do. She couldn't chance another trip to his house in daylight. She gnawed at her lower lip as she wrestled with her conscience. Truly, she hadn't had a full night with him. No, they hadn't completed the act at all. He'd said there was more to come. Devil probably knew she was planning to back out and purposely baited her into coming again. She squeezed her eyes shut and blew out her breath in exasperation. Why did this have to be so difficult? Why was she making it so difficult? How could she be found out if she were careful? Tonight's encounter had only whetted her appetite, and she wanted very much to experience the other pleasures he promised with those dark, brooding eyes of his, even if it meant risking everything. Chapter 6. Jenna bounded down the stairs, hoping to look more energetic than she felt. She'd been meticulous in her toilette, trying to disguise any sign of the prior night's activities as if they would be emblazoned on her forehead. She nearly collided with the family butler at the foot of the steps. "Good morning, Thomas," she said, taking a step back.
"Good morning, Lady Jenna," he said, straightening his sleeves. "Breakfast is being served in the family dining room."
"Thank you." She gave him a sunny smile and hurried on toward the dining room. As she entered, her brothers looked up from their plates. She nodded at them and went over to the sideboard to begin preparing her plate. After selecting eggs and sausages, she took her plate and slid into a chair beside Quinn. "Good morning, Sprite," Quinn said around a mouthful of food. "Good morning."
"Are you feeling well?" Sebastian asked from his place at the head of the table.
"Sebastian, I do wish you would sit over here with the rest of us," she said irritably. "It's wretched uncomfortable to crane my neck to see you, much less try to have a conversation." He chuckled and picked up his plate. He ambled down to a chair across from her and sat back down.
"That better? You must be feeling well, since you've seen fit to order me about as usual."
"Much better," she said, smiling at him. "I never liked you sitting at the head of the table anyway. I can't get used to anyone but Papa being there."
"So, what do you plan to do today?" Quinn interrupted from her side.
She turned to face him and pursed her lips in concentration. "I don't recollect any specific plans. I'll have to check with the family secretary to see if I have any engagements."
"You don't?" Sebastian spoke up.
At her inquisitive look, he added,
"I already checked."
"Well, then I suppose I'm free to go shopping," she said with a grin.
"Don't forget Stuart is coming to call later on."
The smile faded from her lips, and she felt Quinn's leg go out and kick Sebastian under the table. Quinn glared at Sebastian.
There wasn't any need to remind her. I'm sure she hadn't forgotten. I was merely reminding her so that she would be here and not out shopping.
She dropped her eyes to her plate. She had forgotten. It had been easy to push Stuart from her mind when Gray was all that consumed it. With a heavy sigh, she pushed back from the table. "I'm going up to my room. Have Margaret summon me when Stuart arrives." The two brothers watched as she left the room, and Quinn rounded on Sebastian as soon as she disappeared around the corner.
"What the hell was that for?" "I don't think avoiding the issue of her marriage is going to help her come to terms with it," Sebastian said as he laid aside his napkin. "It isn't for you to decide, but I can tell you this. Shoving Stuart in her face at every turn is not going to make her come to terms with anything." Quinn dropped his fork in disgust and got up abruptly. "I've lost my appetite." He strode from the dining room and mounted the stairs on his way to his room. He paused outside Jenna's room for a moment, then shook his head and continued on down the hall. Closing his door behind him, he moved over to his desk and slumped down in the chair. It bothered the hell out of him that Jenna would be the family's sacrificial offering. It wasn't something he would have ever thought their father would do, and yet he'd agreed to the Viscount's terms with no fuss, and the marriage contracts had been signed. He'd always assumed the three siblings would be free to choose who they would marry, since their mother and father had fallen so deeply in love and married against the wishes of father's family. Not that they weren't technically free to choose, but none of them would go against the wishes of their father. Now he worried that he and Sebastian would be next, but the fact that Jenna hadn't a choice at all was uppermost in his mind. When father returned from Italy, he'd confront him about it, even at the risk of gaining his ire. Just after noon, a knock sounded at Jenna's door, and she was informed that Stuart had come to call. Resigning herself to the inevitable, she straightened her skirts and went down to the drawing room. To her surprise, Stuart's father, Viscount Dudley, had accompanied him. "My lord, I must apologize." She executed a sweeping curtsy. "We hadn't expected you." With expertise born of years of practice, she yanked the bell rope and immediately requested a tray of tea and cakes, all the while maintaining impeccable composure. She offered Stuart a curtsy only a little less grand than the one she'd performed for the Viscount, and smiled serenely as he kissed her hand. "It is I who must apologize for coming by unannounced," the Viscount said, offering a gracious smile. "I hadn't taken the opportunity to call on your family since you arrived in London, and thought to remedy that at once." "I'm only sorry Mamma and Papa aren't here to receive you." "Where is your locket, my dear?" She looked up in surprise at the abrupt change in topic. "What locket, my lord?" "Why, the one Viscountess Dudley gave you on your 16th birthday. I was under the impression you always wore it." She placed a hand over the hollow of her throat. "Well, yes, I do, most of the time. I must have forgotten it this morning."
She mentally said a prayer that it was still locked safely away in her jewellery chest and not lost.
I am sure it would mean a lot to Stuart if you wore it from now on, he said in a voice that sounded very much like he was commanding her.
Yes, well, I'll certainly have to wear it from now on. She glanced over at Stuart, who looked sullen and pouty. If she had to guess, she'd wager her quarterly allowance his father had a hand in his wardrobe today. Gone were the frilly slippers and colourful waistcoat, and in their place were dull black boots and a sombre brown coat. She stifled a giggle at what must have been a horrifying experience for Stuart. Clearing her throat, she focused her attention back on the Viscount, who was looking at her rather oddly. He was a paunchy man, with greying, thinning hair and bulging cheeks. There were 2 chins to his credit, and perhaps a third hidden behind his cravat. Only a few inches taller than her own petite stature, he obviously tried to make up for his height deficit with his booming voice. There was something uneasy about his eyes, or perhaps her guilt was forging its way to the surface, because the Viscount seemed to stare right past her outer facade and delve deeply into her thoughts. Where were her no-account brothers? She was going to strangle Quinn for leaving her alone to entertain the Viscount, and Sebastian. He picked a fine time to relinquish his temporary position as head of the house. She breathed a sigh of relief when the maid came in with a tray of tea. As the maid set the tray down on the small table in front of the settee, Jenna whispered urgently in her ear, "Find my brothers and have them come at once." The maid nodded and exited the room, leaving Jenna to pour the tea for the gentleman. "I'd offer you something more substantial, my lord, but I'm afraid I'm ignorant of the stronger spirits." The Viscount nodded approvingly.
"As well you should be, my dear. A lady has no business indulging in a man's drink."
Jenna turned away and rolled her eyes. Where was Quinn?
"My lord, it's a pleasure to see you again," Sebastian said as he strolled into the room.
Quinn came close on his heels, and Jenna pinned him with a glare. He shrugged apologetically. The 2 men shook hands, and the Viscount nodded at Quinn.
"When is your father due back?" he asked Sebastian.
"Not until the end of the month," Sebastian replied. "Would you care for a drink?"
"Don't mind if I do,"
the Viscount said, looking over at the cup of tea Jenna was approaching him with. "I'd love some tea," Stuart spoke up. Jenna smiled and handed him the cup. Good old Stuart had always looked out for her when they were children.
"I'm sorry he came,"
Stuart whispered to Jenna. "I don't know why he felt it necessary." "No need to worry," she whispered. She eyed her fiancé over the rim of her cup, puzzled by how different he could appear at times. As children, she'd spent many hours tagging along behind Stuart, Quinn, and Sebastian. Stuart had never displayed any of the tendencies he did now. Indeed, he was no different than either of her brothers, until the year she turned 16. She turned and settled onto the settee, and the men followed suit, continuing in their conversation. Stuart sipped from his cup and looked off in the opposite direction of his father. Why had he changed so much? The year of her 16th birthday had been an eventful year in her life, perhaps the most eventful by far. First, for her birthday, the Viscountess had gifted her with a lovely locket and been most insistent that she never be without it. Then, when she met with an untimely death just a few weeks later, Stuart had suddenly adopted a completely new attitude. She hadn't seen him in several years, so she couldn't be sure just when the change had occurred, but she knew how close he was to his mother. He couldn't have been unaffected by her death. A month after the Viscountess's death, her father called her into his study and informed her that she was to marry Stuart, and that the marriage had long been arranged between himself and the Viscount. Stunned, she demanded to know why she'd never been told before, but her father didn't have an answer for her. He told her in a quiet voice that she would make a lovely Viscountess, and not to let him and her mother down. She'd stiffened her spine and resolved to be dutiful, though on the inside she was dying. In the years since, she'd spent far too much time dreaming of things she'd never have, or thought she wouldn't. The only favour her father had done her was prolonging the engagement until she turned 21. "Jenna, are you well?" Sebastian's voice filtered through her thoughts and brought her crashing back to the present. Yes, of course."
"Lord Dudley was speaking to you," he said reproachfully.
"My apologies, my lord," she murmured.
"Stuart desired to escort you to the opera tonight, if that is agreeable," Lord Dudley said, his eyes narrowing.
"That would be lovely," she said faintly. "I shall look forward to his escort." The Viscount nodded. "I shall take my leave. I merely wanted to pay my respects now that your family is in London, though I was a bit surprised at your arrival. Surely there isn't a need for a season, with a wedding to be held in a few months." Jenna gritted her teeth, but before she could respond, Quinn spoke up. "I believe our father and mother wanted Jenna to gain some experience with London society before she marries. It wouldn't do for the future Viscountess Dudley not to have all the necessary social graces." His answer seemed to appease the Viscount, and he turned to take his leave. As Stuart got up to follow, he turned back to Jenna. "I shall be around to collect you at 7, if that is acceptable." "Of course," she said, not at all able to show her irritation at Stuart. As Sebastian showed the gentleman out, Quinn dropped onto the couch beside her. "What the deuce was all that about?" "I have no idea," she admitted. "The Viscount seemed awfully interested in whether or not I wore the Viscountess's locket." "Perhaps you should make an effort to wear it from now on," Quinn suggested. Jenna nodded, still puzzled by the visit. The Viscount seemed to be making a point, though she wasn't sure what it was. Perhaps he was concerned about her being in London without her parents. Her cheeks warmed as she realised he had every right to be concerned. "Well, so much for not having Stuart dog my every step." "It won't be so bad," Quinn said in an effort to comfort her. "You don't have to attend every engagement with him. Just agree to 1 or 2 a week and everyone will be happy." She sighed, knowing he was right, but not happy about it nonetheless. "I'm going up to my room. Are you going to the opera tonight?" "I hadn't planned on it." She looked pleadingly at him. "I don't suppose you'd go with us? We could sit in Father's box." He smiled indulgently at her. "I suppose I can sacrifice an evening of debauchery for you, just this once." She raised an eyebrow. "Debauchery, eh? Sounds a lot more interesting than an evening at the opera. Perhaps I should accompany you and not the other way around." He burst into laughter. "Not only would Sebastian string me up by my heels, but Viscount Dudley would likely suffer apoplexy." She winked at him and headed for her bedroom. As soon as she closed the door behind her, she sat down at her dressing table and began rifling through her jewellery chest. To her relief, the locket was tucked away in the corner. She picked it up, viewing it in the light. It was lovely. She frowned as she remembered the Viscountess's words to her as she opened the gift. "Always keep it safe with you, for locked within are things more important than you will ever dream." Jenna shrugged and clasped the necklace around her neck. She fingered the oval-shaped locket and slipped a fingernail under the clasp to open it. But just as it had been when she'd first received it, the inside was bare. Perhaps the Viscountess's advice was more figurative. Closing the locket back, she rose and padded over to the window to look out over the garden in the back of the house. Hopefully her evening with Stuart would pass quickly. She looked forward to another night with Gray. Her entire body lit up as she remembered with great detail every caress, every kiss. He'd surprised her by not fully consummating their agreement, but perhaps tonight he would remedy that situation. An aching pulse began between her legs, and she shifted back and forth to appease her discomfort. Her breasts tingled and grew tight, her nipples hardened, and she imagined his hands and his mouth stroking over the buds. A groan tore from her lips. It was going to be a long evening. Chapter 7.
"It's absurd. Completely unseemly."
Viscount Dudley huffed as he and Stuart climbed into his carriage and pulled away from the Penbury residence.
"I beg pardon," Stuart said in a whiny voice that grated on his every nerve. "The Penbury chit. She has no respect. If she's to bear the Dudley name, she must be taken in hand. Something the Earl has obviously failed at."
Stuart looked at him in puzzlement.
"Jenna is the model of propriety. Whatever do you mean? Does it not pain you that she has no regard for your dead mother?"
"Jenna has always had the utmost affection for Mother. What would cause you to say such a thing?"
"She doesn't even wear the locket your mother gifted her with. It is a valuable family heirloom. Been in the Dudley family for 4 generations, yet she treats it like a common trinket."
He shook his head in disgust, but glanced sideways at Stuart to gauge his reaction. He nearly smiled in satisfaction when he saw a frown mar his son's face.
"What is so important about the locket?" Stuart asked, his expression turning pensive.
"Nothing of import,"
he hastened to say. I merely hoped it meant more to Lady Jenna than it apparently does. She is the future Viscountess Dudley. Her heirloom should be of great importance to her.
I suppose I see your point, Stuart said rather grudgingly, as if it pained him to be in any sort of agreement with his father.
You should encourage her to wear it, he prompted. Perhaps she would take direction better from you, since you are her fiancé.
I shall mention it to her, he murmured. Perhaps at the opera tonight. The Viscount sat back in satisfaction, careful to hide his smug smile. His constant coddling of Stuart was wearing his patience thin, but if the imbecile knew of his true intentions toward Lady Jenna, he would likely balk. I don't think I've ever seen so many people at the opera, Jenna said as she laid aside her opera glasses. She sat forward and surveyed the crowded boxes that dotted the upper level of the lavish opera house. I say, it is quite a crush, Stuart agreed. He turned to face Quinn, who sat behind Jenna and Stuart in the Earl's private box. I had no idea you were fond of the opera, Quinn. Yes, well, I've only recently become enamoured, he said, with a wink in Jenna's direction. Oh, look, the performance is beginning, Jenna said excitedly, as the lighting dimmed and the curtain rose. She leaned back in her velvet-covered seat, eager to take in the evening's entertainment. She cast a sideward glance at Stuart, who, as usual, sported an interesting array of fabrics and hues. Attired in a gold satin waistcoat and matching gold gloves, he shone as brightly as a street lamp. His silver ruffled shirt was contrasted by a red cravat and red formal breeches, and lastly his feet were adorned with gold-coloured half-boots with rubies dotting the tops of the toes. She shook her head and turned back to the stage, losing herself in the entrancing melody. But even as mesmerizing as the performance was, her thoughts still strayed to her impending meeting with Gray. A dreamy smile curved her lips. She quickly glanced sideways to make sure Stuart or Quinn were not observing her. She needn't have worried. Stuart was riveted to the stage, a look of rapture on his face, and Quinn looked like he would fall asleep at any second. A sudden movement to her right startled her and drew her attention to the side curtain of their box. A shadowy form appeared, and Jenna found herself looking down the barrel of a pistol. Stuart let out a gasp, and the intruder waved the gun menacingly at Stuart's head. Don't utter a sound, me boy, or no one will get hurt, the man growled in a low voice. Jenna's eyes flitted to Quinn, who sat behind the pistol-waving lunatic. Had the man not seen him? He stood with his back to Quinn and now levelled his gun directly at Jenna. I'll have all your pretty baubles, milady. Hurry up now, or I'll be forced to shoot ye. Just then Stuart swooned. Heavens above, the dolt had fainted dead away. He hit the floor with a resounding thud. The pistol wavered in the man's hand, and he looked completely baffled. Jenna stared in stunned disbelief, then let out a scream as Quinn launched himself at the man, knocking the pistol to the floor. Heads turned in all directions as Jenna let out another shriek. Someone help us! We're being robbed! The thief broke away from Quinn and knocked over chairs in his haste to be gone. Quinn started to give chase, but Jenna caught him by the arm. Let him go. You might get hurt. Devil take it, Jenna. He could have killed you. He looked down at Stuart in disgust. No thanks to Stu. Help me get him up, Jenna said with a sigh. They lifted and tugged at Stuart until they had him propped in the chair. What happened? Stuart demanded as his eyes flew open. Nothing, Jenna said in exasperation. The lights were hurriedly lit and every eye was on them, much to Jenna's chagrin. Footsteps approached and several men burst into their box. What goes on here? Stuart quickly explained and the men were horrified. A thief in here? It's a crying shame that we aren't safe in our boxes, one grumbled. Are you unhurt, my lady? Another asked Jenna. She nodded and turned to Quinn. Can we take our leave now? We've managed to stop the performance and tongues will be wagging for months to come. Quinn nodded and thanked the gentleman for coming so quickly. They exited, all vowing to speak to the doorkeepers about keeping a better watch on who came and went from now on. You'd better help Stuart, she told Quinn as he turned back to her. He looks as if he needs assistance. Come along, Stu, Quinn said, pulling him up on his feet. We've had enough excitement for one night. They exited the box to discover most of the other attendants were leaving as well. Excited chatter buzzed about the grand foyer as they weaved through the crowd. The three rushed for the entrance, knowing the wait for their carriage would be interminable as the people flocked out of the opera house. Jenna couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. Her gaze flitted around the people milling about, but nothing seemed untoward. Her nerves were a mess after her encounter with the thief, and now she was envisioning men jumping out at her at every turn. Mentally shaking herself, she focused her attention on the street and waited for their carriage to pull up. It would do no good to fall victim to her imagination. As Quinn ushered her into the carriage, she collapsed into the seat, shaking uncontrollably. "Are you all right?" Quinn asked gently. She nodded, too numb to speak. It had all happened so fast, she hadn't had time to react, but now it was catching up with lightning speed. To her surprise, Stuart reached over and laid his hand over hers, patting comfortingly. "There, there, Jenna. Don't let that brute ruin your evening. I dare say Quinn is the hero of the hour." She smiled wanly at Quinn. "Indeed he is." Quinn scowled. "I'd like to know how he got into our box in the first place. You may be certain father will hear of this." Jenna sighed and leaned heavily back in the carriage seat. "What time is it, Quinn?" He pulled his fob chain from his breast pocket, then said, "It's nearly 11. "Then you'll excuse me if I retire as soon as we return home." The carriage rolled to a stop in front of Stuart's London residence, and he clambered out. "Do rest well tonight, Jenna. I'll come around tomorrow to see how you are faring." She forced a smile to her lips and nodded as he closed the door behind him. They rode the rest of the way in silence, and when they arrived at their home, Jenna shook off Quinn's arm and hurried up to her room. Pulling off her gloves and wrap, she tossed them onto her dressing table and sank into her armchair. What a night it had been, and yet it had only begun. The flutter of anticipation warred with her desire to delve into her covers and close her eyes. She eyed the bed with longing, but the thrill of seeing Gray again overrode all else. A quick check of the clock told her she still had plenty of time to dress and sneak out before his carriage came to collect her. Just in case he planned another game, she took care to wear all the things she'd left off the previous night. Once she was attired in a nondescript day dress, she settled back into her armchair to wait. As the minutes ticked by, she replayed the events of the night over and over in her head. Her heart still beat wildly in her chest, and her legs felt suspiciously jam-like. She closed her eyes and wondered if she should even venture back out after such an encounter. She battled back and forth, and she started to rise to undress, but then changed her mind and sat back down. If Quinn hadn't accompanied her and Stuart to the opera, they might both be dead right now. She shivered and rubbed her arms in an aimless attempt to ward off the daunting thought. She didn't envision Gray ever fainting in such a situation. No, he would have likely disposed of the gunman in short order. His mere presence would likely have been a deterrent, as he proved to be an intimidating figure up close. Chastising herself for even making the comparison, she shook her head and forced her thoughts elsewhere. There was nothing to be gained by lamenting what she couldn't have. At 15 minutes to midnight, a knock sounded at her door, and her heart leaped into her throat. In a panic, she launched herself from the armchair and threw back her covers. She crawled beneath them and pulled them up to her chin. "Jenna, are you awake?" Sebastian called from the other side of the door. She kept silent, praying he would think she was asleep and go back to his room. Quinn would have told him what happened at the opera, and he was likely checking in on her. Her eyes flew to the still-lit candle at her bedside, and she cursed her forgetfulness. The door quietly opened, and she closed her eyes, doing everything in her power to quiet her breathing. His footsteps sounded closer, and she heard the whoosh of his breath as he blew out the candle. He paused a moment and dropped a hand to the top of her head before continuing out the door. When the door shut, she cautiously opened her eyes. After a few moments, they adjusted to the darkness, and she could see she was once again alone. A trembling hand went to her chest, and she took several calming breaths. Careful to make no noise, she eased from her bed and walked over to the door. She pressed her ear to the wood, straining to hear if anyone was in the hall. She paused for a long moment as she wrestled with indecision. Finally, she drew herself up and resolved that she would not be swayed from her appointment with the Grey. After fumbling in the darkness for a few moments, she was able to locate her shoes. On tiptoe, she slipped out of the door and began the long venture down the darkened hall. She paused outside of Queen's door but saw no light shining underneath, nor heard any noise from within. When she came to Sebastian's room, however, the door was wide open and several candles were burning on his desk. She flattened herself against the wall, wondering how on earth she would get by undetected.
"If you're looking for Lord Hembley, he is below stairs in the Earl's study."
Jenna jumped and nearly cried out in her surprise as she looked up to see Thomas regarding her calmly. "Oh, Thomas, you startled me."
"My apologies, my lady."
He turned to walk away, but hesitated. Turning back to face her, he said,
"By the way, my lady, I would advise using the front entrance tonight, as Lord Hembley is sure to see you if you use the servants' entrance."
He disappeared down the stairs, leaving Jenna with an open mouth. She should have known nothing would escape his notice, certainly not her sneaking out at odd times of the night and not returning until dawn. From his comments, she assumed he was going to keep quiet, but for how long? She groaned inwardly, wondering again if the pursuit of bedroom activities was really worth all the anguish it was causing thus far. But it wasn't just bedroom activities, at least not now. She was drawn to Gray and wanted very much to be near him again. Gathering up her skirts, she hastened down the stairs. At the bottom, she looked around the corner to see the light on in her father's study. Good, Sebastian was still there. She turned to head toward the front door when a cloak appeared in front of her.
"You'll have need of this, my lady."
She stared at Thomas in consternation, wondering if he was really that perceptive or if she was a terrible sneak. "Thank you," she murmured. "I trust there'll be no mention of this to my brothers." He raised an eyebrow.
"Mention of what, my lady?"
She grinned and ducked out of the door, pulling the cloak tightly around her. Heavy fog enveloped her into its embrace as she walked to the street. The glow of the street lamps was barely discernible through the heavy blanket. She looked anxiously around for Gray's carriage. The faint clip-clop of hooves alerted her to an oncoming vehicle, and she hurried in the direction of the sound. At the street corner, she climbed into the carriage and nervously looked out the window as they rolled away. Most of London was still quite active at this hour, and she scanned the streets for any carriages that could have seen her. Moments later, she arrived at Gray's townhouse and hurried to the door where Masterson ushered her in. The maid from the night before took her cloak and disappeared from the foyer.
"Mr. Douglas awaits you in the library," Masterson said, gesturing her to follow him up the stairs.
"I remember the way," she replied. He bowed and left her to ascend the stairs alone. She stood on the first step for a long moment, her hand resting on the polished railing. Finally, in irritation, she marched up the stairs. These nightly battles with her conscience were beginning to wear on her. She knocked lightly on the library door and heard a muffled "come" from inside. She eased the door open and entered, her eyes doing an immediate search for him. He was sitting at his desk holding a quill, but when he saw her he laid it aside and leaned back in his chair.
"Good evening, Jenna."
She crossed the room and walked around his desk to stand to the side of him. An open ledger sat in front of him next to an inkwell, and it was apparent he'd been working on it before her arrival. "What are you doing?" she asked, her curiosity piqued.
"I'm going over my accounts."
"But surely you have a solicitor for such things."
He chuckled. "I didn't get to where I am by trusting others to do things for me."
She turned and sat down on the desk, sliding back a few inches until her feet dangled over the edge, as she had done so often when conversing with her brothers. "So, what is it that you do, anyway?"
"I'm a businessman."
She snorted. "Aren't you all? What sort of business do you dabble in?" He laughed again and rose from his chair.
Spoken like a true aristocrat's daughter. "Come, let's adjourn by the fire. We'll talk more there."
He helped her from the desk and guided her to the rug in front of the stone fireplace. Silk pillows almost as large as Jenna were arranged on the floor, and he settled down onto one of them. He motioned for her to follow suit, and she sank onto one, carefully arranging her skirts around her.
"I don't dabble in business. I buy them or invest in them, but I take them all very seriously."
"Were you always so enormously wealthy, or did you make your fortune in trade?"
He raised an eyebrow. "Are you so certain I am enormously wealthy?"
"Rumour has it you are as rich as Croesus. You aren't titled, so I assume you weren't born into wealth." He shifted and settled onto his side in front of her, raising up on his elbow to look at her. A glint of amusement sparkled in his eyes. Not everyone who is born to wealth is titled, Jenna. But no, I was hardly born to it. Quite the opposite, actually. She leaned forward in interest. Do go on. I wasn't a bastard, he said with a grin. I'm aware of that particular rumour circulating the town. My father was a Scot and my mother was English. I grew up close to the docks and learned early that the only way to assure myself a meal was to work for it. So, your parents were poor, she said softly. I don't think poor accurately describes our living conditions. We lived in squalor and often went days without eating. As soon as I was old enough to work, I did, and I've not stopped since. He glanced down at the floor, his dark hair falling over his forehead. I used to wonder what would become of me if something happened to my parents. I would have no place to live, nothing to eat. How awful, she murmured sympathetically. I fund an orphanage for that very reason, he said, looking back up at her. That's what I was going over when you came in, the ledgers for the children's home. She blinked in surprise, wondering if the depths to this man knew no bounds. He held her gaze as if searching for disdain or scorn in her face. Her cheeks warmed under his scrutiny. She'd only been in an orphanage once in her life, and it hadn't been one of her favourite experiences. But imagining him as a small boy, alone on the streets, tugged at her heart. How must these other children feel to be in the same position? Which orphanage do you fund? She asked lightly, in an attempt to cover her shame. The old Newton place, on Oxford. Do you know of it? She nodded, not about to admit she knew nothing of any orphanage, but she tucked the information away. So what did happen to your parents? She asked, diverting the conversation away from the orphanage. When I turned 15, I signed on with a ship carrying supplies to our troops. I made a good wage and arranged for my parents to return to Scotland to live near my father's family. I try and visit them as often as I can. She stared at him a long moment, mentally calculating his age. How old are you? She blurted. He smiled. I just celebrated my 28th birthday in March. And you, Jenna? How old are you? I'll soon be celebrating my 21st birthday. He looked at her in surprise. I would have thought you no more than 18. She made a face. I wasn't ever presented at court. This really isn't an official season for me at all. My parents saw no need, since I was already affianced to Stuart. Is that his name? Stuart? Yes, he's Viscount Dudley's son. Interesting fellow, your fiancé. You've met him? Not formally, of course. But I did see him at a few balls I attended. Jenna looked down at her hands. He didn't used to be so foppish. I don't know why he became such. Well, I can certainly understand why you came to me with your proposition. She looked up and he winked devilishly at her. Peals of laughter bubbled up in her chest, and she gasped for breath as she laughed even harder. She gazed down at the man lying in front of her and marvelled at how she'd come to this. She'd never spoken this frankly with anyone apart from Quinn, nor had she enjoyed herself as thoroughly in another's company. A completely different kind of ache assailed her as she took in his warm smile and casual air. If only she could look forward to such a relationship with Stuart. His voice broke through her thoughts, and she blinked rapidly. How was your evening? It was on the tip of her tongue to tell him of her brush with danger at the opera, but she had no desire to ruin the mood between them. I looked forward to seeing you the entire evening, she admitted. Gray smiled, then stretched out and turned away to look into the flames of the fireplace. Muscles rippled across his back, barely disguised by the thin dressing shirt he wore. His black curls lingered temptingly above his collar, and she wanted to run her fingertips through them. Propelled by something she couldn't explain, she moved forward, kneeling behind him. Immediately his scent surrounded her and beckoned her even closer. Her fingers came out and softly stroked the ebony strands of hair. He turned over and caught her hand in his, pulling her down to his chest. Their faces were just inches apart, and their eyes locked, neither looking away from the intense perusal. Finally, she lowered her lips and softly moved them over his. He groaned low in his throat and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her solidly against his chest. Encouraged by his response, she deepened her kiss, prodding his mouth open with her tongue. He tasted like wine and mint, and she couldn't get enough of him. When she finally drew away, their eyes met again, and she was lost in a swirl of smoke. "I think I just might like you, Grayson Douglas." His chest rumbled underneath her, and he rolled her over to rest beside him. And what prompted this most startling revelation? "I don't think I've ever felt as comfortable in another person's company as I do yours." His eyes widened in surprise. "I don't know what to say. I think perhaps that is the best compliment anyone has ever paid me." Her cheeks warmed, and she felt an unexpected pleasure at his words. His hand came to rest on her waist, and he slid his other arm under her head so they were looking one another in the eye. "Now I'd like to know more about you," he said. "There isn't much to tell." "Nonsense. Let's start with what you like to do in your free time." She ducked her head. "I like to write," she mumbled. "Really?" She peeked back up at him and nodded her head. "This is my first extended trip to London. Most of my time has been spent at my family's home in Westerly. I often walked down to the stream that runs through our estate and sat under the big oak tree. I spend hours writing and dreaming up things to write." "And what did you write?" "Oh, lots of things. Children's tales, romantic novels, mystery stories, poetry. And I kept a journal." "I'd love to read some of them." She looked at him in surprise. "Are you serious?" "Yes, of course. I'd wager you're quite talented." Warmth curled in her stomach and tightened her chest. "You are too kind." He gazed intently at her. "You should know I never say anything I don't mean." "Somehow I have no difficulty believing that," she said breathily. "Now that we've covered what you like to do, let's go on to what you'd like to do but never have." "Oh, that's easy. I'd like to travel to faraway exotic places, Africa, India, and the like." "An adventurer at heart, are you?" he asked with a chuckle. "It would be terribly exciting, don't you think? Taking in a sunset over the Taj Mahal. Surely there isn't a more romantic story anywhere." "So, you are a romantic?" She lowered her eyes, breaking the connection between them. "It's silly, I know. But still, I can't seem to stop dreaming of romance and sunsets in exotic locations." "And what of the pyramids of Egypt? I can attest to their awe-inspiring power." Her jaw dropped and she stared at him in amazement. "You've been to Egypt?" "Indeed. In fact, I only returned last autumn." "Oh, you must tell me everything," she exclaimed, pouncing on him with her hands. He gathered her hands and pulled himself up to a sitting position. "Everything?" "Yes, and don't leave out a single detail." She shifted and tucked her legs underneath her and leaned forward, eager to hear every word that fell from his lips. Jenna listened with rapt attention as he outlined his travels. From Egypt, their conversation turned to his trip to the colonies, and she found herself entranced by his accounts of the upstart Americans. The candles and the fire burned low as they talked of dreams and goals, and finally they were interrupted by a knock at the door. "Mr. Douglas, the carriage awaits Lady Jenna," Masterson called. Her head came up in surprise. How had the time passed so quickly? And they hadn't even... Her eyes found Gray's, and she scrambled hastily up. He also rose and offered a steadying hand to her. "I cannot recollect ever enjoying an evening as much as I've enjoyed this one," he murmured. "I must admit the same," she replied. "But we didn't even—" Her voice trailed off, and she ducked her head in embarrassment. He smiled and pulled her to him, kissing her lips in a brief fashion. "There's always tomorrow." Chapter 8. Long after Jenna had departed, Gray sat on the silk pillows staring into the fire. Something truly frightening had happened between the time she'd first approached him with her scandalous proposition and now. He needed her. He pinched the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger and closed his eyes. Though he had vowed to have complete control over their meetings, he felt it slipping away each time she looked into his eyes. The things he had shared with her had spilled forth like a fountain. Never before had he shared the details of his childhood with anyone, not even Roslyn. He had spent a lot of years ashamed of his past. But Jenna hadn't judged him, nor had she turned away in disgust. She had listened with rapt attention to every account he shared. She was everything he had ever dreamed of in a life mate. Fool, he hissed as he rose from the pillow he was sitting on. He was letting his emotions get the best of him. This was supposed to be an affair, nothing more. To expect more, to want more, would not only be disastrous, but impossible. He had learned his lesson the hard way, and if there was one thing he knew, society never changed for anyone. He would give her what she wanted, but nothing more. Jenna stifled a yawn and tried to concentrate on Stuart's ramblings. Her eyes kept crossing, and she feared she would nod off at any moment. How long could one dither on about the proper way to tie a cravat, anyway? She smiled and nodded at the appropriate times, wondering what exactly she just approved of. Dear God, let him shut up soon before her eyes rolled up into her head and she died from sheer boredom. Even Margaret, who was always fastidious in her duties as chaperone, seemed ready to bolt from the room. For an hour now she tortured herself with thoughts of how wonderful her pillow would feel, if only she could close her eyes for just a few minutes. When she'd returned home, she'd only gotten an hour's sleep before Margaret roused her for breakfast. The result had been feet that felt lead-filled and a head to match. She blinked rapidly as Stuart looked expectantly at her. Oh dear, what had he just said? She took a chance and said, "Yes, of course." He beamed in response and gathered her hands in his. "It's settled then. I'll come around at 7 to collect you." Her befuddled mind raced, trying to figure out what she'd just agreed to and where he was going to take her, and she couldn't ask or she'd make a cake of herself. She smiled brightly and moved toward the door to see him out. Thomas stood at the entry and handed Stuart his hat and cane. Once Stuart had departed, Thomas turned to her. "I do hope you haven't forgotten your afternoon appointment at the mantua maker, my lady." She stared at him blankly. "Do I have such an appointment?" "Well, no. But I thought you might like the opportunity for a nap," he said with barely disguised amusement. "Quite right," she exclaimed. "How remiss of me to have forgotten such an important appointment. I'll be up in my room." She turned away, but as she reached the steps, she whirled around once more. "Thomas, you don't happen to know where Stuart is taking me tonight, do you?" His eyes twinkled merrily. "I believe Mr. Eglin asked you to attend Lady Westlake's musicale." "He didn't," she gasped. "Saints above, of all the things to agree to, an evening of caterwauling." With a heavy sigh, she turned and trudged up the stairs, Thomas's laughter filtering up the steps after her. Sebastian and Quinn were at their club, and if her luck held, they'd not return until much later in the afternoon. Now that she'd performed the obligatory duty of entertaining Stuart, she could retire to her room until tonight's musicale. A frown twisted her face as she opened the door to her room. Everyone knew of Lady Westlake's musicales, and everyone fastidiously avoided them. 2 years ago, when she and Mamma received an invitation, she'd been delighted to go. That is, until she'd attended. The entertainment, if you could call such a debacle true entertainment, consisted of Lady Westlake's eldest daughter, who was firmly on the shelf, singing and playing the pianoforte. All the grand masters of the past were surely covering their ears. Lady Westlake was convinced that her daughter would gain a husband as a result of the performances, so much so that she handed out flyers at the door extolling all of Lucretia's virtues, including a few invented ones. Gentlemen were encouraged to pay call the following day. But Jenna had it on good authority that Lady Westlake's drawing-room had remained empty. She knew she couldn't count on Quinn to accompany her tonight. To do so would make him a target of the overzealous matron. She'd be left alone to contend with Stuart. Unwilling to spend precious time lamenting the evening ahead, she shrugged out of her clothing and climbed nude between the covers. She closed her eyes, but sleep was elusive. Though her body was exhausted, her mind was alive and racing, images of her night with Gray replaying over and over. Never would she have imagined that they would have spent the evening in conversation, and yet she craved more. She couldn't wait to see him again, and she was already forming more questions to ask him. Now, not only did her body crave him, but her mind did as well. Their intimate conversation made her less nervous around him, much more at ease. But as much as she enjoyed their dialogue, she wanted more of the sensational bliss she'd experienced their first night together. Now that they had forged more of an emotional bond, she thought that their physical union would be truly extraordinary. No longer was she hesitant about consummating their affair. Indeed, she looked forward to it, wanted it, needed it like she'd never needed anything in her life. It would be so easy to become caught up in their newly formed relationship, but it wouldn't last long. She couldn't allow herself to get lost in her desire for Gray. The repercussions would be devastating. An uneasy sensation swept over her as she looked ahead to her parents' return and the subsequent end of her affair. Yawning broadly, Jenna descended the stairs and went into the drawing room to await Stuart's arrival. Taking care not to wrinkle the pale green silk gown, she settled onto the settee, sitting forward so her hair wouldn't be mussed. She fingered the locket she'd made a point to wear and settled it between her breasts. She glanced at the doorway as Sebastian and Quinn strode in. Sebastian stopped to pour himself a drink before continuing over to sit beside Jenna. "How are you faring today?" She smiled at him. "I'm well. A little too much excitement for one evening, but no one was harmed." His cobalt eyes stared penetratingly at her. "Are you sure?" Yes, of course. Though I dare say I have no desire to return to the opera any time soon." She patted his leg in a reassuring gesture and cast a glance over at Quinn. "I don't suppose you'd like to attend Lady Westlake's musicale with Stuart and I this evening?" His head shot up. "Egads, no." She chuckled at the panicked look on his face. "I was only jesting. Perhaps I could cajole Sebastian into attending in your stead." "Not bloody likely," Sebastian muttered, leaning back against the settee. "I've crossed paths with Lady Lucretia in the past, and have no desire to do so again." Jenna quirked an eyebrow. "When was this?" He ran a hand through his hair and grimaced. "I was unfortunate enough to be cornered by Lady Lucretia last season. She damn near talked my ears off." "And you didn't succumb to her considerable charms?" Quinn asked in mock disbelief. "I am shocked that you didn't immediately set out for Gretna Green. I hate to be the one to tell you this, brother dear, but you're not as amusing as you'd like to believe," Sebastian said dryly. "On the contrary, Jenna finds me quite amusing, don't you, Jenna?" She laughed. "Indeed, very much so." Sebastian rolled his eyes. "Well, you may give Lady Lucretia my regards, as I have no intention of walking into the lion's den." "Don't give her anything from me," Quinn quickly spoke up. "I'd hate to give her the wrong impression." "On second thought," Sebastian said with a grin. "Mr. Eklund," Thomas announced from the doorway. They all turned as Stuart swept into the room. Jenna's jaw dropped as she took in his attire. It was as if King Henry VIII had entered the drawing room. He was wearing an ornately decorated tunic, a sash cinching the waist. A heavy ruby jacket with a white fur-lined lapel hung loosely over his shoulders, falling evenly to his knees. His legs were encased in white stockings, and the edge of his breeches, which just covered his kneecaps, peeked from underneath the hem of the tunic. A large jewel-encrusted necklace lay over his shoulders like a mantle. Underneath, a heavy gold medallion, much too large for his bearing, hung down his chest. Dear heavens! It was on the tip of her tongue to ask him if he'd beheaded anyone of late. Her brothers were equally stunned. Sebastian cleared his throat repeatedly as if summoning just the right words to say. Quinn's lips twitched suspiciously as he worked to keep a straight face. Finally, Jenna drew in a deep breath and made her way over to Stuart, hands outstretched. "It is always lovely to see you, Stuart." He grasped her palms enthusiastically and proceeded to plant kisses on the lace overlay of her gloves. "Jenna, my dear, I do hope you have sufficiently recovered from your most trying experience last eve." "I have," she murmured, withdrawing her hands from his. "Do sit down." She looked up at Sebastian. "Would you be so kind as to pour Stuart a drink?" "Oh, nothing for me," Stuart said as he flounced over to take a seat. "I have no tolerance for spirits, I'm afraid. The last time had me a trifle disguised, and I only had a spot of father's port." He waved a hand in the air and sniffed daintily. "I vowed never to consume anything stronger than tea. I dare say even lemonade might drive me straight to my bed." Quinn regarded Stuart with ill-disguised disgust, then pinched his lips together. Jenna shot him a warning glance. It wouldn't do for Quinn to insult Stuart, not with Papa gone. The Viscount would be furious. "I do believe we should be going," she announced. "We wouldn't want to be late for the musicale and risk not getting a seat." She cast an amused glance at her brothers and winked at them. "Indeed not," Stuart exclaimed, getting up and swirling the voluminous coat around him. "Why, Lady Westlake's musicale is the height of the season, and her daughter, so fair and gifted with a voice that would shame a lark." Jenna's shoulders shook as she rolled her eyes heavenward. A lark? Maybe a buzzard. Did buzzards sing? Perhaps she could hope a lark flew into Lucretia's open mouth and rendered her unable to make a sound. The windows would likely be grateful, as would any unfortunate people in attendance. Even though Lady Westlake's musicale was studiously avoided, she always managed to trap several poor souls into attending each year. Stuart collected a most hideous hat from a straight-faced Thomas as they exited the house, and secured it on his head. The long feather plume swung about as he walked in lively fashion out to the carriage. Jenna kept a cautious distance, so her coiffure didn't suffer irreparable damage from whatever bird had been unfortunate enough to forfeit his life. Was Lady Westlake hosting a masque instead of a musicale? If so, Stuart was certainly dressed for the occasion. They climbed into the carriage and rolled away en route to Lady Westlake's residence on Mount Street. When they arrived, as Jenna expected, a footman greeted them at the door with an ornately scribed flyer. Jenna excused herself to the ladies' retiring room, leaving Stuart to wait on her before they entered the drawing-room. As she peered at herself in the mirror, she wasn't surprised to see faint smudges under her eyes. Perhaps she ought to give thought to dabbling with some of the cosmetics so many other women wore. It would certainly go a long way in disguising her evident fatigue. With a heavy sigh, she returned to the foyer and took the arm Stuart offered. They glided down the long hallway, stopping to converse with a few of Stuart's acquaintances and some of Jenna's own. Moments later they paused at the doorway of the drawing-room, and Jenna peered around the room, curious to see who else had been consigned to an evening of agony. She was surprised to see Lady Lockhart across the room, head bent in conversation with two other ladies. Then, to her utter astonishment, Gray walked over to collect Lady Lockhart. Her breath caught in her throat, and her heart lurched. What was he doing here? Chapter 9. She stared shamelessly as he escorted Lady Lockhart to a seat on the first row. Like someone with a dire thirst, she drank in his appearance, her eyes flitting over the tight-fitting breeches and up to the soft curls resting on the crisp white collar of his shirt. Everything about his appearance set her senses on fire. She knew for a fact he wore no padding in the shoulders or thighs. His bulk was all his own, and she looked forward to running her hands over each and every one of his muscles. As if sensing her perusal, his head came up, and their eyes connected for a long moment. Surprise lit his smoky depths, but he continued to stare at her. "I say, Jenna, let's hurry so we can be seated on the first row." Stuart's grip on her arm startled her into motion, and she broke eye contact with Gray. "The front row?" Panic swept over her. She couldn't possibly sit in such close proximity to Gray. Stuart rushed forward, nearly dragging her in his haste to get to the front. He handed her into the row Gray was sitting in, and Gray rose as Jenna stood rigidly before him. "My lady." He inclined his head politely. Lady Lockhart leaned forward, a kind smile lighting her face. "Good evening, Lady Jenna. How are you, my dear? Have you recovered from your most trying experience?" She glanced quickly over at Gray, sure that he had heard by now what happened at the opera. His expression was unreadable. "Very well, my lady," Jenna said, dipping into a curtsy. "You are most kind to ask." She slid into her seat, careful to keep a respectable distance from Gray. Her eyes snaked sideways, and annoyance gripped her as she heard Lady Lockhart's soft laughter, saw her face light up as Gray murmured something close to her ear. Really, it was unseemly for a woman of Lady Lockhart's advanced age to be fawning over a much younger gentleman. But what really bothered Jenna was imagining another woman holding a place in Gray's affections, in his bed. Heat crept up her neck, and she turned away from Lady Lockhart's shining countenance. Instead, she studied the programme she held in her hand and began to read Lady Lucretia's listed attributes. Of excellent breeding and composure. Made her sound like a bloody cow. Jenna continued down the list. Sweet disposition and of moderate temperament, sings like an angel and is accomplished at the pianoforte. Her beauty knows no comparison. Well, that much was true. Jenna suppressed a grin. Indeed, Lady Lucretia's beauty, or lack thereof, was legendary. "Jenna, I'm going to fetch a glass of punch. Shall I bring one back to you as well?" "Yes, that would be lovely, Stuart," she said, glancing up out of the corner of her eye. "Thank you." He beamed at her and hurried toward the back of the drawing-room. "Why didn't you tell me what happened at the opera?" Gray's voice sounded low in her ear. She turned her startled gaze to him. Then she looked beyond him to Lady Lockhart, who was conversing with a lady on her other side. "I didn't give any thought to it." His expression was intense, and he raked over her face with stormy eyes. "How could you not tell me you came so close to peril?" She swallowed, then opened and closed her mouth in the same breath. It was nothing, truly. Well, not unless she counted having a gun focused on her head nothing, but there was little point in being dramatic, so she said nothing further. "Are you coming tonight?" His abrupt change in topic caught her off guard, and she paused a moment. "Why, yes. That is, if you still want me to," she stammered out. "We'll talk about it then," he murmured, raising his head as Stuart returned bearing 2 cups. "Here you are, Jenna," Stuart sang out as he plopped down beside her. She smiled tremulously and took the punch. Beside her, Gray shook with silent laughter, and she shot him a poisonous look. He flashed a wide grin and turned his attention back to Lady Lockhart. Jenna frowned and chewed absently on the inside of her cheek. She knew what he was. It was why she had come to him in the first place, but reality stung. In the space of a few stolen moments, she'd come to believe that she was special, something more than just another woman falling at the feet of the greatest lover to ever grace the London drawing-rooms. Well, maybe that was a slight exaggeration. Surely the history of London society was dotted with other debonair gentlemen, but it was generally agreed upon by the women of the ton that Grayson Douglas was a superb lover, which meant a lot of them had no doubt experienced his considerable charms. And how that irked her. She clenched her hands around the leaflet until it crumpled in her fist. It was irrational for her to be having these pangs of jealousy. She held no claim on Grayson Douglas. Her attention was drawn to the front, as Lady Westlake, beaming with pride, gestured for her daughter to come to the pianoforte. Then she clapped her hands for attention, and the caterwauling commenced. By evening's end, Jenna was convinced she'd been rendered deaf in both ears. Stuart stood enthusiastically when Lucretia took her final bow and began clapping like mad. With resigned expressions, the people in the rows behind Stuart also stood and offered polite applause. Lucretia blushed pink with pleasure, and her mamma nearly swooned in her excitement. Evident on her face was the certainty that this would be the year her daughter snagged a husband, and not a year too soon, as Lucretia was rumoured to be of the advanced age of 29. "I'll return in just a moment," Stuart said. "I want to congratulate Lady Lucretia on an excellent performance." Jenna nodded and watched as he approached Lady Westlake and Lady Lucretia with something akin to euphoria. It was going to take the majority of her married life to figure him out. A heavy sensation settled over her. While her marriage wouldn't be horrific, it wasn't going to be anything like she'd dreamed. She thought of her conversation with Gray the night before, and wondered if he wasn't more privileged than she. He had no expectations, no family honour to uphold, and no one was expecting him to marry before he was ready, and he would get to choose who he married. What a luxury denied to most women of her station. A sigh escaped before she could call it back, and she looked quickly around to make sure it went unheard. Her eyes collided with Gray's inquisitive stare. He searched her face, his eyes narrowing the longer he stared. Could he see her thoughts? She looked quickly away, unable to bear his scrutiny any longer. Stuart returned from his errand of adulation and offered his arm to her. "Are you ready to depart, Jenna, or would you prefer to stay for refreshments?" "I think I'd like to go home now," she murmured. "Let me go have the footman summon our carriage. I'll return for you in a moment." She started to protest, but he turned away and hurried out before she could say she'd just accompany him. Looking around for any familiar faces, she was careful to avoid Lady Lockhart and Gray, though she could hear their soft laughter as they conversed with a small circle of people. Relief lightened her mood as she saw Stuart approaching. but he wore a deep frown and waved his hands in front of his face in an agitated fashion. "Dear me!" he exclaimed as he drew abreast of her. "Whatever is the matter?" she asked sharply. "My carriage," he sputtered. "My carriage has suffered a broken wheel. My dear, I shall have to summon a hackney." Jenna nearly laughed at the mortified expression on his face. She laid a comforting hand on his arm. "A hack will be just fine, Stuart."
"Pardon me. I couldn't help but overhear your predicament." Gray's voice rumbled over her, and she whirled around to face him, her jaw worked up and down, but no words would form. He extended a hand to Stuart. "We haven't been formally introduced, Mr. Eglin. Grayson Douglas, at your service."
"Charmed, I'm sure," Stuart said as he gingerly shook Gray's hand, his full sleeves billowing and falling down his arm.
"I would be delighted to convey you home in my carriage," Gray offered.
"What a dear, dear man you are, sir." Stuart beamed at him and turned to Jenna. "Do you hear that, my dear? This kind gentleman has agreed to show us home." "Shouldn't you see Lady Lockhart home?" she asked more sharply than she intended. He smiled and replied,
"I assure you, Lady Lockhart has no need of me. She has already departed."
Jenna flushed and glanced away.
"If you would be so kind as to give me your direction, I shall inform my driver to take us there at once," Gray said to Stuart.
Gray ushered them to the foyer and motioned for the footman to summon his carriage. Moments later he handed Jenna up into the seat, then stepped aside for Stuart to climb in. Gray settled into the seat across from her and Stuart, and the carriage rocked into motion.
"Since your residence is closer, Mr. Eglin, we'll make our first stop there. I'll make sure Lady Jenna arrives safely home in your stead."
"You are a true gentleman," Stuart said with a delicate sniff. "I don't care what others might say of you." Jenna gasped. "Stuart, that wasn't a polite thing to say at all." Stuart looked at her in surprise. "But, Jenna, I was merely complimenting Mr. Grayson." "It was a backhanded slight, and you know it," she said fiercely. "I'm surprised at you, Stuart. You aren't usually so vulgar."
Gray's lips twitched suspiciously. "Your defence is most appreciated, my lady, but completely unnecessary. I don't take offence at Mr. Eglin's kind words at all."
"There, you see, Jenna, I handed no insult." Stuart huffed and flounced back into the seat, a sulky twist to his mouth. She glanced apologetically at Gray, who winked at her in return. When they pulled up in front of Stuart's father's townhome, she felt some measure of relief. But when he exited the carriage and she found herself staring across at Gray's imposing presence, she almost wished Stuart was back.
"So, did you enjoy tonight's entertainment?" he asked in a low, husky voice.
Tiny prickles of electric sensation rushed over her skin, like the heated desert sandstorms she'd read about so frequently. Somehow, when she looked deep into his eyes, she could envision their twisting bodies in the hot sands of Egypt. She licked her lips. "Not particularly, but then you seem to have enjoyed your evening with Lady Lockhart." Mortification swept over her in a maelstrom. She could have done without sounding like a jealous lover.
"She is a warm companion, and a truly wonderful lady," he said in a mild tone.
"So what am I? Something between cool and lukewarm?" Oh, fie on trying not to squelch the tide of envy that was eating at her. He chuckled, then the carriage came to a stop. She cast an irritated look at him and started for the door. He caught her hand and pulled her abruptly against his chest. Her breath was torn from her throat as his lips crashed down on hers with fiery intensity. His hand cupped her neck, pulling her further into his embrace. The hard planes of his chest crushed her breasts as she rode the tide of sensation. She met his tongue with her own, the mild taste of the evening's punch, swirling and then disappearing as their kiss became more heated. Finally he drew away, his eyes glazed with passion and his lips swollen from their kisses.
"I'll see you shortly, my lady."
She smoothed her skirts with a shaky hand and waited as he got down from the carriage and offered his hand to her. When she stepped down, he raised her hand to his lips.
"And there won't be any conversation tonight, Jenna."
Chapter 10. Jenna entered the house on shaky legs. To her dismay, Quinn and Sebastian were in the drawing room as she passed. She stopped and returned to the door, knowing she wouldn't be able to circumvent them. Shedding her silk wrap, she walked in, trying very hard to act nonchalant, though her heart was racing. "How was your evening?" Sebastian asked as he and Quinn rose. She arched an eyebrow and smirked. "How do you think it was?" Quinn laughed. "I take it Lady Lucretia's singing skills haven't improved from last year?" She rolled her eyes. "You have such a knack for understatement." "Who brought you home? I didn't recognize the carriage," Sebastian asked. She struggled to keep the rush of heat from flooding her cheeks. It wouldn't do to become scarlet-faced in front of her keen-eyed brothers. "Oh, that," she said airily. "Stuart's carriage suffered a broken wheel, and Mr. Douglas kindly offered us transport home." Sebastian frowned, and Quinn looked puzzled as if trying to place the name. "Grayson Douglas?" Sebastian asked. She nodded. "Are you acquainted with him?" She held her breath, praying that the answer would be no. This was not a complication she needed. His frown didn't subside. "No. That is, we haven't been formally introduced, but from what I've heard, he isn't the sort of man you should be associating with." "Yes, quite right," Quinn spoke up. "I couldn't quite place the name at first, but now I remember. He is rumoured to be quite the rake. I've seen him in Lady Lockhart's company most recently." He rubbed his chin absently. "I wouldn't have thought the old girl still had it in her." "That is quite enough," Sebastian said in a warning voice. "This is not an appropriate topic to be discussing in front of Jenna." Jenna rolled her eyes, but the words hit her like ice. It wasn't her imagination. Obviously, Gray and Lady Lockhart had an agreement. Anger and jealousy thrummed through her veins, hot and painful. Could he not have at least put off any other obligations until their affair was over? "I don't want you in his company again," Sebastian said firmly. "Don't be absurd," she said, narrowing her eyes. "He was a perfect gentleman, and if it weren't for his kind offer, I would have had to hire a hack to get home. And frankly, after what happened last night at the opera, I was very grateful for his offer." "And for that he has my thanks," Sebastian said, "but in the future be careful to keep a respectable distance from him." "Really, Sebastian, I hadn't figured you for such a snob." "Snobbery has nothing to do with it," he growled. "Papa would never approve, and you know it. It is my responsibility to make sure this family remains just as he left it." "Good heavens, he gave me a ride home. He didn't pull off and ravish me, nor did he make untoward advances. I am quite aware of my responsibilities to this family." "There is no need to be vulgar."
"And there isn't a need for you to be so overbearing," she returned. "I am quite capable of keeping myself out of harmful situations, and moreover, I am a sound judge of character. Now, if you two will excuse me, I am going up to bed."
Without giving them a chance to respond, she swept out of the room and marched up the stairs. She fumed as she peeled the dress from her body. Margaret breezed in on Jenna's heels, but Jenna waved her away.
"I don't have need of you, Margaret. You may go on to bed. Just awaken me for breakfast in the morning."
The maid's lips thinned in disapproval.
"I've kept my tongue over this, milady, but I can't keep my silence any longer."
Jenna gaped as Margaret advanced, hands on her hips.
"I've worked for this family a lot of years, and I've been your lady's maid since you were old enough to escape the schoolroom. I don't like what I see going on, milady. Don't like it one little bit. You're in for trouble."
"I don't need a lecture from you," Jenna began.
"Indeed not. What you need is a firm sitting down by her ladyship, but she isn't here, and I'd be remiss in my duty if I didn't do all I could to keep you on the straight and narrow." "Your duty is to attend my needs and stay out of my personal affairs," Jenna said angrily.
She wished she could take the words back as soon as they left her mouth, but anger at her brothers had made her hasty. Pain flashed across Margaret's face, and she clamped her mouth closed.
"Very well, my lady," she sniffed. "I'll leave you now. If you have need of me, I'll be in the servants' quarters."
She turned and walked quietly from the room. Jenna closed her eyes in regret. She shouldn't have spoken so sharply to Margaret. It wasn't like her to be short with the servants. And Margaret was more than that. She'd been a family friend for years now. She'd soothed Jenna's scrapes as a child, and consoled her when Jenna had come to her after the news of her engagement had been announced. She would need to apologize to Margaret. She turned and flopped down in a chair. So much for secretly sneaking out of the house. Thomas and Margaret both knew. She supposed any servant worth her salt would know the comings and goings of the household. Thomas, she felt certain, would be discreet. But could she count on Margaret to be the same? No, Margaret wouldn't say anything. She wasn't the sort to report Jenna's actions to her brothers or the Earl. She had never divulged their secrets before, though there had never been any of this magnitude. It wouldn't prevent her from voicing her disapproval, though. Well, Jenna could suffer through it. If all she had to worry about was a few stiff lectures and the disapproving glint in Margaret's eyes, she could manage.
She mentally calculated the remaining time she had before her parents' return. Less than 2 weeks. On one hand, it seemed a lifetime, and yet it would never be enough now that she'd gotten a glimpse of life's pleasures. But she wouldn't dwell on the end tonight. She would relish the time she had with Gray and not look beyond the present. With a mischievous smile, she headed to her wardrobe to decide what to wear to her meeting with Gray. She had a wicked surprise in mind. Gray sat in front of the fire, ignoring the stifling heat of the room. Jenna's jealousy had delighted him. Why, he wasn't sure, but the possessive note in her voice had thrilled him to the core. He didn't owe her an explanation. After all she wanted was a brief liaison. But the idea of her believing the rumours bothered him immeasurably. When had he started caring what the ton thought of him? And even worse, he was allowing an aristocrat's daughter to rule his emotions. But Jenna was special. Not at all like so many other women of society. A little naive, yes, but fresh and unspoiled, and she set his pulse to racing like no other woman since... No, he wouldn't think of that now. It had been too long since he'd let a woman pass the barriers of his soul. The last time had nearly killed him, and he wasn't sure he was prepared to endure it again. He got up from his seat and rang for Masterson. A few minutes later, the butler appeared in the doorway. "Masterson, have my trunk taken from the attic, the one I brought back from Egypt." "Very good, sir. Where shall I put it?" "My bedchamber." "Oh, and Masterson." "Yes, sir." "Have someone go out to the garden and bring in a dozen each of red, pink, and white roses." Jenna shrugged out of her cloak and handed it to Gray's maid. Masterson appeared briefly to tell her that Mr. Douglas awaited her in the bedroom, but then disappeared from the foyer. The bedroom. Somehow it held more promise than it did the first night she met him there. He'd said there would be no conversation tonight. The tingle of anticipation curled and spread rapidly through her limbs. As she made her way up the stairs, her nipples strained against her dress, and the unbearable twinge between her legs had her wanting to squeeze her knees together. His bedroom door was open, and she stopped to peer in before entering. She gasped softly. The entire room was ablaze in soft candlelight. A trail of rose petals littered the floor from the doorway to the bed, and the bed was draped in the sheerest silk. She walked in, following the path of rose petals. As she drew closer to the bed, her eyes were riveted to the sumptuous linens. From the top rails, silk poured to the floor. She put her hand out and parted the veil of silk. Rich red satin covered the bed. Her fingers came out to touch it, luxuriating in the feel of the decadent material. Pink and white rose petals lay carelessly across the top of the satin, much like leaves drifting across the water. "Do you like it?" She whirled around and stopped dead when she saw Gray behind her, regarding her with penetrating eyes. He was bare-chested, adorned only in cream-coloured breeches. His hair curled around his ears and neck, flipping out in an unruly fashion. His muscled chest and shoulders she'd so admired earlier in the evening beckoned her touch, and she itched to satisfy the call. His eyes devoured her, and already she felt naked before him. Her gaze dropped to the bulge in his pants and smiled. Yes, she liked it. "To what do you refer, sir?" she asked innocently. He chuckled. "I'm flattered, my lady." She opened her mouth to speak, but he closed the distance between them, laying a finger over her lips. "Shh, no words tonight. Let our bodies do the talking." He lowered his head and claimed her lips hungrily. His lips broke from hers and rained a trail of nips and kisses down the curve of her neck. She moaned and arched her neck to give him clearer access. An impatient hand pushed down the sleeve of her dress, baring her shoulders. His mouth followed the downward path of her dress, then he knelt before her. Her hands tangled in his hair, pulling him even closer as he mouthed her nipples through her dress. Tight arms closed around her back, holding her tightly against him. The rending of material split the silence as her dress sprang open in the back. He pulled the remnants from her waist, then sat back on his heels in surprise. She smiled at his shock. Her surprise had indeed been quite a surprise.
She hadn't worn anything beneath the dress. The astonishment in his eyes soon turned to blistering desire as he took in her naked form. He stood back up and swept her up in his arms, walking forward and depositing her on the petal-covered bed. He followed her down, kissing every exposed inch of her body, starting from her ankles and working up to the tips of her breasts. She was frantic for his touch, his caress, and his lips. Her breasts arched into him, begging him to take them in his mouth. He obliged her, sucking one taut nipple between his teeth and rolling it over his tongue. "Tell me how it feels," he rasped as he let go of one and took the other rosy tip in his mouth.
"Like heaven," she whispered in a tortured voice. "The most exquisite pleasure I've ever experienced. Please don't stop."
He raised his head up and gazed directly into her eyes. "There'll be no stopping tonight." Chapter 11. The scent of roses surrounded Jenna, and the satin coverlet slid sensuously over her skin as she writhed beneath him. Gray's hands slipped beneath her buttocks, then down her legs as he spread them. His tongue ran hot and wet down her stomach and toward the juncture of her legs. She arched her pelvis upward, wanting, needing his mouth. "Please," she begged. "Tell me what you want," he whispered.
"I want your tongue down there."
If he didn't comply, she was going to die with need. She didn't care that she was a wanton. She only cared about quenching her insatiable desire. Tension was building in every muscle in her body, and she desperately needed release. He parted the folds between her legs, and his warm breath blew over her quivering center. Then his tongue flicked out, and she lost all control of her senses. A cry escaped her lips as his tongue delved further, swirling around the sensitive nub and sliding down to her entrance. A rush of cool air washed over her exposed skin as he drew away. He stood in front of her and slowly started to remove his breeches. Her eyes widened as his manhood sprang free, and a fresh wave of desire rolled over her. Her breathing became more rapid as he advanced on the bed. She hoped her nervousness wasn't apparent to him, but her angst was increasing with each of his movements. "I won't hurt you," he whispered. Warmth flooded her again as his body covered hers. She wrapped her arms around him, tangling her fingers in his hair and pulling him down to her.
"I trust you."
With a low growl, he captured her lips with such ferocity she felt completely consumed. "Hold on to me," he said. "Don't let go." He parted her thighs. Her breath caught as she felt his probing shaft make contact with her flesh. An eternity passed as he raised his head and looked directly into her eyes. "Make sure this is what you want, Jenna. There is no turning back after tonight." She didn't respond. Instead, she wrapped her legs around him, instinctively arching her body into his, and then she felt him enter her. She closed her eyes in sheer bliss. The world around her stopped. Slowly, gently, he sank deeper into her. Then with one swift motion he was fully in her. Her eyes flew open at the slight twinge. It wasn't altogether unpleasant, but it broke the reverie for her. "It'll get better," he soothed. "Wait with me." His motion stilled, and he tenderly cupped her cheek in his hand. He kissed her nose, her eyes, and then each cheek, before tugging at her lips. He moved his hands between them and caressed her breasts, pulling at the nipples with his fingers. She moaned and began to move beneath him. He withdrew and eased his way forward, testing her reaction. Her hands gripped his shoulders and she squeezed his buttocks with her legs. With a groan, he surged forward again and let loose the tumultuous sea of pleasure within her. She rocked with him, riding each wave, ebbing and flowing with each thrust. Faster and faster they sailed, until the world exploded around her. She screamed out his name and dug her nails into his back. She gripped him with her legs as she shook in one continuous arc. She felt him surge forward, shouting hoarsely with her, and then every muscle in his body tightened until she feared he'd break. He gathered her tightly against him, holding onto her before jerking out of her. He rolled onto his side, carrying her with him, and she felt a flood of warm fluid against her belly. Too sluggish to care what had just transpired, she snuggled deeply into his embrace. "Are you all right?" he murmured against her cheek.
"More than all right.
Her arms crept around his neck. Not wanting to face him just yet and shatter the moment, she buried her face in his chest. His warm hands stroked up and down her back, caressing her, then delving into her hair. He kissed her softly on the cheek and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "You're beautiful." She smiled against his chest.
"You make me feel beautiful."
Her voice was muffled, but he made no move to pull her away. "Get some rest," he whispered. "We'll talk in the morning." When she opened her eyes, her first thought was that she'd never felt as deliciously warm and satiated in her life. Her second thought scorched her to the tips of her toes. Memories of her begging him to use his mouth in... She shuddered as she remembered just how specific she'd been in her directive. She closed her eyes, wishing she could disappear, but strong arms circled her waist, and there was no escaping his embrace. A quick glance at the window had her breathing a sigh of relief. It was still dark out, so at least she hadn't overslept. But what time was it? Gray stirred beside her, and she braced herself to face him. "Good morning," he said in a husky voice. His lips touched her cheek, and his hand came up to caress her hair. Then he turned her over to face him. "How are you feeling?" She couldn't help but smile at the warm concern on his face.
"I am very well."
"No regrets?" She shook her head, and she didn't have any. If she never again experienced such exquisite pleasure, she'd have last night to look back on and hold close to her. He leaned up on one elbow. "I've planned a hot bath for us this morning, before you have to leave. It should be ready now."
"That sounds heavenly."
Ever conscious of her nudity, Jenna attempted to wrap herself in the satin coverlet, but Gray put a hand out to stop her. "Don't. You are far more beautiful to look at than the sheets." She flushed, but let it drop to her feet. His eyes darkened as he took in her nudity, and she felt a thrill at his reaction. He led her across his bedroom and through the doorway into a smaller antechamber. In delight, she took in the large tub filled with steaming water. She didn't hesitate to climb in, settling down in the soothing water. Gray climbed in and sat opposite her, his long legs cradling her thighs. "Come here," he said, motioning for her to turn around. She turned her back to him and scooted between his legs. Her eyes closed, and she moaned in pleasure as he began washing her back, stroking over her shoulder blades and massaging her neck. She threw her head back when his fingers delved into her hair, and the fragrant scent of honeysuckle wafted through her nose as he worked the soap into her hair.
"You indulge me way too much,"
she murmured. "You want me to stop, then?" She laughed.
"No."
He chuckled and resumed washing her hair. He massaged her scalp, digging his fingers into her thick mane of hair. "Why didn't you tell me of your mishap at the opera?" he murmured. Her eyes came open. His hands slowed in her hair.
"I didn't want to spoil our evening."
"You could have been hurt, or worse."
"Yes, but there was little to be done after the fact," she said with forced lightness. She gulped at the memory, and a flash of guilt assailed her. For the underlying thought she had as the gun was trained on her head was that she might never experience another night with Gray, not that she would never see her family again. "Let's not dwell on it," he whispered against her ear. "I'm sorry to have made you remember." He finished soaping her hair, then reached for a pail lying beside the tub. Once he'd rinsed the strands thoroughly, he put his arms around her and began washing her breasts with a soap-covered cloth. Her nipples hardened under his attentions, and she leaned back against his chest to give him better access. As one hand continued its gentle ministrations, his other hand slipped down and began massaging the sensitive nub between her legs. His lips lowered to the curve of her neck and nipped delicately at the skin. Her breathing accelerated, and her hips undulated in time with the motion of his hands. Just as she neared the peak of her release, his fingers pinched a nipple, and she catapulted over the cliff. She lay limply against his chest as he gently finished washing her. Then he stood behind her, the water cascading from his body in rivulets. He helped her from the tub and wrapped her in a large towel. Sweeping her up in his arms, he carried her back over to the bed and deposited her on the sheets. She couldn't have moved if she wanted, as he dried her limbs. He moved behind her and began toweling her hair. When he'd finished, she turned around to face him. "I wanted to ask—"
"Yes."
"That is, I wondered why you spent your seed on the sheets.
Heat suffused her cheeks as she finally managed to get out her question. He looked at her oddly for a moment. I don't foresee you becoming pregnant as a part of our agreement, nor do I have any wish to sire bastards. All the blood drained from her face in one swift intake of breath. Fool! And she'd always considered herself such a practical-minded girl. She hadn't given any thought to the possibility of her getting pregnant. None. Humiliation and shame rushed over her with speed to rival a runaway carriage. He must think her the biggest of dolts. Don't feel badly, he said in a quiet voice. I've made certain neither of us will be in a situation we don't desire.
You must think me so foolish, she said in a shaky voice. I, of course, know how women become with child, but I never thought about our activities making me so. And of course you were right, that would never do. She paused and looked down at her hands. Are you certain you can prevent such a thing?
He pulled her chin back up and smiled at her. I won't allow it to happen, Jenna. You can trust me. She leaned forward into his chest, wrapping her arms around him and laying her cheek against his skin. What is it? He asked against her hair.
I don't want to leave, she admitted.
I don't want you to leave either, but you must. It is nearly time and you've yet to dress. Not that I'm complaining, mind you, he said in a teasing tone, but you must hurry, I'm afraid. Reluctantly, she pulled away from his embrace and sat up straight on the bed. A sudden realization hit her and she looked at him in alarm. I don't have any clothing. She looked down at the tattered remnants of her gown lying on the floor. Not to worry, sweetheart. I'll get some straight away. He turned and exited the room. A ridiculous smile attacked her face. Sweetheart. From him it sounded truly spectacular. Though she couldn't be certain, it didn't seem likely that he went about calling all his women sweetheart. Her smile disappeared. Lady Lockhart. She'd gotten too caught up to ask Gray about her, and now that she'd remembered, the question wouldn't die. She had to know. Gray returned a few moments later with a gown that looked like it had been popular in years past. Only slightly faded, the material was of good quality, and looked like it would fit her. She took it from him and hurriedly pulled it on. Without all the inner trappings, it looked, well, scandalous. Her nipples were visible beneath the white material, and if she had the nerve to look down, she was sure she would see the outline of other unmentionable areas. Thank God her cloak would cover it adequately. He fastened the back for her, then drew her into his arms. When she pulled away, she stared at him for a long moment, trying to muster the courage to ask him about Lady Lockhart. Is something bothering you? You are staring holes through me. She glanced briefly away, biting her lip in consternation. Moving back so she could sit on the bed, she tucked her feet underneath her and settled down. What is between you and Lady Lockhart? Gray sat down beside her. She is a dear friend of mine. Do you not think any better of me than to believe I would involve myself with another woman while conducting an affair with you? That isn't fair, Jenna countered. I know nothing of your personal life. How am I supposed to know whether or not you were involved with someone else? For all I know, you could have already been conducting an affair with her when I approached you. That wouldn't have been very fair to her, do you not agree? Can you not answer me directly? She hated the pleading in her voice, but it had suddenly become paramount that she know she was the only one. I believe I already have, he said. Lady Lockhart is a friend, a very good friend. If you are asking if I am betting someone other than you, the answer is no. Satisfaction wrapped around her chest and squeezed every single inch of flesh. Now, if that is all, you really should be going. A hint of regret tinged his voice, and his grey eyes reflected sadness. She felt little better herself. He pulled her up into his arms and gave her a deep kiss. I'll see you downstairs. They descended the stairs, and Gray helped her into her cloak. She pulled her still damp hair into the hood and pulled it tightly over her head. He pulled her hand to his lips and murmured, "Until midnight." She hurried out to the carriage and climbed in. Gray stood on the doorstep watching her, and she craned her neck in her seat to see him until he disappeared from her vision. Well, 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 Viscount Dudley murmured to himself as he watched the carriage pull away from Grayson Douglas's house. Who knew the chit possessed such daring? He leaned forward and ordered his driver to return to his house. Leaning back in his seat, he smiled in satisfaction. Jenna Wycliffe had just made his plan a great deal easier. It would seem that she wasn't always enveloped by her family. He contemplated the best use of this new information. It wouldn't do to tell her brothers. No, they'd just lock her in a room somewhere until the Earl and Countess returned. Then her parents would likely try and cry off her engagement. But this little rendezvous of hers could afford him the opportunity to retrieve the locket from her. If she'd gone to meet Douglas once, chances were she'd be back again. Such was the way with a bitch in heat. Now, to make sure she was wearing it the next time she snuck out to see her lover. Perhaps a talk with Viscount Hembley was in order. He'd hint that he hadn't seen Lady Jenna wearing the locket, and stress the importance of it. Sebastian was a sensible sort, and would see to it that his sister wore the locket. If that didn't work, he'd have to employ more drastic measures. Chapter 12. What did one wear after a night of hedonistic pleasure? Everything she put on seemed to scream out that she was no longer a virgin, no longer the bright-eyed innocent. It all seemed so revealing. Was it her imagination, or were her breasts plumper, fuller? She felt as though the secrets of the universe had unfolded before her, and she'd aged a few years overnight. Now she could knowledgeably impart advice on bedroom matters in her ladies' circles, or at least know what in the world they were talking about. She no longer looked down so snidely on courtesans. These women had the best profession in the world, if you could call it a profession. They married no one, answered to no one, indulged in all the fleshly delights, and were rewarded amply for their effort. Not that she would be informing her mamma that she was becoming a courtesan. The Countess would take to her bed for a week, and Papa would get red in the face and shout. Then he'd send her to a convent on the Scottish coast. No chance of seeing grey then. With an exasperated sigh, she finally donned pale pink silk. Surely she could appear fresh and innocent in pink. She brushed aside the strands of hair that escaped the hastily configured knot and checked her appearance in the mirror. A quick pinch of both her cheeks infused more colour into them. Unable to refrain, she smiled at her reflection. "You've done it, Jenna. You've really done it." Instead of the regret she was sure she would feel after the finality of last night's actions, she felt wonderful, alive. She traipsed down the stairs, determined not to stay at home today. The weather was gorgeous, and it was perfect for an outing to the park. She asked Thomas to summon the landau and have Margaret await her there. Today's outing would serve two purposes, not the least of which would be issuing an apology to Margaret. After stopping in the kitchen, she collected a picnic basket the cook had prepared and went in search of her bonnet and parasol. She climbed into the carriage next to her lady's maid, and the two set off at a brisk pace for Hyde Park. Margaret remained uncharacteristically silent throughout the trip, and Jenna knew she was still in a huff over yesterday's quarrel. Not to mention she was well aware that Jenna had gone out again last night. When they arrived in the park, Jenna climbed out of the carriage and went in search of the perfect picnic spot. She settled on an area under a sprawling oak tree, and the footmen set about laying out the cloth. As she and Margaret munched quietly on chicken sandwiches, Jenna pondered what she would say to her. Finally, she laid aside her sandwich and daintily wiped her mouth on a lace cloth. "Margaret," she said softly. "Yes, my lady?" She turned to square inquisitively at Jenna. "I'm sorry I was so boorish with you. Truly I am. I don't know how you put up with me." She smiled and patted Jenna's hand. "There now, child, don't give it another thought. I shouldn't have been prying where I had no business." "I'm in a mess," Jenna murmured, twisting her hands. "I'd say so, young lady," Margaret said with a sage nod. "You don't think I didn't notice that you came in with someone else's dress on, do you?" Jenna flushed and dropped her eyes to her hands. "I suppose you think me a harlot." Margaret took Jenna's hands into her own. "Me and Thomas love you dearly, my lady, always have. Why, we've watched over you since you were a wee babe. I know what kind of young lady you've become, and it's never crossed my mind to change that opinion. I know my loyalty should lie with his lordship, but I can never bring myself to betray you that way. Thomas and me, well, we've talked it over and don't see no reason why we should go running to the Earl." She released Jenna's hands and sat back, a disapproving glint in her eye. "I think I know why you've chosen to do what it is you were doing. I don't agree with it, my lady. Let me get that straight right now. But I understand it." "Thank you, Margaret," Jenna said, smiling over at her. She had the urge to reach out and hug her, but knew it would make Margaret uncomfortable.
Now suppose you tell me just how much of what you were doing you have done. Jenna laughed. Oh, Margaret, you're incorrigible. And at least tell me who this gentleman is. I assume he is a gentleman. Margaret's voice sounded hopeful. I don't want to be even more worried than I already am. He's a perfect gentleman, Jenna said softly. I never thought to meet a man such as he. Margaret looked at her in surprise. You're in love, aren't you? No, she said in a calmer voice. I'm not in love with him. I barely know him. You knew enough to come back with a different dress on. Jenna flushed again. It's just an affair. There, I said it. Married women have them all the time. I just didn't want to wait that long. I hope you know what you're doing, Margaret said quietly. Those kind of men are used to flitting from bedroom to bedroom. They don't get their heart involved like you were doing. My heart is perfectly safe. But even as she said the words, heavy foreboding settled over her like a rain cloud in the English summertime. If you say so, my lady. Margaret looked away, but not before Jenna caught the blatant disbelief reflected in the older woman's face. After a long moment, she turned back and pinned Jenna with a concerned stare. Many a girl has found herself in the family way despite the best of intentions. I don't want that to happen to you. Neither do I, Jenna whispered. Thank God Gray felt the same, because she sure hadn't given it a thought before last night. If you are discovered, my lady, it will mean complete ruination. You ought to give consideration to whether or not your trysts are worth it. They are, Margaret. They are. She turned away, knowing she would never be able to explain to her lifelong maid, never be able to make her understand what drove her to pursue an affair before she was ever married.
Hello, Hembley, Viscount Dudley called out as he approached Sebastian's table. Sebastian laid aside the newspaper he was reading and gestured for him to sit down. My lord, it is good to see you this afternoon. Are you faring well? Dudley sank down in the chair opposite Sebastian and gestured the footman over. After he'd asked for a drink, he fixed his gaze on Sebastian. Any word from your parents? No, but then I hadn't expected any. They aren't due to return for nearly a fortnight. Yes, well, there is a small matter occupying my mind. I wonder if I may speak freely with you, you being the head of the family in your father's stead. Sebastian cast him a curious look, but straightened in his chair and shoved the paper out of his way. Of course. What is it? Well, I hadn't wanted to say anything, not wanting to upset anyone. But Stuart is a little vexed that Lady Jenna hasn't taken to wearing the locket Viscountess Dudley gifted her with on her 16th birthday. He broke off as the footman returned with his drink. Sebastian frowned. I wasn't aware of the significance of any locket. No, and rightly so. Stuart is, well, he's a bit wedge-headed sometimes. But he was close to his mother, perhaps too close, but that is neither here nor there. He leaned forward and whispered conspiratorially, If you could just speak to your sister, have her pacify Stuart by wearing the bloody locket, it would mean the world to him. He stared hard at Sebastian and went for his trump card. I'd hate to see this put a strain on their engagement. Stuart is contrary about things he set his mind on, and really it is a simple enough request. Indeed it is, Sebastian replied, rubbing his chin in a thoughtful manner. Consider it done. I'll be sure to discuss it with Jenna at once. A sly grin curled his lips, making him feel ridiculously triumphant. My thanks, Emily. You're a good man. He made a show of checking his fob. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment in a few minutes. He stood and inclined his head in Sebastian's direction before turning and striding out. Now, to find just the right sort of man for the task he had in mind. Well, all bloody right then, Jenna exclaimed. I'll wear the locket if you'll just stop taxing me over Stuart. Jenna, Sebastian said in a strangled voice. His face was a mask of scandalized shock. If father were here, you'd have your mouth washed out with soap. Well, he isn't here, and I'm bloody tired of Stuart this, Stuart that, Stuart bloody Stuart. Sebastian's face whitened in anger. That is quite enough, young lady. You wouldn't speak like that if mother and father were here, and you won't do it in their absence. Do I make myself clear? Jenna shot daggers at him with her eyes, but stopped her tirade. Her mouth formed tight lines as she compressed them together, and she was sure they were bloodless. She wished Stuart and his whole bloody family would just bugger off. For that matter, he could take her family with him for the moment.
She wanted to scream in frustration. All she wanted was a few weeks. Was that too much to ask? But no, Stuart was hanging about, her brothers were hanging about, and Stuart's bloody father was hanging about, making a complete ninny of himself. Perhaps it wasn't completely baffling that Stuart displayed the traits he did. His father was just as annoying. Her hands curled and uncurled at her side as she fought to contain her tide of anger. What she really wanted to do was throw something, break something, step out of the polite confines of her life for more than a few stolen hours in Gray's arms. Why was she expected to bend to everyone else's wishes? Did hers count for nothing? She didn't want to answer that, and furthermore, she didn't want to wallow in the self-imposed muck. "I said I'd wear the bloody thing," she said tightly. "Now is that all? If so, I'd like to go to my room." Sebastian's eyes sparked at her blatant disregard for his command, but he said nothing. Instead, he turned and stalked out of the drawing room, leaving her standing alone. Well, if that was what she had to do to be left alone, she'd adopt bloody into her vocabulary all the bloody time. Bloody good idea it was, too. Curling her lips in disgust, she gathered her skirts in her hands and strode out of the room. She nearly ran into Thomas, who she was sure had been listening at the door. She gathered her breath, ready to do battle, but he shook his head, put a finger over his lips, and pointed up the stairs. "I think the garden would be a better place at the moment, my lady. I believe your other sibling awaits you upstairs." "Bloody hell," she swore, liking the way the oath rolled so nicely off her lips. Thomas's eyes widened at her unladylike expletive, but to his credit he said nothing. "On second thought, Thomas, I'm going out. If anyone inquires as to my whereabouts, you may tell them I'm going out shopping. I'll return later in the day." Sebastian's bloody locket would have to wait. She wasn't going upstairs to retrieve it and suffer through a lecture from Quinn. "I'll inform Margaret so she may accompany you, and I'll have the carriage brought around at once." Jenna waited impatiently outside the door, hoping the carriage pulled around before her brothers came out. She wasn't in the mood to argue with them over something as absurd as a locket. The clatter of the landau spurred her into action, and she set out at a brisk pace for the street, Margaret hurrying behind her. The footman ushered her in. "To Bond Street," she said, and the door closed. "There?" The beefy man scratched his dirty beard and eyed the Viscount with his beady stare. "Yes," Viscount Dudley swore under his breath. The chit probably wasn't wearing the locket. She'd come out too soon after Sebastian returned. It wouldn't do to be hasty in his plan. He'd give Sebastian time to talk with her. He needed that locket. "What you want me to do to her, Gov?" "I don't want you to do anything to her," he said sharply. "I want you to retrieve a locket that will be on her person. No harm is to come to her, is that understood?" The grizzled man shrugged. "Whatever you say. But if I'm not to harm her, I'll be needing to hire a few accomplices. That'll cost you extra." "You'll have your extra, just to make sure you get the job done to my specifications. If you botch this, I'll have your head." "I'll take care of it, your lordship." "See that you do. Don't contact me again until you have good news for me." Jenna walked idly down the shop-lined street, pausing briefly to look in the windows, but not summoning enough enthusiasm to go within. Margaret kept up lively chatter, but Jenna only half listened. Her heart was not into shopping whatsoever. She had never had such a row with Sebastian, and she didn't like the feeling it gave her. Sadness filled her chest as she imagined the coming changes to their family. When she married, she would move from Benbury, away from Mamma, Papa, Sebastian and Quinn, the people she loved most in the world, and the people she'd spent the last 20 years of her life with. She didn't like solitude. She loved the noisy, rambunctious house she'd grown up in. She needed to have her family close around her, and she couldn't imagine anything more solitary than a life with a man she didn't love and shared no passion with. She dashed away a tear with her gloved hand and stared aimlessly ahead as she and Margaret continued down the street. The most she could ever hope for with Stuart was a lecture on fashion. Her parents were happy and very much in love, and Jenna and her brothers noticed that amusement the times their parents slipped away when they thought no one was looking. That was the kind of life she wanted. She choked back a sob as panic settled on her. Her wedding was a few short months away, and on that day her life would change irrevocably. The pain of her nails digging through the material at her palms made her flinch. She forced herself to relax and gain control over her emotions. "Lady, are you well?" Margaret's anxious voice reached her ears. Jenna smiled briefly and glanced up at the concerned maid. I'm fine. Margaret looked doubtfully at her, but continued on beside her. I've been thinking, my lady, I'd like to go with you when you marry Mr. Eglin, as if it's all right with the Earl. And you, of course. Jenna whirled around and hugged her. I'd love that, Margaret. Truly, I cannot imagine anything better. There, don't go causing a scene, she harumphed. But Jenna saw the pleased look in her eye. I admit I don't fancy going to live at Eglin House, she murmured, away from Mamma and Papa and the others. Her voice cracked despite her best efforts to keep the conversation light. Poor lamb, Margaret soothed. I know how unhappy you are, but Mr. Eglin will make you a good husband, and you will have children to occupy your time, and you'll visit Pembury. Yes, I will, Jenna whispered. Margaret reached out and squeezed her arm. I'm sure Lord Embley will forget all about your argument by day's end. Jenna looked at her through watery eyes. I do hope so, Margaret. I was an absolute bore. I seem to be doing that a lot lately. They turned and began walking back toward the carriage. Jenna was prepared to climb in when she noticed a small group of children huddled across the street. She stood transfixed. They weren't a new sight. At any time of the day, any number of ragged children could be seen lining the streets, begging or looking for a pocket to pick. As she continued to stare, she remembered all Gray had recounted of his childhood, his fears of being left alone, her own fear of having to leave her family. Once again, tears sprang to her eyes. These children had no one. She, at least, had her family, no matter how far they may live away. "Milady," the footman prompted, as he waited to assist her into the carriage. A determined set to her chin, she climbed in and then directed the driver to Oxford Street. When Margaret looked at her in puzzlement, Jenna said, "We're paying a call to the orphanage." Chapter 13. Jenna ignored Margaret's look of surprise as the carriage rolled down the street. It was high time she stopped being so self-consumed and perhaps took stock of the world around her. After she was married, she would need something to occupy her time, something to keep her from drowning in unhappiness. Making sure others weren't as miserable seemed to be a good place to start. As the carriage ground to a halt several minutes later, Jenna peered out her curtained window. The children's home looked to be a stylish house just on the fringes of London's best residential areas. The sprawling home was red brick and sported green shutters. Above the double-panelled door hung a sign that said, "The Innocents." After directing Margaret to remain behind, she descended the steps of the carriage and strolled up the path to the entrance. She knocked timidly on the door, and seconds later an austerely dressed older woman answered. Clearing her throat, Jenna addressed the woman. "I'm Lady Jenna Wycliffe. I'm here because I would like to help." Before she could continue the speech she had practiced all the way over, the woman gestured her in. "I'm Mrs. Drennan, the house ma'am. Mr. Grayson, the orphanage's benefactor, is in the back with the children. I'll present you to him." Jenna gulped at the mention of Gray's name. True, she had purposely come to his orphanage, but she did not want him thinking she was pursuing him. She truly wanted to help the children, and, well, she didn't know the location of another orphanage. Nodding, she followed the woman inside. Already she was impressed with the pristine condition of the house. Though she'd only ever been inside one orphanage, she'd heard plenty of horror stories about the living conditions. "This is where the children sleep," Mrs. Drennan said as they walked through a room filled with neatly made cots. They lined both sides of the walls, the covers turned back, and a pillow on each one. They continued into a brightly lit room situated at the back of the house. The entire back wall was glass, and sunlight shone in, bouncing off the polished floors and snow-white walls. "This is the children's playroom. Mr. Douglas is calling them in from outside now. They've been in the garden." Moments later, Gray strode in, a trail of giggling, shouting children on his heels. One rode atop his shoulders, and two more had their arms wrapped tightly around his legs, shrieking with laughter as he shuffled forward. When he looked up and saw her, he stopped short. Reaching up, he lowered the child from his shoulders and placed her gently on the floor. "Children, I've someone I want you to meet." "Who? Who?" they chorused. "Put on your best airs and say hello to Lady Jenna Wycliffe." "Blimey, a real lady!" a chubby-faced boy exclaimed. "Jack," Mrs. Drennan scolded. He looked abashed. "Sorry, Mum." Several of the girls dipped in awkward curtsies, and the boys shifted from foot to foot.
clearly unsure of what they were supposed to do. "How do you do?" Jenna asked, curtsying grandly before them. They giggled once more.
"Can we play now, Mr. Douglas?"
He nodded, and they ran madcap over to their toy swords and dolls, leaving Jenna standing alone in front of Gray. "I didn't expect to see you here," he said, breaking the awkward silence between them. She flushed.
"No, I suppose you didn't. But I'm here, and I'd like to help."
He glanced doubtfully at her.
"Despite what you may think, I'm not completely without a conscience. When you look at me, you see a spoiled, willful girl playing a game and gambling with her future."
She took a deep breath and continued.
"But that isn't me," she whispered. "I do care about other things beyond my own happiness."
"Ah, Jenna." He gathered her in his arms and kissed her lingeringly. "I can always use help. It seems we get a new child here every day."
"I can probably persuade Father to donate monies, and I know my mother's friends would be more than glad to raise funds for your orphanage."
She smiled excitedly at him. "I don't need your money," he said quietly. "I've got more money than I'll ever use. If you truly want to help, then volunteer your time, your love. Get your hands dirty and open your heart." He turned away from her and gazed out over the small garden. "The problem with people of your station is that they think money cures all the evils of the world." He swiveled around and fixed her with his intense gaze. "While throwing money at a cause probably makes you feel better, it doesn't solve the root of the problem. Keep your money, Jenna. I don't want it. These children don't want it. What they want is someone to give a damn if they live or die, if they eat a good meal, or if they have a place to sleep at night. That's what you can do."
Heat suffused her cheeks and embarrassment cut cleanly through her. "I wasn't suggesting any such thing. I want to help in any way I can. I merely thought that I could gain funding for you."
He cupped her chin in his hand and rubbed his thumb gently over her cheek. "I know you do, Jenna. But I don't need the money. If you want to donate monies, there are any number of orphanages who are in desperate need. I can give you a list if you like."
"So you don't need my help here?"
she asked in a shaky voice. He backed away, walking over to the window and staring out over the garden. "I didn't say that. The children can never have too many people who are concerned with their well-being. You can do something as simple as read them a story. What they need most is someone to love them. Can you do that, Jenna?" he asked softly.
Her eyes narrowed and she frowned. "Don't patronize me, Gray. I wouldn't have offered if I didn't genuinely want to help. I realize you think me self-absorbed, but I do have compassion, and I happen to love children."
He was in front of her before she could take another breath, his eyes stormy. "I've never thought ill of you, Jenna. Don't make assumptions about how I feel." Tiny prickles shot over her skin, and a faint buzzing sounded in her ears.
I...
She was prevented from saying anything further when his lips rushed over hers in heated passion. She drew a ragged breath before he pulled her up against him and deepened his kiss. Her arms went around his neck, and her hands splayed over his back, gripping him to her, not wanting the kiss to end. His tongue plunged within her mouth, swirling and dipping. She dragged in a ragged breath when he briefly took a breath of his own. Then he claimed her lips again. "I can't get enough of you, Jenna. You have no idea what you do to me."
"It can't be more than your effect on me,"
she whispered around his lips. He groaned and crushed her to him once more. The hardness of his body encompassed her, swallowing her up, making the distinction of where she began and he ended an impossibility. When he finally drew away, his eyes were a swirl of smoke. "I've wanted to do that since I walked in and saw you standing here."
"Mr. Douglas," Mrs. Drennan called from the door, "you had better come. There's another child."
Gray's head jerked up. "Yes, of course, Mrs. Drennan." He strode out of the room and Jenna followed, her curiosity piqued. In a small front drawing room, a shabbily dressed little girl sat in an armchair, her feet dangling over the edge. Her large blue eyes reflected fear and loneliness. Jenna's heart constricted, and she went immediately and knelt in front of the girl. The girl smiled shyly at Jenna and ducked her head.
"What's your name, little one?" "I don't know me real name. Boy likes name Meg."
Jenna smiled.
"Meg is a beautiful name, and Meg you should be."
Jenna glanced over the dirty golden curls in the tattered, oversized dress, the grime and soot from God knows what kind of living conditions. She looked back up at Gray to see the same emotion clouding his face. Standing back, she took Meg's hand in hers.
Meg, this is Mr. Douglas. He owns this house. And this is Mrs. Drennan, the house mum. Would you like to go with her for a bath and a hot meal?
When you are done, you can meet the other children, Gray spoke up. I'm sure they would love to share their toys with you.
Do they have a dolly? She asked in awe. I've always wanted a dolly.
Jenna made a mental note right then and there to purchase the biggest, most beautiful doll she could find. Meg hopped down from the chair and took Mrs. Drennan's outstretched hand. As she walked along behind Mrs. Drennan, she stopped and looked back at Jenna.
What's your name, miss?
Jenna smiled and curtsied grandly before her.
Lady Jenna, but you may call me Jenna.
Meg's eyes grew big as saucers.
A lady?
Go now. I'll be back to see you, Jenna promised with a smile. As she watched Meg disappear from the room, she turned back to Gray.
I meant what I said,
she said softly. His eyes probed her questioningly. About?
Wanting to help.
If you truly want to help, I certainly won't say no. Mrs. Drennan could use all the help she can get. But it's hard work.
You don't think I'm capable of hard work?
I think you're capable of anything.
Good then, it's settled. I'll come one day a week to visit the children and help out however I can.
I'd like that. After a moment's pause, he asked, Are you coming tonight? She felt the blush creeping over her face and she looked away. It was so different interacting with him during the day. He didn't seem like the man she'd been so intimate with, and it was disconcerting.
Yes, I'll be there.
She looked up at the large grandfather clock across the room and her face fell in regret.
I really must be going. I hadn't anticipated being gone this long.
I'll see you out, he said, offering his arm to her. As he handed her into the carriage, he nodded his head at Margaret, who eyed him with something akin to hostility. Though he didn't voice the words aloud when he faced her, Jenna clearly read the words that came from his lips. Until midnight. The only thing worse than the prospect of Sebastian and Quinn waiting to badger her was Jenna coming home to find Stuart sitting in her drawing room. She was sorely tempted to pretend she hadn't seen him and hide in her room. Unfortunately, he saw her first. Jenna! He got up and rushed over to her, the lacy cuffs of his sleeves billowing out as he grabbed her hand. I just about gave up hope of seeing you and returned home. Too bad she hadn't stayed gone 5 more minutes. She eyed him balefully, in no mood to contend with his theatrics. She wanted to find Sebastian and apologize for their earlier argument. To what do I owe the honor of your visit? She gingerly extricated her hand from his grasp. Undaunted, he grasped her other hand and led her over to the settee. I have the most wonderful news to impart. He sat down beside her, carefully arranging the hem of his ruby jacket. We've been invited to Lady Lockhart's soiree tomorrow night. Jenna's head snapped up at the mention of Lady Lockhart. What do you mean, we? Well, you and I, of course, he said as though she were a dolt.
No, I meant, were we invited together, or were you invited and you wished me to come with you?
I fail to see the difference, he sniffed. Really, Jenna, you've become so contrary of late. Just answer the bloody question, she snapped. Jenna! His face whitened in shock, and he began fanning his face in rapid motion with his hand. He grabbed convulsively at his neckline as if it were choking the life from him. Such language, so vulgar. Cease your yammering, Stuart. She looked at him in disgust, tired of suffering his eccentricities for the sake of an engagement she didn't even want. His mouth gaped open. Then, to her surprise, he burst into laughter. Jenna, my dear, you never cease to amuse me. Brilliant, just brilliant. Oh, for heaven's sake, she muttered. She got to her feet, smoothing her skirts in irritation. Stuart, I really am not in good spirits today. Perhaps we should reconvene at another time. Of course. Do accept my apologies. He walked to the door of the drawing room and turned back. In answer to your question, Lady Lockhart invited us. She sat on the settee long after Stuart departed. Had Gray prompted her to invite Jenna? If he had, he could very well be present. A smile spread across her face, until her cheeks strained from the effort. An evening with Stuart was bearable if she could see Gray at the same time, and since the ball would no doubt carry over beyond midnight, it would afford her the only chance she had of seeing him that night. She could not continue to leave early, or she would draw the suspicions of Stuart and her brothers. Finally she rose and went in search of Sebastian. She didn't like the gulf that was widening between them, and she was eager to make amends. She found him in their father's office, going over a stack of correspondence. She eased over to the desk and sat down on the edge, scooting back on the polished surface. He glanced up, laying a letter aside. Sadness shone in his eyes, and it was nearly her undoing. "I'm so sorry," she choked out. He stood up and enfolded her in his arms. "Don't cry, Sprite." "I was horrid to you, but I didn't mean any of it." "I know you didn't," he soothed. He drew away and placed his hands on her shoulders. "Let's forget about it, shall we?"
She smiled and nodded. "I'd like that, and I promise to wear the locket from now on." Her heart lightened in relief. Things would be well between them again. She couldn't bear to drive a wedge any further between them.
"Now, suppose you tell me where you picked up such deplorable language," he said with a raised brow. Chapter 14. "Mr. Douglas would like you to have this," Masterson said as Jenna shed her cloak. She took the large box from the butler, glancing at it in puzzlement. "You ought to await him in his bedchamber."
"Where is he now?"
she asked. But the butler had disappeared, as was his habit whenever she was around. Tucking the box under her arm, she mounted the stairs. When she reached his room, she eased the door open and stuck her head in.
"Gray."
Silence loomed. She closed the door behind her and walked over to the bed, setting the box on it. Curiosity overcame her, and she removed the lid. A folded note lay on top of filmy white lace. She quickly scanned the contents. "All day I've looked forward to seeing you in this, Gray." She removed the negligee and held it up in front of her. It was a daring confection, sheer and offering little in the way of modesty, but the idea of wearing it for Gray sent shivers of delight down her spine. As quickly as she could, she divested herself of her clothing and laid it in a neat stack on the table beside the bed. Then she pulled on the negligee. Lace fell to her feet, moulding all her contours on the way down. She hurried to the mirror, but when she caught sight of her reflection, she gasped in surprise. Staring back at her was a beautiful, sensual woman. Reaching up, she unpinned her hair, letting it fall in a tumble down her back. Her hands fell to her chest, and she let them drift down over her breasts, her nipples puckered and strained against the silky material. "You look even more beautiful than I imagined." She whirled around, startled to see Gray standing inside the door. He started forward, coming to a stop just inches in front of her. The heat from his body wrapped itself around her, beckoning her closer to him. He smelled deliciously of leather and musk, and she drank deeply of his scent. "I am eager to unclothe you, yet the sight of you in the negligee is intoxicating. Quite a quandary this presents me." Goosebumps dotted her entire body, and she sucked in her breath. He had but to speak, and she was awash in need. "Yes, I think I'll leave you in it for now," he continued, as his eyes raked up and down her body. "Come here." He led her over to the bed, then lifted her up and laid her down, her gown spilling out around her. He stepped back, absorbing her with his eyes. "You said you wanted to experience passion. Tonight, Jenna, I plan to give you much more."
More? What more could there be? If the prior night wasn't passion, she wasn't sure she could withstand it. He began to pull his shirt from his trousers, tempting her with small glimpses of his flesh. When he'd removed his shirt, he leaned over her on the bed and ran his hand up her legs, knotting the lacy gown in his hands, and letting go once more as he progressed upward. He lowered his mouth to the taut skin of her belly and pressed his tongue against the material. She reacted as if she'd been burned, arching her back off the bed. Both his hands grasped the soft mounds of her breasts as he nipped the skin below them with his teeth. Caressing, rolling the tips of her nipples through the silk, the firm pressure of his hands was as constant as the slow, torturous roll of his tongue. Her hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer, holding her to him. As her passion mounted, she forced his head up and melded her lips to his. Not wanting to be a passive participant, she met his caresses with her own.
Do you trust me? He asked as he tore his lips from hers.
You know I do.
She gulped in air, trying to catch her breath. He pushed off her, rising from the bed. She stared up at him, searching his eyes for some sign of what he was thinking. He grasped her legs and pulled her to the edge of the bed. The friction of silk against her back heated her skin. Then she found herself face down on the bed as he gently turned her over. She blinked in surprise, then tried to turn herself back over, but his hand pressed against her back, preventing her movement. "Trust me," he murmured. She immediately stilled, though her senses were racing. Excitement, mixed with nervousness, curled in her stomach. But anticipation overcame all else as she heard him divest himself of his pants. His hands came around her waist and he hoisted her up to her knees. She braced her palms against the sheets to hold herself up. Cool air washed over her legs as she felt him push her gown up to her waist. Her cheeks warmed as she envisioned the sight she must present. "Beautiful," he murmured. "So beautiful, your hair streaming down your back, lace covering you." He walked around to the end of the bed so she was now sideways to him. She cocked her head so she could see him, and gulped as she saw he was naked. She moaned low in her throat, and threw back her head when he reached out to cup her breasts. He ran his hand up over her shoulder and over her back as he walked behind her, his hand smoothing over her silk-covered skin. His fingers trailed over her buttocks, then between her legs, dipping into the soft folds. She rocked forward as he pressed a finger against the sensitive nub at the very heart of her femininity. A damp sheen of perspiration dotted her forehead, and she bit her lip, closing her eyes in delicious agony. She began to thrust against his hand as his fingers dipped and swirled. Her eyes flew open and she gasped when his fingers plunged within her. "Please," she begged. "In due time," he said huskily. She moaned in protest when he stopped, but then his hands cupped her breasts from underneath, pinching her nipples between his thumb and forefinger. He stroked them until they were taut and stiff. The ache between her legs became unbearable as his manipulations increased. "Gray, please," she gasped out. "What do you want, Jenna? Tell me." I want you inside me. Please, I cannot bear it any longer." He chuckled. "Oh, but I've only just begun." His hands left her breasts, and suddenly she felt his hot breath against her thighs. She rocketed forward when his tongue pressed between her legs, but his hands gripped her thighs and held her firmly against him. "Gray," she cried, but he persisted, driving her mad with desire. Her knees were shaking against the mattress, her hands gripping the sheets as his tongue flitted around her sensitive bud. He suckled it gently, sending sharp bursts of pleasure straight to her innermost depths. Then he was gone, and suddenly she found herself propelled backwards as he dragged her to the very edge of the bed. Her knees dug into the edge of the mattress and her legs dangled off. He grasped her hips and with his thumbs parted her legs and positioned himself behind her. "Gray," she said in a trembling voice. The force of her own desire had robbed her of breath. "I'm going to ride you," he said, his sensual words sliding over her, nearly catapulting her to release. Every muscle in her body tightened in anticipation. Images of him mounting her like a mare rolled in her mind, causing her nipples to tighten and the ache between her legs to become a force too great for her to bear. He slid into her, hot and rigid. She cried out as he went deeper than she thought possible, as he elicited feelings in her she had never imagined in her wildest fantasies. When he finally came to a stop, she felt full, stretched and wild in her need. "More," she whispered. "I want more." He strained forward, pressing his hard thighs against her buttocks, and she pushed against him, determined to give him as much as he was giving her. He reached around and pulled at her nipples as he withdrew and pushed forward again. "Ride me," she pleaded. And he did. Foregoing the slow pace he'd initiated, he began rocking against her, pulling her back to meet his thrusts. He gripped her hips, holding her firm as he rode her, hot and hard. Her gown worked higher up her back until her breasts were nearly free of the material. She was delirious in her ecstasy. Her head thrown back, she closed her eyes and let out a keening wail. His hands left her hips entangled in her hair, holding her head back as he rode harder.
Faster and harder, the sound of his thighs slapping against her buttocks filled the room, mixing with her sighs and moans. "Harder," she urged. She was close to something extraordinary, yet she couldn't quite reach it, but she knew she needed more.
"Jenna, my God," he panted.
Spurred on by her directive, he renewed his efforts, thrusting into her until she knew he couldn't go any farther. Higher and higher she climbed, the intensity becoming unbearable. She couldn't take any more. And then her whole world shattered into a million pieces as Gray's hoarse cry reached her ears. Their movements were frantic, each trying to envelop the other. She bucked frantically against him as her release washed over her with such intensity she collapsed on the bed. He fell with her, still locked within her as they sprawled across the bed. He ripped himself from her, and she felt his warm seed spill onto her back as he held her close. She closed her eyes, fighting to regain her bearings. Never in her life had she felt anything to compare to what she'd just experienced. The wild beating of her heart began to slow, though she could still feel the thud of Gray's chest against her back.
"Did I hurt you?"
Gray's concerned voice entered her haze. She smiled and turned her head up to look at him. "No."
"Let's go take a bath together."
"That's an offer I can't refuse," she said, remembering the last bath they had taken together. Several minutes later they submerged in the huge tub. He picked up one of her feet, rested it on his chest, and began massaging the sole. She gazed at him for a long moment. "Why aren't you married?" He arched an eyebrow but didn't stop rubbing her foot.
"I suppose I haven't found the right woman yet."
A brief flash of pain sparked in his eye. Or had she imagined it? Her foot splashed back into the tub as he let it go. He picked up her other one and began massaging it. That feels so good." She sighed and closed her eyes for a moment, sinking deeper into the hot water. What she wouldn't give to spend every night of the rest of her life like this. Her eyes flew open. What kind of nonsense was she thinking? "Something wrong?" he asked, looking at her curiously. "No," she said hastily. She sat up, causing water to slosh over the sides. "It's my turn to wash you." He grinned at her.
"I certainly won't turn that down."
He presented his back to her and she took up the cloth beside her. Lathering soap onto his back, she began rubbing the cloth over his skin in slow, firm strokes. He groaned.
"That feels wonderful."
She reached around him, pressing her breasts to his back as she began kneading his chest. She flicked her tongue over his shoulder, then nipped it with her teeth. He jumped in reaction.
"Minx."
She grinned and lowered her hands in front, surprised to feel him hard and erect in her palm. "Oh, my." He turned and grabbed her, dragging her in front of him. He grinned down at her.
"Oh, my, indeed, you little tease. Now it's time to pay."
He stood up, holding her in his arms. Water ran off them in a rush, spilling over onto the floor. He stepped from the tub and carried her across the room. Setting her down in front of the fire, he got up and retrieved a towel. Seconds later, he bent back over her and began drying her off. When he stood up to dry himself, she snuggled into the pillows and gazed into the fire. She felt him settle down beside her, and he wrapped his arms around her, pulling her against his chest. "How long do we have?" she asked softly, afraid to find out it was almost time for her to go.
"Hours yet."
She relaxed in relief. She turned her head back to him and opened her mouth to ask him about the children's home, but he covered her mouth in a gentle kiss.
"Shh, for now. We can talk later."
He rolled her onto her back so that she was staring up at him.
"I have other things in mind for that mouth of yours."
She giggled, but his words set her blood racing. He lowered his head to the curve of her neck and lightly grazed her skin with his teeth.
"Do you have any idea how crazy you make me?" he murmured in her ear.
"Not any crazier than you make me," she whispered.
"Then I propose we do something about it."
She dragged his head down to hers. "I propose we dispense with the conversation."
"I like the way you think," he said between kisses.
She shoved him over and rolled on top of him. "I read an interesting book the other night. There was a rather detailed account of a woman and a man, and the woman was on top of the man."
"Do go on. I'm already liking this story.
Apparently the woman did something like this.
She lowered her hand and circled his shaft with her fingers. Moving her body down his so that her head was above his waist, she slowly took him in her mouth. He arched against her. Jenna! She raised her head to look at him.
Then she did something like this.
Throwing a leg over him, she held herself over his erection. Then, with agonizing deliberation, she lowered herself onto him. His eyes squinted shut, and he balled his hands into fists. She took him farther inside, enjoying each and every delicious inch. When she came to rest on his thighs, his hands came up to grasp her waist. Bracing herself on his chest, she began to move back and forth, side to side. Then she raised up and lowered herself back. Jenna, I can't hold out.
Tell me what to do,
she whispered. His hands pulled her down on him as his hips thrust upward to meet her. Ride me, Jenna. Her hair fell forward in a veil, brushing across his chest and obscuring her face. She found her rhythm and undulated her hips over him. The tension was building in her as well, and she sped up her movements. His face was a portrait of passion. Sweat beaded his forehead, and his eyes glowed. Moans of pleasure spilled from his lips as she increased her pace. She was in control. Her power over him, her ability to make him want her as much as she wanted him, filled her with intense satisfaction. Never had she imagined herself in the role of a seductress.
There's one other thing the woman in the book did,
she said, slowing her movements. Sliding from him, she moved down his body. Taking him in her mouth once more, she began suckling him, letting him slide in and out of her mouth. She curled her hand around the base of his shaft and moved her hand up and down in time with her lips. Jenna, stop. I'm about to... She ignored him and increased her ministrations. He gave a shout and arched into her. She continued her gentle exploration with her mouth until he relaxed beneath her. His hand stroked her hair, then slid down her shoulder. Come here. She curled into his arms, laying her head on his chest. He continued to stroke her hair, smoothing it away from her face. A deep breath escaped him, almost as if he had been about to speak. Silence descended on them for a few long moments. As he held her close to him, rubbing her gently, he took in another breath. What would you say if I told you that you were only the second woman I've ever been intimate with? Chapter 15.
What?
She drew away and looked at him in shock. Her mind fought to analyze what he'd said, but it made no sense. She couldn't count on two hands the number of women who'd bragged about his prowess in bed. After all, it was the reason she'd sought him out in the first place. I don't understand. He sat up, crossing his ankles. Smoothing his unruly hair from his face, he let out a sigh. It's quite simple, actually. I've only been with one other woman. She scooted to a sitting position, wishing she had something to cover herself with. She drew her knees up to her chest and hugged her arms around her legs.
But what of all the rumors? I've had women tell me.
She broke off, embarrassed to admit she'd participated in gossip about him. All untrue.
But why would they say such things if they weren't true? And why didn't you refute what they were saying?
Because I don't care what polite society thinks of me. I can't be responsible for the untruths they circulate. She shook her head, becoming more confused by the moment.
So, you were telling me that all these women arbitrarily made up false rumors about you?
While she didn't refute the tendency to gossip within the ton, she found it hard to believe that so many women would make up something so absurdly untrue. He blew out a long breath. I suppose it began with my association with Lady Lockhart. As I told you, she is a dear friend. But the rumours began in earnest when one of Lady Lockhart's acquaintances, Lady Wortham, propositioned me, and I politely refused her advances. If I had to guess, Lady Wortham, feeling snubbed, regaled her friends with the details of her affair with me, an affair that never happened, and in an effort not to be one-upped, because we all know how society hates to be one-upped, more women claimed to have had an affair with me, and it spiraled out of control.
Jenna looked at him, mouth open. But she could certainly envision it happening as he'd speculated. So she'd approached a man and asked him to become her lover, all on the basis of idle gossip. Mortification seized her, and she had the urge to flee the room. But another thought popped into her mind, and she whipped her head around to look at him. If none of the rumours were true, then why did you agree to become my lover? He looked away, his expression pained. When he looked back, she could see guilt reflected in his eyes. At first I was angry. Angry at your assumption, and angry because you were treating me no better than every other woman of society. Jenna had the grace to flush. She hadn't been any better than anyone else. Her pulse beat at her neck, though. Had he done all this out of some desire for revenge? She looked away, unable to meet his gaze any longer. "But you made me feel alive for the first time in many years," he said quietly. "I wanted to take you in my arms from the first moment you walked into the library." The silent pain in his voice caused her chest to tighten. She turned back to look at him. "Who is the other woman, Gray? Is she why I hear such sadness in your voice sometimes? See such pain in your eyes?" He gazed into the fire, and suddenly he looked vulnerable, sitting naked in front of her. He looked so open, as if all his defences had been breached. 5 years ago, I met a girl and fell in love with her. She was unattainable, but I loved her anyway, and she loved me. Her name was Roslyn, and all I could think about was making her mine. He turned back to her, and she saw the memories burning brightly in his eyes, almost mirroring the flames from the fireplace. Her father was livid that his daughter had condescended to my level, and swore that he'd never allow a man such as me to marry into his family. I begged Roslyn to elope with me, and she reluctantly agreed. You see, it wasn't that she didn't love me, or thought she was above me, but she knew that by marrying me she would be letting go of her family. It was a choice she should have never been forced to make. Jenna's heart ached for both Gray and Roslyn, for she knew well how familial duty went. "What happened?" she asked softly. Tears clouded his grey eyes. Her father followed us, and caught up to us before we could be married. In a rage, he confronted us and demanded Roslyn return with him. He told her that her mother had suffered a heart attack when she'd learned Roslyn had run away. Roslyn couldn't refuse to return with him. She promised me, as soon as she saw to her mother, she would marry me, no matter what her father said. On the way back, they had a carriage accident, and both were killed. "Oh, Gray, I'm so sorry." So you see, my love for Roslyn ruined an entire family. I went to see her mother, knowing I was at fault for her ill health, only to find her the pink of perfection. Roslyn's father had lied in order to get her to return with him. Only now they were both gone, and Roslyn's mother had no one. "Surely you don't blame yourself," Jenna said in disbelief. Who else would I blame? I should have never asked her to choose me over her family. If I hadn't, she'd still be alive. "Maybe her family shouldn't have made it a choice," she mused. "She could have had both if they had accepted her choice in you." But even as she said the words, she knew how ridiculous they sounded. Women weren't offered a choice. Wasn't that precisely why she was sitting here in front of her lover? Because she hadn't been offered a choice in whom she married or been given any say-so in her future? Resentment swelled her chest, and for the first time she felt truly angry at her parents, her father. How could they have saddled her with Stuart? Didn't they care anything for her happiness? If only she hadn't been born an earl's daughter, then perhaps she wouldn't be used as a pawn, wouldn't be offered up like a sacrificial lamb for the family honour. They didn't accept her choice because I was born on the docks and actually work for my living. The bitterness in his voice echoed through the room. "You must have loved her a great deal." He nodded, seemingly lost in the pain of his memories. Feeling awkward, she got up and went to put on her clothing. Gray followed her and buttoned the back of her dress. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel badly." She turned around in his arms. "I'm the one who is sorry.
I made such assumptions about you, treated you like every other person in society has. For that I am ashamed."
"No," he said fiercely. "You aren't like the others. You actually talk to me, not down at me. I have not regretted our affair for a moment. I hope you haven't either."
"No, but I am more ashamed that I haven't been able to conjure regret for acting in complete opposition to everything I've been brought up to believe."
"You're an incredible woman, Jenna. I don't think I've ever met a woman equal to you."
She smiled at him. "And I don't think there is another man like you in the world. Roslyn was lucky to have your love."
"Thank you for saying that," he said quietly. Regret filled his face as he consulted the time. "We've but a few minutes before you must go." He drew her tightly into his arms just as a knock sounded at the door. They pulled away and Jenna gave him a rueful smile.
"That will be Masterson telling me the carriage is here." She paused at the door and turned back to look at him. "You've said why you agreed to the affair, but is it also the only reason you have continued seeing me?"
His face hardened and his eyes flashed. "If you have to ask that, then you've learned nothing about me."
She stared at him for a long moment. "Goodbye, Gray. Until tomorrow."
"Goodbye, Jenna. I'm counting the hours until midnight."
Jenna fidgeted in the carriage seat beside Stuart as they rolled toward Lady Lockhart's residence. She was paying the price for her extended toilette, as she tried to remain still so her appearance wouldn't be mussed. She'd spent hours making sure every hair was in place, that she had chosen the perfect dress. The result, she had to admit, was rather satisfying. Even Stuart seemed stunned into silence. She decided on a green silk gown with a pearl-beaded bodice. The square neckline accentuated the swells of her breasts, and the light green sash that was secured just below the bust line marked the contrast between the lighter green skirts and the emerald bodies. She wore the locket, though she would have preferred to wear her emerald necklace Mamma had gifted her with on her last birthday. She settled for wearing the matching emerald drop earrings instead. Tonight she felt beautiful. She only wished Gray could see her. She'd sent him a message saying she couldn't meet with him tonight, since she didn't imagine Stuart leaving the ball before well into the morning. Without their rendezvous to look forward to, the night seemed interminable. But then Gray was a close acquaintance of Lady Lockhart, so maybe he would be present. It was the only ray of hope for the entire evening. Stuart leaned forward in excitement as they pulled into the line of carriages outside Lady Lockhart's home. To her chagrin, he still appeared to be infatuated with Henry VIII period clothing. The only change from the last time she'd seen him was the colour of his costume. Instead of red, he wore royal blue, which she did have to admit matched emerald better than red. She chanced to glance at his hose-covered legs, surprised to note the muscles that were barely disguised by the stockings. Shaking her head, she turned her attention back to the moving carriage line. Stuart could be quite handsome if he weren't so devoted to looking like an idiot. When the door opened, she and Stuart descended and entered Lady Lockhart's home. They waited to greet their hostess in the receiving line, and Jenna scanned the crowd looking for Gray. Disappointment settled over her when she saw no sign of him. "Jenna," Stuart hissed beside her. He nudged her forward, and she offered Lady Lockhart a curtsy. "I'm so glad you came, Lady Jenna," Lady Lockhart said with a smile. "And of course you too, Mr. Eglin." "We're so honoured to be invited," Stuart gushed. They continued past Lady Lockhart as she greeted the person behind them. Beyond, the ballroom was ablaze with light and packed tight with people. Couples whirled by in flashes of colour and smiles. The atmosphere was festive, yet her mood was subdued. She stood with Stuart and smiled as they conversed with some of his acquaintances. She had a steady stream of dance partners, and she performed just as an earl's daughter was expected. But underneath the polished, practised exterior, she was picturing entwined, undulating bodies, hers and Gray's. After she was escorted back to Stuart by her dance partner, she excused herself to the ladies' retiring room. To her surprise, Lady Lockhart entered behind her. "My lady, the ball is lovely," Jenna said, feeling compelled to say something. "Thank you, my dear. It was good of you to come, and quite frankly, I looked forward to speaking with you." Jenna looked inquisitively at the older woman. Though not on the fringes of youth, she was still exceptionally lovely. Jenna was willing to wager she had been a diamond of the first water in her day. Not a single trace of silver dotted her blonde hair, and her face was smooth and unmarred by wrinkles. She led Jenna over to a rose-coloured settee and gestured for her to sit. "I won't keep you long, but I just wanted to tell you how grateful I am to you." "I don't understand," Jenna said, her confusion growing by the second. "I'm referring to Grayson, my dear. You've made him smile again." All the blood drained from Jenna's cheeks. Her face froze in a mask of horror. "What are you talking about?" "I've shocked you." Her voice was filled with regret, but did she honestly think Jenna wouldn't be shocked? Anger and humiliation tightened her stomach as she regarded Lady Lockhart. "Yes, I'd say you have." "Please accept my apologies," she said in earnest. "I only wanted to tell you what a wonderful influence you've been on Grayson. He's been so unhappy for so long. Rosalind's death hit him hard. Hit us all hard." She dabbed at her eyes with a kerchief and looked back up at Jenna, tears bright in her eyes. The truth hit Jenna like a ton of bricks. "Rosalind was your daughter." It all made sense now. Papa had attended the funeral of Viscount Lockhart and his daughter 5 years earlier, though Jenna had never known her name. "Yes," Lady Lockhart said in a shaky voice. "After she died, Grayson and I remained in contact. We were the only two left who loved her, so it made sense. I'm sorry for your loss, my lady." "Thank you, my dear." She patted Jenna on the hand. "I am truly sorry to have shocked you. I guess I just wanted to lend you support. Grayson is a wonderful man, and no matter what happens, I will be eternally grateful to you for putting a smile back on his face." Jenna offered a tight smile and nodded. Her back was rigid as she rose stiffly. "I best return to the ballroom before Stuart worries." "Yes, of course." Lady Lockhart rose and Jenna walked hurriedly out of the room. A headache formed at the base of her neck as Jenna threaded her way through the throng of people. Everything passed in a blur. She gulped back the knot in her throat as she neared Stuart. "Stuart, would you mind taking me home?" "But Jenna, we've only just arrived." "We've been here 4 hours already," she said behind clenched teeth. "If you've no wish to leave, I can hire a hack." "Indeed not," he gasped. "I'd be glad to convey you home. Have you taken ill?" She ignored the question, anxious to flee the ballroom and the cloud of anxiety that threatened to smother her. When she finally climbed into the carriage, she leaned back, closing her eyes in relief. "Jenna, I say, you look quite pale." She opened one eye and looked balefully at him. "And how did you ascertain my colour in the dark?" "Well, you must be pale," he huffed. "You were pale when we left." "You are quite welcome to return to the ball, Stuart. Just do so without me. I think I must have eaten something that disagreed with me." "Poor dear," he said with exaggerated sympathy. "You must go straight to bed." When the carriage pulled to a stop in front of Jenna's home, she was out before the footman could open the door for her. She nearly ran up the stone path in her haste to be inside. She burst into the foyer, pulling her gloves and tossing them aside. Thomas greeted her with surprise. "My lady, is something amiss?" "My brothers, Thomas. Have they returned home yet?" "No, my lady. I don't expect them until much later." "Good. If they should ask after me when they do return, tell them I am not to be disturbed." She paused at the foot of the stairs. "Can you summon a hack for me? I need it in 15 minutes.
Chapter 16. Gray sat in the darkness of the library, staring into the dying embers of the fire. He felt alone. He looked down at the crumpled note in his hand, the one that Jenna had sent informing him she couldn't come that evening. He'd been tempted to attend Lady Lockhart's ball just so he could drink in the sight of her, but seeing her with her fiancé would have soured the experience. He formed a triangle with his fingers and pressed his thumbs to his chin. They couldn't continue as before. Though several days remained until Jenna's parents' return, he could ill afford to get more emotionally involved with her than he already had. With each night she spent in his arms, the more he wanted her there on a permanent basis. But even as he was preparing himself for the inevitable loss, he couldn't bring himself to regret the nights they'd spent together.
Closing his eyes, he remembered with great detail every inch of her body, how her warm cinnamon eyes sparked when she smiled, how she ran her tongue over her upper lip when she was nervous, the glorious mane of chestnut hair that tumbled down her back when she unpinned it, how she spoke to him like he was the only person in the world. His body quickened in response, and he cursed his overactive imagination. Rising from his chair in order to ease the growing discomfort in his breeches, he went over to the fireplace and threw in the note from Jenna. He watched as it flared up, then shriveled to ashes, just like the hope of ever having her. The library door burst open, and he turned in surprise. Jenna stood in the doorway, her eyes blazing. "Jenna, I hadn't expected you. That is, I received your note saying you weren't coming." "How could you?" she raged as she stomped over to him. She presented a truly glorious sight, her face flushed in anger, her eyes shooting flames at him. "Whatever are you talking about?" he asked mildly. He worked to keep a smile from his lips, thinking it would only enrage her further. The anger in her eyes turned to hurt, and his chest lurched. "How could you tell Lady Lockhart about us? She pulled me aside at her ball to thank me for making you smile again." He groaned. She didn't. "Oh, yes, she did." She drew abreast of him and pounded her fist on his chest. "You know how important it is that we practiced extreme discretion. If this became common knowledge, I would be ruined." She cut him off. "No matter that she is a close acquaintance of yours. You of all people know how gossip circulates. She makes an innocent comment to a friend, who then makes another comment to her friend. Before you know it, our exploits are plastered all over the gossip rags, and it is over." Her bosom heaved from exertion. Her face was mottled and flushed. Her finger dug into his chest, punctuating each word she yelled out at him. She was glorious, absolutely magnificent, and she clearly planned to do him harm. "I didn't tell her," he said calmly. "And that's not all. What of Stuart? Granted, he is a complete nincompoop, but— What did you say?" She stopped and let her finger fall from his chest. "What do you mean you didn't tell her? That's worse. That means that someone else told her, which means that everyone will know." Unable to control his laughter any longer, he chuckled. He was immediately rewarded with another thump to his chest. "You were angry that I told her, and now you're angry because I wasn't the one who told her?" "Gray, this is no laughing matter." He took her hands in his before she did more damage to his entrails. "Jenna, she doesn't know." "But—" He laid a finger over her lips. "You've said enough. It's my turn to speak." He guided her over to an armchair and firmly pushed her down into it. She glared up at him, and he suppressed the urge to chuckle again. "Lady Lockhart wasn't referring to our affair, Jenna." "But—" He stopped her with a pointed stare. "Let me finish." To his satisfaction, she pinched her lips shut and waited expectantly. "I spoke to Lady Lockhart this morning about the children's home. She's a frequent contributor, and I mentioned that you had visited and that you planned to volunteer some time as well. She knows how important the home is to me, and I confess I smiled quite a bit while talking about you." He watched the slow realization creep into her eyes. "Oh," she said. A flush crawled close behind. "Oh, how silly of me." She rose in consternation, refusing to meet his eyes. "I'm sorry." She twisted her hands in front of her discomfort more evident with each passing second. Clearing her throat, she said in a low voice, "Pardon my intrusion. I must be getting back. I hadn't planned to come after all." "Jenna, don't," he began, but she ran out the door. Pausing only to pull on an overcoat, he strode after her. He took the stairs 2 at a time on his way down, and met Masterson in the foyer. "Where did she go?" he demanded. "I tried to stop her, sir, but she was most insistent. I offered to have your carriage take her home, but she said she hadn't time." "How did she get here?" "A hack, sir, but it left shortly after she arrived." "You mean she's walking home? Stubborn woman." Their agreement was that she was never to walk home. Even in Mayfair, the streets weren't safe after dark. Throwing open the door, he hurried out to the street and walked in the direction of Jenna's home. He rounded the block when a scream turned his blood cold. It was Jenna. Fear swept over him even as rage fueled his steps. He broke into a run, pounding the cobblestone street with his boots. Ahead, the shadows of 2 men came into view. One held Jenna's arm, the other gripped Jenna's neck in his beefy hand. With a roar, he lunged for the men. Taken by surprise, the man holding Jenna's arm dropped it and stumbled back. Gray connected with the man at her throat, and the two rolled onto the street. The attacker reeled from the punch Gray threw at his jaw and made no effort to retaliate. He barked an order to the other man, and they scrambled away into the night. Gray picked himself up and rushed over to Jenna. He gently assisted her up from where she sat slumped on the ground. "Are you all right?" he asked urgently. His heart hammered in his chest, and he fought the urge to crush her to him. "Yes," she stammered. Her voice shook with fright. He pulled her closer to the street lamp so he could see for himself that she was unharmed. Anger tore through his gut when he saw her torn bodice. Her shaking hand dropped to the panel of material that drooped over her breasts. "They wanted my locket," she whispered. "What locket?" "The locket I was wearing. They tore it from my neck, but it fell when you surprised them." Her voice shook more with each word she spoke. "There, on the street." She pointed to an object almost hidden in the shadows. He went over and bent to retrieve it. "I'm afraid it's broken." He walked back over and handed it to her. "Come, I need to get you home." "But you can't," she protested. "I mean, you can't be seen taking me home." "I'll be damned if I allow you to return home alone." He didn't care if the whole of bloody Mayfair assembled on the street corner to watch them. He wasn't allowing her out of his sight until he knew she was safe. "Who is likely to be home now?" he asked, taking her elbow and helping her down the street. "No one. Well, my brothers are out. My servants are all there." "Do you trust them?" "If you're asking if they will say anything to my brothers, the answer is no." "Then come on. I'm walking you home. We can take the servants' entrance so no one passing out front will see us." They walked in silence, Gray all but carrying her against him. Jenna began to shake beside him, and the rage built inside him again. Filthy bastards! How dare they touch her, hurt her? He should have killed them. They deserved no less. Making a sudden decision, he turned them around and started back in the opposite direction. "Where are you going?" she asked. "Taking you home with me. We're closer to my house anyway." She didn't protest, just settled against him, but he could still feel her slight tremble at his side. He stopped once more and swept her up in his arms, holding her tightly against him. He resumed his progress, rounding the corner to his house. Once inside, he issued orders for a pot of tea, then carried Jenna up the stairs to his bedchamber. Kicking the door open, he shouldered his way into the room and deposited her onto the bed. "I'm fine, really," she said, sitting up. "He wouldn't be if I hadn't come along," he growled. Now that the initial fear had worn off, he was more than a little annoyed at her for going off on her own. "I'm sorry," she murmured. "You could have been injured." He swore, and she looked at him in surprise. Trust her not to have considered what could have happened to her. "I was not concerned about me. You could have been killed, Jenna, or raped." She paled, and he kicked himself for frightening her further, but he had to make her understand just how dire her situation had been. He sat down beside her, taking in her tattered dress and fear-stricken eyes. Cupping her cheek with a gentle hand, he looked deeply into her brown eyes. "I don't know what I would have done if something had happened to you." "But nothing did." Her tongue flitted nervously over her top lip. He followed the damp trail with his eyes, tempted to suck her top lip between his. "Thanks to you." "Promise me you'll never do something so foolish again." "I promise." He kissed her softly, forgetting his earlier resolve to distance himself from her. He kissed her lips, her nose, her eyes, and her cheeks. "I should go," she murmured. "I'll summon my carriage." "Can you hire a hack? It's too early, and I would surely be seen in your carriage." "Yes, of course. I hadn't thought of the hour." With regret, he got up and called for Masterson. It would take a half-hour for the hack to be summoned and arrive. Plenty of time to make sure Jenna had recovered from her fright. Masterson arrived with the tea and promptly left to summon the carriage. Gray returned to where she still sat on the bed and offered her a cup of the steaming brew. She shook her head and he set it aside. Then he bent to pick her up. "Gray, I'm fine," she protested. "Yes, I know." But he didn't relinquish her. Instead, he carried her to the large armchair in front of the fire. He settled down into the seat, holding her securely in his arms. He stroked her hair and ran a hand over her cheek. "Gray?" "Yes, Jenna?" "We need to talk," she said in a small voice. "Yes, I know. But not tonight. We'll talk later." Emotion knotted his chest, but he refused to give way to the heaviness in his heart. They sat in silence, Gray holding her closely to him. He stroked her hair and kissed the top of her head, wishing he could suspend time and remain in this moment forever. Several minutes later, Masterson knocked at the door and informed them the hack had arrived. Gray kissed the top of her head and helped her from his lap. "Come on, I'll walk you down." Before they left the room, he reached into his wardrobe for one of his dressing shirts. Carefully, he draped it around her, covering the torn bodice of her dress. She smiled up at him as he finished. Once outside, he helped her into the carriage. "Are you sure you're all right?"
"I'm fine, Gray. Don't worry over me."
"Good night, then, my lady." He kissed her lingeringly, wishing he could take her back to his bed and keep her there long after the sun came up. Drawing back, he closed the door and gestured the driver away. He watched as the carriage disappeared into the night, a hollow ache plaguing him. Jenna sat back in the seat after he closed the door. Only as she rolled away did she realize that he hadn't said until midnight. An odd squeezing constricted her throat, and a dull ache began in her head. She closed her eyes tiredly. The events of the night, as well as nearly a week without sleep, were catching up to her. She trudged into her house and up to her room. She waved Margaret away, not wanting any intrusion. As she sat down at her dressing table, tired eyes looked back at her in the mirror. Faint smudges marred the smooth skin underneath her eyes, and her cheeks were pale. She looked bloody awful. With a sigh, she dropped the locket onto the table. She'd be damned if she wore the thing again. Stuart and his father could go to the devil. As she rose to undress, something caught her eye. The locket was broken. Upon further examination, the back appeared to be cracked. Funny, she hadn't noticed the front and back were two separate pieces. She picked it up, and to her amazement, a tiny folded piece of paper slipped out and fell to the floor. She bent to pick it up and padded over to the bed. Kicking off her shoe, she sat down on the covers, pulling her feet up underneath her. She unfolded the paper and saw neat handwriting. It was signed by the Viscountess.
"Such sadness I cannot bear, to know someone I loved beyond measure could betray me. What loyalty can exist if there is none between family members? Ah, Jenna, it is with heavy heart I burden you with my request. But you must make it right, my dear. For only you know of my pain. You are my only hope. I can trust no one. Go to my sister's home in London. She lives at number 12 Stanhope Street. Tell her I sent you. She will have a box for you. Tell no one, trust no one. I'm counting on you. Sophia Dudley."
Jenna sat in stunned silence. Whatever could the Viscountess be talking about? The entire letter was puzzling. The aching in her head increased. She was too tired to decipher the cryptic note. Perhaps it would make more sense in the morning. But sleep eluded her. What could the Viscountess mean, no loyalty among family members? And why had the Viscount been so adamant about her wearing the locket? Was it a coincidence that someone had tried to steal it? Could they have known what was hidden in the locket? But who would know, and what did the letter mean? She tossed restlessly, staring at the ceiling. She could ask the Viscount, but she had never liked the man. He would likely think her forward for asking impertinent questions at any rate. Suddenly she sat straight up. The opera. She'd nearly been robbed at the opera. Could there be a connection between the two events? Surely no one else had such miserable luck. Her hand went to her throat, rubbing absently at the spot where the necklace had lain. Who could she trust? More than that, who could she confide in who wouldn't think she was a hysterical ninny? She was going to ignore it. Yes, that was it. She'd put it out of her mind. Her life was complicated enough without worrying over some box the Viscountess left for her. The last thing she needed was something else for a desperate attacker to try and wrest from her. Stuart was proof enough the entire family wasn't exactly normal. Maybe Lady Dudley wasn't in her right mind in the years leading up to her death. Either way, she'd be advised to put the entire matter out of her mind. No, she wasn't going anywhere near Stanhope Street. Chapter 17. Jenna paused outside the gate of number 12 Stanhope Street, debating whether or not to go in. Despite her determination not to go to Lady Dudley's sister's house, there she stood. It wouldn't hurt to see if there really was a box. Then she could satisfy her curiosity and forget about it. She glanced worriedly over her shoulder, fearful that someone was lurking, just waiting to apprehend her. Her anxiety was making her nauseous, but after last night's attack she could ill afford to be lax in her attention. Finally, convinced that no one was going to pounce, she opened the rusty gate, wincing when it protested with a loud creak. The overgrown walkway to the front door needed attention badly, and cracks dotted the faded stones. When she reached for the knocker, it nearly fell off in her hand. Easing it back into place, she opted to rap on the door with her hand. An aging butler opened the door and smiled at her. Jenna presented her calling card and said, "I'm here to see—" Oh dear, what was Lady Dudley's sister's name? But the butler stepped aside and gestured her in before she could decide upon the best way to explain her presence. "Come in, my lady. I'll summon Miss Somerset at once." Jenna tucked away the name for future reference and followed the butler in. He ushered her into a sitting room that sported faded threadbare furniture in dim light. The furnishings were outdated, all reminiscent of the last century. Few paintings adorned the walls and were covered in a light sheen of dust and cobwebs. As she sat and waited, Jenna looked curiously around. Miss Somerset appeared to have fallen on hard times. Surely the Viscount would have provided for her, wouldn't he? She glanced up at the sagging chandelier that was liberally covered with spider webs. An assortment of flies hung suspended in the thick silk, and she wondered if there was no maid to clean them. Her attention was drawn to the doorway, where an elderly lady entered the room. She was petite, with silver hair and warm, gentle eyes, and she looked delighted to have a caller.
"Lady Jenna, is it?" She crossed the room, a welcoming smile on her face. "I'm Evelyn Somerset. I'm so pleased to make your acquaintance."
Jenna returned her smile.
"I'm pleased to make yours as well. Would you care for some tea, dear?"
Not wanting to refuse, she nodded. Miss Somerset rang for a tray.
"I realise my arrival is unexpected, but I was hoping you could help me with something." "Yes, of course, dear. What is it you need?" "I understand that your sister was the late Viscountess Dudley."
Sadness shone in the older woman's eyes.
"Yes, she was my sister. Did you know her?"
Jenna cleared her throat. "I am engaged to her son, Stuart."
"How delightful!" she exclaimed. "So you will be a new family member. Congratulations."
The butler returned with a tray of tea and began pouring for the two ladies. Miss Somerset took her cup and looked at Jenna over the rim.
"I hope your marriage will be a happy one."
Jenna smiled politely and accepted the cup of tea the butler handed her.
"Thank you, ma'am. Now, as to the reason behind my visit, I don't know how to say this, but I found a letter from the Viscountess last night. She asked me to retrieve a box from you. Would you know anything about it?"
An immediate change fell over Miss Somerset. She set aside her teacup. Gone was the warmth from her eyes. She looked sharply at Jenna.
"A letter, you say? Where did you happen upon this letter?" "Tell no one. Trust no one."
The words filtered back to Jenna in a moment of alarm, but surely she could trust this woman. After all, the Viscountess had entrusted the box to her. Deciding to take a chance, she took a deep breath and said, "In a locket she gave me on my 16th birthday. I only discovered it because the locket broke and the note fell out." The woman seemed content with Jenna's explanation, but then a frown crossed her lips and she asked,
"How did it break?"
Something told Jenna she could trust this woman. She hoped she wasn't wrong.
"I was set upon by 2 men last night. Their intention was to steal the necklace. It fell and broke." "Good heavens! Are you all right?"
Jenna nodded.
"Do you have the box?"
she asked, bringing the focus back to the matter at hand. Miss Somerset studied her for a long moment, as if trying to decide if she could be trusted. Finally she rose from her seat.
"Yes, I have a box for you. I'll be back in a moment."
Tension settled into her stomach as she watched the woman glide from the room. What could be so important about this box that the Viscountess had gone to such lengths to hide it? A prickle of apprehension trickled down her spine. More importantly, someone was going to great lengths to find it, if, as she suspected, the 2 attacks on her were related to the locket. Miss Somerset returned a moment later carrying a small wooden box. It looked large enough to house a few jewels or letters, but was otherwise unremarkable. She pressed the box into Jenna's hands.
"Guard this with your life. There are those who would go to great lengths to get their hands on it."
Jenna stared at her questioningly, but the woman's lips were drawn tight. She wasn't going to offer any further information.
"Thank you," she said. "I must be going now."
She rose and smiled at the elderly woman.
"I do hope you will call on me again sometime,"
Miss Somerset said, as Jenna made for the door. Jenna climbed into the carriage and placed the box on her lap. She fidgeted with the clasp, tempted to open it, but Miss Somerset's words came floating back to her. Maybe she would be better served to wait until she got home and could open it behind the locked door of her bedroom. But a quick peek couldn't hurt, could it? She held her breath and slipped a fingernail under the small latch. The carriage ground to a halt, and she looked out to see they had arrived at the orphanage. What rotten timing. The box would have to wait for later. Thinking quickly, she fumbled under the seat for the latch to the secret compartment her father often used to hide valuables when they travelled. She shoved the box in and slammed the small door shut, just as the footman opened the carriage door and let down the step. She descended the carriage and directed the driver to carry in a bundle of packages. Gathering the remaining parcels, she followed him up the walk to the front door. Mrs. Drennan opened the door for them and ushered them inside. "The children are in the sunroom," she told Jenna. "They'll be happy to see you." "How is Meg faring?" "She's a dear little thing," Mrs. Drennan clicked. "So happy to be here. The other children love her already, and she loves them." Jenna smiled. She couldn't wait to present the children with the gifts she'd brought for them, and she'd made a special point of picking out a doll for Meg. "Lady Jenna!" the children chorused as she entered the room. They ran to her, swarming over her. She laughed as they pulled at her skirts, their faces shining up at her. "I've brought you presents. What do you think of that?" Squeals of delight resonated throughout the room. She began passing out the brightly wrapped packages, and they wasted no time tearing into them. She paid special attention as Meg began delicately unfolding her present. The child's face lit up when she uncovered the doll, and she reverently lifted it up and hugged it against her. She turned tear-filled eyes in Jenna's direction, and Jenna's heart constricted with emotion. "It's just what I wanted." She threw herself into Jenna's arms. Hugging her close, Jenna smiled and stroked her hair. "I'm glad you like it, dearling." "What's going on here?" a voice boomed out from the door. "Mr. Douglas!" they shrieked and ran over to him. He hugged them to his legs and greeted each child by name. Jenna watched the delight in their face as he spoke to each one. She couldn't help the wide smile that spread to her lips. "Lady Jenna," he said, nodding his head, "I hear you're spoiling the children. I must put a stop to this dastardly behaviour at once." "No!" the children erupted. He chuckled and moved forward. He sobered as he drew nearer, and his eyes raked over her, leaving a heated trail down her body. "How are you today?" "Fine," she murmured. "You are suffering no ill effects?" "Truly I'm all right." She smiled to reassure him. The children all clamoured out when Mrs. Drennan called them to luncheon, leaving Gray and Jenna alone. He cupped her chin and turned her face up, looking assessingly over her. "You look tired," he said softly. "I didn't sleep well," she admitted, though she didn't tell him the attack had little to do with her sleeplessness. He brushed his lips over hers, achingly gentle in his advances. "I missed you last night." "I missed you as well." And she had. She had grown used to his company each night, his comforting presence. She missed their talks and his caresses. "I've something special planned for tonight," he whispered against her ear. She cocked an inquisitive brow. "Going to tell me what it is?" "No, only that it will get your mind off more unpleasant matters." "You're a dreadful tease," she grumbled. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "Coming to see the children." "Oh, well, I wanted to see how Meg was getting along." "After they eat, it's story time. Perhaps you'd like to read to them today?" "I'd like that. Where shall I do it?" He led her over to a rocking chair in one corner of the room. "They'll be in shortly." On cue, the sounds of laughter and chatter reached her ears, growing louder until the children burst into the sunroom and ran madcap over to the rocking chair. "Is Lady Jenna reading to us today?" She smiled at them. "Indeed I am, and I have a special story to tell you today. It's about knights, dragons, and fair ladies." Gray watched as the children hung on every word, completely captivated by Jenna. She was a natural with children. No doubt she'd have a nursery full of someone else's children. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Did he never learn anything? What was he thinking to get so involved with yet another unattainable woman? And why wasn't this just an affair as he'd planned it to be? She was just a woman, someone to share physical pleasure with, nothing more than a mistress, something he should have taken on years ago. He'd entered this arrangement with the purpose of expunging Rosalind's memory from the bowels of his soul. It had worked too well. Instead of being haunted by the memory of golden hair and sparkling blue eyes, he was plagued by a brown-eyed minx who'd infiltrated his every conscious thought. Apparently he'd learned nothing from Roslyn. He was headed down the same path with yet another aristocrat's daughter. A woman he could never have but wanted all the same, only this time things wouldn't go as far. He'd make certain of that. Their time together was drawing to a close. He would forget her in time, just as she would forget him. She'd marry the Viscount's son and produce the necessary heir, retire to the country with occasional trips to town for the season. No reason to lament. Their affair would always hold a special memory for him. So, why did his heart contract when he imagined their last night together? Why did jealousy seize him at the thought of another man ever touching her, his Jenna? His jaw clenched. No, she wasn't his anything. Never had been. He was a passing fancy for her, an amusement, something to occupy her time before she married. His mood now sour, he turned and abruptly left the room. The children were ensconced in Jenna's tale, and Mrs. Drennan would be in shortly to announce nap time. He had other things to attend to. Jenna watched as Gray's face hardened and he strode from the room. She frowned slightly. What had come over him? It wasn't like him to be anything but solicitous. She smiled back down at the children, careful to conceal her agitation. Mrs. Drennan popped her head in the door and called them to bed. They clambered around her, hugging her and thanking her for the presents. She kissed each one on the cheek and shooed them toward the waiting house-mum. When they'd gone, she put away the book and walked out to her carriage. Her earlier excitement of the surprise Gray planned had diminished in the face of his peculiar behavior. Perhaps it was nothing more than a pressing engagement. He was a businessman, after all. Perhaps he had forgotten an important appointment. But still, could he not at least have said goodbye? Until midnight. The words curled around her like a warm cup of chocolate, but he hadn't said it. As the carriage pulled to a stop, she reached under the seat for the wooden box and carried it with her. She walked into the house to find her brothers in the drawing-room. "Hello, Jenna," Quinn called out. "Come sit a while." She handed the box to Thomas, who was standing by the door. "Have Margaret take this up to my room," she whispered, chagrined that she wouldn't get the chance to go over the contents immediately. He nodded and backed away. She entered the drawing-room, a bright smile on her face. "Good morning." "It's afternoon," Sebastian said after a quick check of his fob. "So it is," she said, plopping down beside Quinn. "So where have you been all morning? It's not like you to be up so early," Quinn remarked with a grin. She elbowed him in the ribs. "I paid a call to Stuart's aunt, then I went to the children's home in Oxford." Sebastian's eyebrow came up. "Children's home? Why did you go there?" "Shopping, of course," she said dryly. "Sarcastic this morning, are we?" "Well, why do you think I went to a children's home? To see the children." "Of course." "What?" she asked, looking over at him. "What's so strange about that?" "I didn't say it was strange." She narrowed her eyes at him, shooting daggers. Quinn chuckled beside her. "Will you two stop? Sebastian, as soon as I discover what happened to our real sister, I'll let you know. In the meantime, we best humour her replacement." She rounded on Quinn. "What is that supposed to mean? Do you really think me so self-absorbed? I can't pay a charitable call without you two making snide remarks. I'll have you know, while you two are off gambling, wenching, and swilling ale, Mamma and I do quite a bit of charity work." "Uh-huh," Sebastian said, returning to his paper. "What was it Mamma had to threaten you with the last time you refused to go?" "People can change," she said quietly. Yes, they can, Jenna. But in a week, something is going on with you. I don't know what, but something is decidedly different." Guilt infused a rush of heat to her cheeks. "I have no idea what you mean," she sniffed. "As a future Viscountess, it is important that I do a certain amount of charity work, and I happen to love children. You both know that." "So, you've accepted the fact that you are marrying Stuart?" "Like I ever had a bloody choice." "I'll take that as a no." He laid aside his paper and fixed his eyes on her. "I think Papa and Mamma made a mistake letting you come to London before you married. I don't know what's come over you, but they wouldn't like it, and neither do I." "Lucky for me it wasn't up to you," she said through gritted teeth. She felt Quinn's hand on her arm, a warning not to go too far. Good advice. She was on the verge of losing her temper completely, and the last thing she wanted was another fight with Sebastian. She took a deep breath and smiled at Quinn. He removed his hand.
You're not wearing your locket, Sebastian noted. The bloody locket again. If he said another thing about it, she would scream. It broke. Broke? How?
Does it matter how? She demanded. It fell off my neck and broke.
Leave it with me and I'll have it repaired.
Very well. She scooted to the edge of the settee and stood up. I'm going to my room now.
She stalked from the room and up the stairs. She entered her room and shut the door firmly behind her. She was miserable. No, miserable didn't quite describe the degree of her unhappiness. She had less than a week left with Gray. Sebastian was being overbearing. She wanted to marry Stuart about as much as she wanted to have a tooth removed. And damn it, she just wanted to be left alone. Wanted to make her own decisions for once. In a perfect world, she'd have as much leave as her brothers. Maybe she ought to give thought to joining one of those blue-stocking groups devoted to women's causes. She should have been given a London season, made her come out, attended balls, been lavished with attention from 12 suitors, plied with marriage proposals, and considered who the best husband for her would be. But no, she had been told whom she was to marry, and there would be no marriage market season for her. The wooden box beckoned her from her dressing table, and she turned away in irritation. Stuart's family was driving her mad, even from the grave. How could she leave her own family to live with Stuart? Even as upset as they made her, she couldn't bear the thought of being away from them. A tear made its way down her cheek, almost before she realized she was crying. She loved her family, even overbearing Sebastian and Quinn. They'd been inseparable since they were children. She had no wish to leave them under the happiest of circumstances, much less the miserable occasion of her marriage to Stuart. Gentle hands turned her around and pulled her to a firm chest. How had Quinn come in without her hearing him? Oh, Quinn, what am I to do? Her voice was muffled by his chest, and more tears seeped out the corners of her eyes. I hate to see you so unhappy, he said quietly. I don't want to leave you and Mamma and Papa and Sebastian, and I don't want to marry Stuart. I know. She pulled slightly away from him, placing her hands on his forearms. Why is Sebastian being such a bore? I've never seen him act this way toward me. He's just doing what he thinks Papa would want. He loves you, Jenna. I know he's taking a hard line about Stuart, but he's having to take the brunt of Viscount Dudley's displeasure in Papa's absence. Displeasure? Ha! What does he have to be displeased over? It is I who should be displeased. Why did he and Stuart even come to London? They never travel out of Westerly. Quinn sighed, his eyes reflecting true sadness over his sister's plight. I don't know. I gather the impression the Viscount wasn't too pleased that Mamma and Papa left you to your own devices while they travelled to Italy. Yes, of course, she said bitterly. They should have locked me away at home and taken me out in time for the wedding, brushed me off a bit and sent me on my way. Jenna, I can understand your anger, truly I can, but what does it gain you? Wouldn't it be better to make the best of your circumstances? It's not as if you can change them. And therein lay the crux of the matter. She couldn't change them. Maybe by embarking on an affair with Gray, she'd hoped that somehow she could. But in the end, she would marry Stuart, only she would do so with a broken heart. Twisting away from him, she dropped to the bed, sitting on her hands. I didn't intend for you to know. Like I wouldn't see how desperately unhappy you've been. I doubt Sebastian has missed it either. The light has gone from your eyes, Jenna, and I don't like it. You look tired and blasted unhappy. He ran a hand through his hair and frowned. He was so excited about coming to London, he bounced around the house for weeks after Papa gave his permission. I don't suppose it's been the best time for you. Oh, let's do stop talking about it, she said bleakly. I'm growing more depressed by the minute. If only he hadn't written the bloody letter to the Viscount telling him of our plans. Jenna, he said reproachfully at her language. But his admonishment was half-hearted, and he chuckled. You're going to give Sebastian a stomach malady if you keep that up. She grinned. Bloody, bloody, bloody. That's better, he announced. I like the smiling, laughing Jenna much better than the sad girl I've seen moping around the house. Have I been so terribly pathetic? Well, let's just say you haven't won any awards for congeniality. She tossed her pillow at him and he quickly dodged. Promise me something, Quinn. Anything for you, dear sister. Within reason, he hastily added. Promise me you'll visit me often. You know I will, he said, his eyes growing serious. It won't be that bad, Jenna. You'll have children to keep you busy, and Stuart isn't a bad sort. He'll treat you well. Yes, I know. The image of her children flitted through her mind, but they all had smoky grey eyes and ebony hair. She shook her head, dispelling the insane notion.
The sooner she got over her infatuation with Gray and resigned herself to her circumstances, the less miserable she would be. It could certainly be worse. She had no fears of Stuart ever beating her or mistreating her. He was pleasant, even if a little annoying. All right, very annoying, but she could do worse in a husband. "Jenna, is there something else? Something you want to talk about?" Quinn asked in a soft voice. Her stomach clenched, and it was all she could do to meet his gaze without looking guiltily away. She'd never lied to him, but now she was living a lie. "What makes you ask?" Her voice was shaky even to her own ears. "Nothing. You've just been... Well, Sebastian was right. You haven't been yourself lately." "I'm sorry. I know I've been completely intolerable." He smiled indulgently at her. "It's understandable, but remember, you can talk to me about anything." Tears pricked her eyelids, and she stood rigid, trying not to succumb to emotion. "I'll leave you to rest," he said, turning to the door. "I'll see you at dinner." "Not going out tonight?" she asked in surprise. "Oh, yes," he said with a wicked grin. "I've convinced Sebastian to go to a new gaming hell that's opened on St. James, but we wanted to eat with you before leaving." She smiled, feeling oddly grateful for the gesture. "I'll see you at dinner, then." He left the room, and she stood, trying valiantly to stem the tide of tears welling in her eyes. How devastated he would be if he knew all she was hiding from him. How disappointed he and Sebastian would both be, but especially Quinn. For the first time, she gave serious consideration to ending her assignation with Gray. She had already experienced far more than she had ever hoped to, and with each night she snuck out, she ran a greater risk of discovery. But the idea of not seeing Gray again weighed as heavily on her as her family's disappointment in her. She was inextricably torn between the two, with no way to ever get over separation from either. She wasn't prepared to say goodbye to Gray, not yet. With a heavy heart she turned to her bed and to the box that had taunted her all day. She flipped the clasp up and opened the box. To her disappointment, all that was inside was a small packet of letters, neatly tied together with a ribbon. She carried it over to her bed and started to untie the letters when a knock sounded at her door. Nearly growling with frustration, she shoved the letters back inside the box and slipped it under her bed. She obviously wasn't going to be able to read them today. Chapter 18. "Here, put these on," Gray said, handing Jenna an ornately decorated half-mask and a full-length cloak. She glanced between him and the items in her hand. They were standing in his bedroom, her having just arrived. "Not what we are doing, but where are we going?" he asked with a twinkle in his eye. "Going? What are you talking about?" "Put them on. We'll talk later. Trust me." He smiled encouragingly at her and dropped a kiss on her lips. She donned the mask and cloak, then twirled in front of him. "How do I look?" "Perfect. Your own mother wouldn't recognize you." She rushed over to the mirror and peered at her reflection. The sequined mask winked at her, the feathers around the edges fluttering softly as she moved her head. Only her lips and chin were exposed. He was right. No one could possibly recognize her. "Are you ready?" he asked behind her. She turned and took his arm. They walked downstairs and out to the street, where the carriage awaited them. As was her habit of late, she glanced furtively around, examining the shadows. "I won't allow any harm to come to you," he whispered, wrapping an arm tightly around her. She smiled up at him, chagrined that he had witnessed her fear. He handed her in and climbed in behind her. Even before the carriage began moving, he pulled her into his arms, pushed up her mask, and kissed her hotly. She returned his kisses, melding her body to his hard chest. Her hands curled around his neck, then delved into his hair. He smelled warm and comforting, like summer breezes and days by the stream. Forgotten was Stuart, the Viscountess, and her family. The hours belonged to her. Slowly he pulled away, pushing her mask down to cover her face. "I could just as easily be persuaded to stay in tonight," he murmured. "Where are we going?" she asked again. "Vauxhall Gardens." "Really?" Excitement built within her. She'd never been to the pleasure gardens, and certainly not so late. "Will we see the fireworks?" He smiled and nodded. "I have a whole evening planned." When the carriage stopped, he helped her down, and she looked eagerly around. Several people were making their way to the banks of the Thames, to the steps leading down to where the boats were launched. He urged her forward, and they too hurried to the steps. "We could take the bridge, but I thought you might like a boat ride."
"I like the boats," she said, taking in the people gliding across the river toward the entrance to the gardens.
After Gray paid the fee, they were ushered into a waiting boat. The twinkling lights of London looked brighter from the water. Merry laughter and the buzz of voices became louder as they neared the dock on the other side of the river. Brightly burning lanterns illuminated their disembarkment as Gray helped Jenna from the boat. A short distance away, the entrance to the gardens could be seen, and they walked briskly to it. Jenna clutched his arm as they entered the Grand Walk. Though she had never seen the inside, her brothers had regaled her with tales, and she felt as if she knew each and every landmark. The lilting melody of an orchestra playing grew louder from the right, and she turned in that direction automatically. Couples, many masked as she was, milled about, coming and going from the many amusements.
"It's beautiful," she exclaimed as they neared the elegant outdoor balcony the orchestra played from.
"We can see the umbrella as well, if you like," he said with a smile.
"Oh, I want to see it all."
They stood and listened to the music through several selections before Gray nudged her forward again. "We'll cut over to the South Walk and onto the supper boxes. I have one reserved for us."
"Good. I'm quite famished."
She grinned up at him and took his arm once again. When they were settled into their box, a plate of ham was served first, followed by roasted chicken. Jenna eyed the ham with amusement as she tried to pick up the paper-thin slices. "The food is passable," Gray said, "but the wine is exceptional." She took a sip of the drink in front of her and nodded her agreement. It was delicious. She sat back, breathing deeply of the night air and watching in fascination as people passed in front of their box.
"There seem an inordinate amount of people heading in that direction," she said, pointing behind them.
He gave her a wicked grin. "Lovers' Walk is just beyond us."
"You're not serious?"
He laughed. "Indeed I am. Have you not noticed that most all the couples passing by are well disguised? I wager more than most are indulging in a lover's tryst." Her cheeks flamed, but excitement tumbled through her.
"Do we have plans to take such a walk?"
"Most certainly," he said in a husky voice. "But we must have a care. Lovers' Walk is a popular place for footpads. You see, most couples aren't paying too much attention to their surroundings." His eyes twinkled with devilish amusement.
"I promise not to get too swept away by your attentions," she said, swatting him on the arm.
They finished their meal and exited the box, falling in with the steady stream of couples heading down Lovers' Walk. Giddiness gripped her, and she felt, well, rather silly, like a schoolgirl with her first infatuation. She slid her hand down his arm and entwined her fingers in his. He squeezed her hand in return, leaving their fingers locked together. It grew darker as they moved farther away from the supper boxes. Faint giggles and murmuring sounded just off the paths in darkened places where couples had stopped to enjoy a bit of privacy. Would he pull her off into the shadows for a tryst? Part of her wanted him to, but the other part gulped at the notion. He must have read her thoughts, because he looked down at her and shook his head. "Not here. I'd never treat you like a common doxy. But later." He trailed off suggestively. Chill bumps raced down her spine at his whispered promise. Moments later, he directed them to the left. "We'll take the crosswalk back to the Grand Walk. It's almost time for the fireworks." They hurried along the path until they reached the larger Grand Walk, lined with elms on either side. They began a slow procession, observing the supper boxes on this side of the gardens. They were nearly back to where the orchestra was playing in the centre when Jenna caught sight of a group of men heading in their direction. "Kiss me," she hissed. "What?" She jerked him around so that his back was to the approaching men. "Kiss me." She pulled him down to her lips, her heart racing madly in her chest. He readily complied, flicking his tongue out to tease the corners of her mouth and delving within. "Ho!" one of the men called out as they passed. "Save a bit for us, old chap. I'll pay double what he's paying." They laughed uproariously and continued on. Jenna sighed in relief and pulled away from Gray. "What was that all about?" he asked, glancing at the men's retreating backs. Quinn was with them," she said in a shaky voice.
He was supposed to be with Sebastian tonight, said they were going to a gaming hell on St. James.
Above them, the sky lit up as the fireworks began, but she ignored them, too absorbed in her fright. If Sebastian wasn't with Quinn, where was he? Had he gone home early? What if he looked in on her? It would be just like him to offer an apology for their earlier quarrel. They never remained angry at each other for long. Jenna, are you all right? His concern filtered through her thoughts. He didn't see you. Wouldn't have recognized you anyway. Would you like to leave now?
Yes, please.
The night was ruined for her anyway. She couldn't very well remain to watch the fireworks with Quinn wandering around. Come then, we'll go get a boat. They hurried down the walk and out of the gardens. As they walked to the river in silence, her mind whirled with anxiety. Even now, Sebastian could be discovering her absence. Blast it! At dinner they'd said their plans were to go out, and when they went out they never came in this early. Gray helped her into the boat, and they glided toward the opposite dock. I'm sorry, he murmured. I shouldn't have suggested we venture out.
No, don't be sorry. I love the gardens.
She smiled at him and took his hand, wanting again to feel the thrill of his touch as she had on their walk. Do you want me to take you home? I fear our evening is ruined by the looks of you.
Can we drive by my house? I'd like to see if Sebastian's light is on. If he's there, I don't know what I will do.
Of course. Try not to worry, Jenna. Chances are Quinn got bored and wanted to do what all young men want to do. Break away from stuffy older brothers and have fun. She laughed as they got out of the boat.
How do you know my family so well? You've described my brothers perfectly.
They entered the carriage, and Gray instructed the driver to pass in front of Jenna's house on the way home. He took her hands in his. Wasn't hard to guess, based on our conversations about them. I always wished I had siblings.
Truly?
Yes. I felt lonely growing up. My father was always working, trying to provide food for us, and my mother had to take me along to her odd jobs. I used to dream of having an older brother to take me with him wherever he went.
It's not nearly as fun in reality, she said sourly.
But they're your brothers, annoying as they may be, and will always be a part of who you are.
His voice sounded almost wistful, and she felt a pang of sympathy for the way he had grown up. True, her brothers were annoying, but she loved them fiercely and couldn't imagine her life without them. The carriage slowed and Gray pulled the curtain back from the window. Jenna peered out, trying to ascertain how many lights were burning in the house. Of course, she had no way of knowing if Sebastian was in Father's study, since it was in the back of the house, but the rest of the rooms looked dark. Only the lights in the foyer and drawing room gleamed through the windows, left burning for when they returned. Do you want me to let you off? He asked quietly. Indecision flickered through her mind, but finally she shook her head. No, I don't. Can we return to your home? If she was caught, so be it, but she would have one last time with him before she faced Sebastian. Chances were he hadn't even returned home, and if he had, it was doubtful he'd gone to her room. Feeling better, she turned back to Gray as the carriage picked up speed. Now, where were we? I think, right. He kissed her neck. About. His lips moved up her jawline. Yeah. He captured her lips, tugging at her bottom lip with his teeth. How long do we have? She asked between kisses. It's only 2. Plenty of time, then, she said, flashing a wicked smile. Bumbling fool, Viscount Dudley snarled. He stared malevolently at the hired thug. You let her get away, and you don't even have the locker to show for it. They were lost on the street, Gov. How do you know that? How do you know she didn't pick it up after you ran like a scared rabbit? The man scowled. You said you didn't want anyone hurt. The locker is gone. She doesn't have it. Are you willing to stake your life on that fact? The Viscount snarled. Because if she still has it, I'll have you killed. Don't threaten me, Gov. I did my job. You didn't say nothing about no lover coming to save her. I'd watch me back if I were you. I don't take kindly to threats. Dudley drew a pistol from his pocket and had the satisfaction of seeing the glimmer of surprise in the man's face before he fired point-blank into his chest. The man crumpled to the darkened street, lost in a swirl of fog. Dudley shoved the pistol back into his pocket and hurried off into the shadows before the gunfire drew unwanted attention. This was becoming absurd.
Did she have the locket? If she did, then they could carry on with the marriage arrangements and dispose of her shortly after, and he would launch another effort to retrieve it. But if she didn't have it, where was it? He could ill afford it to fall into the wrong hands. A curse exploded from his lips as he climbed into his carriage and strode away. Short of breaking into the chit's room, he didn't see another way of finding out if she still had the locket, and that's precisely what he would do. Only he wouldn't leave this one to chance. He'd do it himself. The chit was off seeing her lover every night, so he'd make sure her brothers were going out for the evening, then sneak in and have a look. Jenna slipped from the carriage and hurried up the path to her house. Gray had assigned 2 extra men to escort her home, and she felt a great deal safer with them watching over her. But still she could not shake the fear that she had stumbled into some twisted plot she didn't belong in. On tiptoe she eased past the drawing room and to the stairs. With agonizing slowness she took each step, fearing the creak would give her away. Was Sebastian home? Had she been discovered? At the top of the stairs her eyes darted down the hall, looking for light underneath Sebastian's door. But both his and Quinn's rooms were dark. She'd opted to come home earlier than normal, fearing a meeting in the foyer if her brothers had indeed stayed out late. They were either still gone, or had already come in and were asleep. She darted past their rooms and to her own, opening the door and easing it shut behind her. Thank God. She undressed and sank into bed, grateful to have escaped discovery. Her eyes fluttered closed, then opened wide when she remembered the bloody box under her bed. She rolled over and dangled her head over the side, reaching blindly under the bed for the box. Finally her hand touched it and she grabbed hold of it. Swinging back up to her bed, she stared at the box as if it were a cursed idol. What was it that was so damned special about a bunch of letters? With a muffled curse, she flipped open the box and took out the letters, ripping off the ribbon and picking up the first piece of paper. She laid back in her bed and held the letter up to the dim candlelight. Today was near perfection, she read aloud. The family gathered for an outing to the river. Her arm fell to her chest in exasperation. It was a bloody diary entry. What a complete waste of her time. With a disgusted grunt, she put the letters back in the box and shoved it back under her bed. Chapter 19. Jenna rose early, despite knowing her brothers wouldn't be up for some time. Any other morning she would have taken advantage of the opportunity to catch up on much-needed sleep. But she couldn't sleep when her mind was churning in constant rhythm. She couldn't go on like this. Last night's scare had rendered her unable to relax. She took breakfast in the garden, determined to calm her nerves and enjoy the morning sun and the multitude of fragrant blossoms her mother had lovingly planted. Unlike many, they owned their London townhouse. Most of the town rented a house for the season, but Penbury, too, as the family liked to call it, had been in the family for over 100 years. After she ate, she opened the book she'd chosen and began reading, losing herself in pages devoted to the Egyptian pyramids and the ancient pharaohs, imagining her and Gray experiencing them together. A few hours later, Quinn and Sebastian ambled out into the garden and sat down across from her at the small breakfast table. "Good morning," she greeted, looking up from her book. "Good morning," they returned. "How was the gaming hell?" she asked innocently. Sebastian arched an eyebrow. "What do you know about a gaming hell?" "Quinn told me you were going last night." "Quinn needs to be more discreet in the future," Sebastian said dryly. "Gaming hell's not proper conversation for a lady." Jenna rolled her eyes. "You've become such a bore, Sebastian. Now are you going to tell me about your evening?" "No." "Yes," Quinn said at the same time. She laughed. "Well, which is it?" "I went to Vauxhall with friends," Quinn said. "Vauxhall? And here I thought you were going wenching and gaming." "Jenna," Sebastian said in a warning voice. She and Quinn ignored him. "Ah, yes. Well, Sebastian decided against such noble pursuits. He went to see his mistress instead." "Bloody hell, Quinn, mind your tongue." Jenna dissolved into giggles. "Mistress? Oh, my. And here I thought you stuffy. And watch your tongue, brother dear. You're a bad influence on me." "The two of you are insufferable," Sebastian growled. "So tell me about this mistress of yours," Jenna cajoled. "When the Thames freezes over again, and we all know that isn't going to happen." "Is she very beautiful?" she asked Quinn, blithely ignoring the scowl on Sebastian's face. "If you say a word, I'll stuff your tongue down your throat," Sebastian threatened.
"Never mind," she said with a wink. "You can tell me later." She sat back, fighting a smile. So, stuffy Sebastian had a mistress. Suddenly she didn't feel so guilty for her nightly excursions. If he could take a mistress, there was certainly no reason she couldn't take a lover. In theory, anyway. She knew Mamma and Papa wouldn't see it that way, nor would society. Thomas stepped out the French doors leading into the garden. "This just came for you, Lord Embley." He held out a letter. Sebastian took the envelope and broke the seal. He quickly scanned the contents. "Mamma and Papa will be returning early," he announced. Jenna sat forward. "What? Let me see that." She snatched it from his hand and read the short letter. It was true. In Mamma's flowery handwriting she informed her children that she and the Earl would be returning earlier than expected. That meant they could return at any time. No date was given. She let the letter fall and tried to compose her raging emotions. "How wonderful," she said faintly. "I've missed them." "Yes, it will be wonderful to have them home," Sebastian said, relief evident on his face. No doubt he looked forward to relinquishing his responsibilities as the head of the family. Jenna sank back into a chair, her mind a whirl of conflicting thoughts. She had to think, alone. Pasting a bright smile on her face, she stood up. "If you'll excuse me, I'm going to speak to Cook about a special menu for Mamma and Papa's return." "Excellent idea," Sebastian spoke up. But Quinn regarded her in silence, his brow furrowed. She hurried away, anxious to be free from his scrutiny. So her excuse wasn't a complete lie. She stopped off in the kitchens and informed the cook that the Earl and Countess would be arriving early, and to please have on hand the necessary ingredients for the Earl's favourite meal and the Countess's favourite dessert. As she exited, she nearly ran into Quinn. He caught her arm, searching her face intently. "What's wrong, Jenna? You don't seem overly happy that Mamma and Papa are returning." Her breath caught in her throat. "No, I've missed them both." Frantically, she searched for something to say to wipe the disbelief from his face. "It's just that when they return, my time in London will be at an end, and then I must marry Stuart." Quinn's eyes softened in sympathy, and he squeezed her arm. "Perhaps you should go out and have a little fun before they arrive." She looked at him in surprise and smiled. "Why, Quinn, are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting?" "I don't see why you shouldn't attend a ball or two before they return. Without Stuart, of course. For no reason you shouldn't have a bit of entertainment before Mamma and Papa come home. I've noticed you haven't been going out much in the past several days. No sense moping around the house." If he only knew. A pang of guilt surged over her. It had taken a lot not to confide in him. She had never kept any secrets from him, but this wasn't just any secret. "Perhaps you are right. I may just attend Lady Dunning's ball tomorrow night." She didn't add that she'd need the distraction, since tonight would be her last night in Gray's arms. "I'll smooth things over with Sebastian and Stuart. Promise. I don't think the world will come to an end if you attend a ball without them. I will volunteer to escort you, so that you are adequately chaperoned, but I will make it a point to remain out of sight." "You're a dear," she said, kissing his cheek, "and the best brother I could ask for." She smiled at him and walked toward the stairs, anxious to get to her room so she could sort out the latest upheaval in her life. She paced back and forth in front of her bed. She'd never felt so trapped in her life. A sick feeling rolled in the pit of her stomach. Her two worlds were on an inevitable collision course, one she must prevent. Dropping to the bed, she covered her face with her hands. She was out of time. And now, more than she hated the idea of marrying Stuart, she hated the idea of never seeing Gray again, of never lying in his arms. She loved him. Hot tears ran down her cheeks. God, she loved him. How could she let him go? What had started as an affair had turned into a deep friendship and an even deeper love. There must be something she could do. She stood up and walked to the window, staring aimlessly out at the garden below. There had to be a way of extricating herself from this mess without disappointing her family, without them ever knowing what she had done. Engagements were dissolved all the time. Would it be the end of the world if hers went by the wayside? She gnawed at her lip, her consternation growing with each rapid breath. If Stuart cried off the marriage, her parents could hardly object. But what would make him take such a drastic measure? Disappointment lay heavy on her heart. She could think of no excuse, no solid reason for their marriage not to go forth, at least not in Stuart's eyes, except her affair. She turned away from the window and leaned against the sill. If he knew about her affair, there was no way he would consent to the marriage. He'd likely suffer an attack of the vapours and take to his bed for a week, not to mention spread the news of her perfidy far and wide. With a frown, she shook her head. Stuart may be a lot of things, but malicious wasn't one of them. She could not believe that the boy she had grown up with would purposely destroy her for the sake of revenge. But was she willing to wager everything on that belief? Because if she was wrong, her entire world would come crashing down on her like a house of cards. She closed her eyes and tried to imagine Stuart's reaction. Despite the levity of her mood, a smile curved her lips. As prone to theatrics as Stuart was, this could be more dramatic than an evening at the opera. But when he was over the initial shock, she would simply implore him to keep her secret. He had never been able to resist her pleading when they were children. She had to hope that carried over into their adulthood. But did she have the courage to confess what she had spent countless hours trying to hide? Indecision warred within her. Then, curling her hands into fists, she took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, she did. She would go to Stuart and confess her affair, give him the opportunity to cry off. Once he dissolved the engagement, she would have to tell her parents, not a duty she relished, but she would do it. She had to. She hurried over to her dressing table and checked her appearance in the mirror. Her eyes were swollen and red-rimmed, her skin blotchy from crying. She poured water into the wash-basin and splashed cool water over her cheeks. When she was satisfied that she didn't look a fright, she changed into a sprig muslin day dress and hurried down the stairs. She waited on the doorstep for the carriage to come around, then hurried out when it arrived. Praying that Stuart was home, she gave his direction to the driver and sat back to ponder what she would say. By the time the carriage stopped in front of Stuart's townhouse, she nearly made herself sick with anxiety. Her palms were damp, and she wiped them on the seats before stepping down onto the street. Her feet felt lead-filled as she forced herself up the walkway to the door. She paused, staring at the knocker, closing her eyes. "I'm so sorry, Papa," she whispered. With hardened resolve, she opened her eyes and knocked firmly on the door. The butler opened the door seconds later, and Jenna cleared her throat. "Would you kindly inform Mr. Eglin that his fiancée is here to see him?" The butler bowed and gestured her inside. "Right this way, my lady." He led her into the expansive drawing-room. "I'll summon Mr. Eglin at once." Jenna paced restlessly in front of the large window that faced the street. He must hurry before she lost her nerve. Her head snapped up when she heard approaching footsteps. Stuart swept into the room, his welcoming smile in direct contradiction to the puzzlement in his eyes. "Jenna, how marvellous to see you. What brings you here this afternoon?" For a brief instant she was swayed from her mission. Stuart looked so normal today. He was attired in a simple pair of tan breeches with a white shirt and tan waistcoat. Even his boots were staid and dull. He crossed the room to stand in front of her, and he didn't look overly thrilled to see her. Maybe she'd come before he could complete his toilette. She fought the grin that threatened her lips and focused back on her objective. "Is your father at home?" she asked. "No, he's at the club. Shall I summon him home?" No, she said, much too quickly. "That is, I need to speak to you privately." He gestured for her to sit down, but she shook her head. "I'd prefer to stand." "Very well," he said, opting to remain standing as well, ever the consummate gentleman. "Stuart, I have something to tell you." She broke off, looking away briefly. She hadn't imagined it to be so difficult to tell him. But memories of them as children, her tagging along behind him and Sebastian, him always having a smile and a kind word for her, filtered through a heavy fog of guilt. But it was those same memories that convinced her he would not turn on her and betray her secret. "What is it?" he asked in a soft voice, a voice completely devoid of the nasal whine he'd long since adopted. "I can't marry you," she blurted out. "I beg pardon?" "I'm having an affair." Shame coursed through her, but she willed herself to look him dead on. To his credit, he didn't so much as flinch. "I see." He turned away from her and walked to the liquor cabinet. She rushed on before he could respond further.
I understand if you no longer wish to marry me, I will accept full responsibility.
There was a long pause as he poured brandy from the decanter. Grasping the glass in his hand, he turned back around to face her and raised the drink to his lips. He drained the glass, then pinned her with a stare, one that made her uncomfortable. Why? Heat crept up her neck and infused her cheeks. She hadn't counted on him asking why. Clearing her throat, she twisted her hands nervously, wondering what exactly to tell him. Deciding the best approach would be one that made him more than willing to dissolve their engagement, she opted for complete honesty.
I wanted to experience what I thought to never experience with you.
She watched him closely for his reaction to her blunt statement, but he remained silent. A slight flicker sparked his eyes, but was gone in a flash. She pressed the issue again.
I'm sure you have no wish to continue with our engagement.
He was close to acquiescing. She could sense it. Uncertainty reflected in his face, and she silently said a prayer that he'd say the words she most wanted to hear. But her prayer went unheeded as he spoke next. Don't be silly, my dear. The affectation was back. I can only imagine the stress you've been under. He clucked in sympathy. I forgive you, Jenna.
What? No, this was not supposed to happen. But, Stuart, I've been unfaithful. I don't deserve your forgiveness. Surely you have no wish to marry someone who's betrayed you in such a fashion.
She was pleading, but she didn't care. This was too important to conserve her pride over. She'd beg if she had to. Nonsense. That is completely unnecessary. I've no doubt you are truly regretful, and you'll make a fine viscountess. I can see no reason to dissolve the arrangement our fathers made.
I have no regrets.
She struggled to keep the anger from her voice, from her face. Had she done this for naught? He acted as if she'd just told him she spent too much money, not that she'd had an affair. What was wrong with him? Did he really not care? Or was he trying to drive her mad? He rushed over and took up her hand, holding it over his chest. We are all weak. Don't feel badly because you succumb to pleasures of the flesh. I don't think any less of you. In fact, I admire you for being so honest. You are truly an exceptional woman. She was speechless. Nothing could have prepared her for this most unexpected reaction. Was he a complete idiot?
I don't believe this,
she muttered. Don't be so hard on yourself, he said in a nauseatingly sweet voice.
You mean to tell me that you don't care that I've been intimate with another man?
She couldn't keep the incredulity from her voice.
Would you feel the same way were I to take a lover after we are married?
He led her over to the settee and sat down beside her. We've never discussed our marriage, so I guess this is as good a time as any. All I require is an heir, so of course I would expect you to remain faithful until that is accomplished, but afterwards, if you should choose to take a lover, I shan't try to stop you.
Was this actually happening? Was she sitting here in Stuart's drawing room casually discussing her taking a lover?
But worse, he hadn't wanted to cry off the marriage. She was well and truly stuck. He was her only chance to end the engagement, and he'd failed miserably.
I've got to go,
she mumbled, standing up. You can count on me to keep this conversation in confidence, he said, as if she should be grateful. She didn't respond, but fled from the room. Launching herself into the carriage, she called out, "Home!" Tears ran down her cheeks before they were fully away from his house. The houses blurred in the window of the carriage as the tears fell more freely. Tonight would indeed be her last night with Gray. Her shoulders began to shake as sobs came welling out. Somehow she didn't see Gray being content to wait until she'd provided an heir for Stuart, and she couldn't envision taking a lover after she'd said her marriage vows. Hopelessness surrounded her, and she felt more desolate than she'd ever felt in her life. How could she let go of him? How could she say goodbye? Chapter 20. Determined not to ruin the first moments of their meeting with the news that this would be their last, Jenna trudged up the stairs, a smile pasted on her face. Her brothers had gone out for the evening, so she had left the house with no fear of discovery. She had spent the afternoon staring aimlessly out over the well-manicured shrubs, dreading the night to come. Now she stood poised to go into Gray's bedroom for the last time. Her chest ached with sadness, and she had to work to keep the tears from forming. Gaining control over her emotions, she pushed open the door and entered. Gray was standing at the window where he'd likely watched her pull up, and turned when he heard her come in. His welcoming smile was nearly her undoing. She walked into his arms, burrowing her head into his chest. He pulled her away, cupped her face in his hands, and kissed her long and hard. She returned his kisses with ferocity born of utter despair. Her fingers wrapped into his hair, pulling him down to her, her lips moving over his with increasing passion. "Love me," she whispered. He swept her into his arms and carried her to the bed, following her onto it, pulling frantically at their clothing. The rapid sounds of their breathing filled the room. Finally she was free of her dress, and she worked his trousers down his legs. He kicked them off and pressed his hard chest to the soft curves of her body. Her nails scoured his back and tangled in his hair, danced over the rippling muscles of his back, down to his firm buttocks. She slid her legs sensuously up his, her body writhing beneath his heated skin. He parted her thighs, and she wrapped her legs around his waist, arching forward, needing him, wanting him inside her. His hardness slid between the soft folds of her femininity, seeking entrance to her depths. "Please," she pleaded. With deliberate slowness, he sank into her inch by agonizing inch. She'd never felt so full as she did now. She could feel him in the deepest recesses of her soul. When he was fully seated within her, he paused and looked deeply into her eyes. "Come with me, Jenna. Ride the tide until it returns to the sea." She saw the ocean mirrored in his smoky depths, saw all the dreams she'd ever dreamed, the pyramids of Giza, the sunset over the Taj Mahal, all the things like him she'd never have. Tears spilled over the rims of her eyes, leaving a single trail of pain down her cheek. With a tender finger he wiped away the dampness, then kissed each lid. He began moving within her, at first slowly, then faster, with more urgency. She matched his rhythm, meeting each thrust with the arch of her hips. She memorized every nuance of his face, the dips and hollows of his body, burning his imprint on her brain, determined to remember this night always. As she neared the precipice, she wavered, balanced on the edge of something truly wonderful. She imagined she heard him say, "I love you," and catapulted into oblivion. Her tears mixed with her cries of joy. Softly she floated down from the heights they'd climbed, back to reality. She cuddled against his broad chest, and he tucked her head under his chin. A long moment of silence settled over them. Then Gray whispered against the top of her head, "It's time, isn't it?" She nodded, the knot in her throat too large for her to speak. He stroked her hair and kissed her forehead. "Tonight is ours, then." How she loved him! Her heart ached with the depth of her feelings for him. If only telling him would dissolve all the obstacles standing before them. But it wouldn't. It would only further complicate an already emotional farewell. It wouldn't be fair to burden him with her heartache. "Tell me more of your travels," she murmured against his chest. If she couldn't visit any of the places she loved to read about so much, she'd let him take her there with the soothing timbre of his voice. 4 years ago, I booked passage aboard a ship bearing supplies to the soldiers in the colonies. I was restless, wanted something, though I had little idea what it was at the time. He shifted beside her, turning over onto his back and pulling her into the crook of his arm. Our ship overtook an Italian vessel that was suspected of being an American spy ship. Of course, it turned out to be nothing more than an explorer on his way to chart unexplored islands in the Pacific. The captain was English, and offered to let me go with him after I had expressed interest. We spent a year navigating around small, uninhabited islands. Well, at least some of them were. We met up with some rather interesting native life on a few. "How exciting," she exclaimed. "Were you ever in any danger?" Other than a preliminary fear of running across a tribe of cannibals, we were more eager than afraid. The islands were more beautiful than I had imagined a place could be, and for the most part the natives were friendly and welcoming. "It must have been such an exciting adventure," she said wistfully. "I've always wanted to go swimming in the ocean." She finished with a laugh. "I suppose the first order of business would be to learn to swim." "You don't know how to swim." "And where would I have learned this most important ability?" "Sarcastic wench," he said with a chuckle. "I can well imagine the need for ladies to learn to swim." "Some do. I have a friend back home in Westerly who sneaks out to the pond on her family's estate and swims when no one is around. I can only imagine the scandal were someone to discover her swimming in her unmentionables." "Surely the world would come to an end." She giggled. Now who was being sarcastic? He smacked her lightly on her bare bottom. "Would you like something to eat? I can have a tray brought up, and we can eat in front of the fire."
"Sounds lovely. I didn't eat dinner," she admitted.
"Why not?"
"Too many other things on my mind."
He nodded in understanding. "Well, we can't have you starve." He swung his legs over the side of the bed and walked nude over to the bell rope. When Masterson appeared at the door moments later, Gray requested a tray of food be brought up immediately. While they waited, he arranged pillows in front of the fire and beckoned her over. She slid from the covers and padded over to sit beside him. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door, and Gray walked over to retrieve the tray of food. He set it in front of them and settled back down beside her. They sat cross-legged, eating in silence. Jenna stared into the fire, unable to think beyond the fact that this would be the last time she enjoyed his companionship. She looked down at the tart in her hand, tears splashing onto her wrist. His hand cupped the side of her head and pulled her to his chest. She dropped the tart onto the platter and wrapped her arms around him.
"I don't want to go,"
she whispered. "And I don't want you to go."
"Ask me to stay,"
she silently pleaded. But he didn't. She knew he wouldn't, and she couldn't even if he did.
"How much longer do we have?"
"A few hours yet," he replied. "Don't worry about the time. Let's enjoy the present. I won't let you leave late." She snuggled further into his arms, forgetting about the food in front of them.
"I want you to know something, Gray."
"What's that?" he asked softly.
"You're the dearest friend I ever hoped to have."
She pulled away and sat up to look him in the eye.
"I know that sounds so ridiculous, but it's true. I don't want you to think that I only came to you because of our original agreement."
Her face grew hot as her awkwardness grew. "I know what you mean. You needn't explain yourself." He cupped her chin, rubbing his thumb over the curve of her cheek. "I, too, have enjoyed our companionship in a way I never dreamed possible. You're a very special woman, Jenna. I don't hold hope of ever meeting a woman of your equal." She got up on her knees so that she was on eye level with him. She placed her hands on either side of his face, her fingers splaying out over his cheekbones. Lowering her mouth to his, she kissed him. Tentatively at first, but with more demand as she gained confidence in what she had decided to do. This last time they would be together, she wanted to love him, to show him the depth of her feeling. Pressing on his chest, she pushed him down to the pillow. Her tongue tangled with his, and her hair fell over his chest in a silken curtain. She rained a trail of kisses from his neck over his chest, licking and nipping at the firm contours. Already he was hard against her belly, proof that he wanted her as badly as she wanted him. She kissed the skin just above the nest of curls at the base of his manhood, and he arched convulsively against her. The tips of her breasts brushed against his thighs as she raised her head over his erection. Slowly, gently, she took him in her mouth, loving him, caressing him with her tongue. Her need was fast overcoming her. She raised her head and looked into Gray's smouldering eyes.
"I want you inside me."
With a growl to rival any lion, he raised up and bore her to the floor. He parted her legs and was inside her in one hard thrust. She moaned and wrapped her legs around him, trapping him against her. "Tonight, my love, I'm going to teach you more about passion than you ever dreamed." She shivered, nearly sent straight over the edge by his whispered promise. Abruptly he withdrew, leaving her bereft. Then his fingers found the spot between her legs that pulsed with need. With his chest he pushed her legs back, her knees doubling. He continued to manipulate her with his fingers until she was convulsing beneath him. With her knees pressed firmly against her chest, he plunged within her again, making her gasp as he reached further into her than she thought possible. She dug her nails into his shoulders as he pressed firmly against her feet with his chest and thrust again. He touched spots that she didn't dream existed as he strained against her, planting himself further into her being. She would die if she didn't gain release from the unbearable pressure that was building. He inserted his hand between them, reaching down and brushing his thumb over her quivering bud as he thrust forward again. It was more than she could withstand. She screamed his name as she broke into 1,000 pieces. But he didn't stop. She writhed beneath him in agony of pleasure, begging him to stop, begging him to never stop. Impossibly, she began a slow climb as he continued to torment her with his hands and with his body. His pace increased, rocking her body forward as he continued to thrust into her.
"Oh, God, Gray, I can't."
"Yes, you can. Let it happen. Don't fight it." She let go. He plunged within her one last time and rolled the tips of her breasts between his fingers. Flashes of colour shot across her vision, and she feared she'd lose consciousness. The most exquisite pleasure she'd ever experienced in her life infiltrated every pore of her body. She no longer felt the hardness of the floor beneath her, or his weight over her. She was floating on a cloud, weightless, euphoric. His weight settled over her, a comforting blanket over her shaking body. She wrapped her arms around him, not wanting him to move off of her. They stayed that way, bodies entangled, one taking up where the other left off. Their hearts beat in a steady rhythm, counting down the remaining minutes they had together. Finally he eased from her, rolling to the side, taking her with him. Their damp bodies glistened in the light of the fire, the flames seemingly dancing on their bare skin. Would that she could stop time. A distant clock chimed the hour. Funny, she'd never taken notice of it before. But now it echoed harshly in her ears, a reminder that daybreak was coming. She resisted the urge to pull a pillow over her ears and hide from reality. "It's time," he said needlessly.
"I know."
She choked back the sobs, holding her breath in an effort to stay calm. He helped her up, and she slowly pulled her dress back over her head. As always, he buttoned the back, but it seemed he did it in record time, because all too soon she stood before him fully clothed, waiting to kiss him goodbye for the last time. "Promise me you'll be happy," he said, looking at her with bleak eyes. She wanted to laugh, cry. How could she be happy? But she did none of those things. She nodded.
"I promise."
"Goodbye, Jenna. You've spread your sunshine in places that haven't seen the light in more years than I care to think about. I'll never forget our nights together."
"Oh, Gray,"
she whispered. She threw herself into his arms, holding on to him as tightly as she could. She flinched when Masterson knocked at the door and informed them the carriage was ready. She looked up into his eyes, but it was more than she could bear. Breaking from him, she ran to the door and down the stairs, great sobs overcoming her as she fled to the carriage. She wasn't cognizant of the ride home, her despair too great. Her head ached from the tears she shed, but her heart ached even more, felt hollow, empty. When the carriage stopped, she sat there for a moment, staring dully ahead. "My lady," the outrider's concerned voice sounded from the open door. Shaking her reverie, she descended the steps and walked the remaining distance to her house, feeling the weight of unhappiness burdening her shoulders. She let herself in, closing the door with a soft click behind her. The silence of the house was deafening. The soft sounds of her feet echoed through the foyer as she walked, head down, toward the stairs. She stopped when her eyes lighted on 2 sets of boots on the bottom steps. Dread clenched her chest. No, not now. Not when it didn't matter anymore. Her eyes drifted up to the unsmiling faces of her brothers. "What have you done?" Sebastian demanded in a horrified voice. Chapter 21. Jenna's back stiffened, and her chin went up. The moment she had dreaded from the beginning had come. But instead of the nauseating fear she'd imagined, anger bubbled up within her until she threatened to explode.
"I have no wish to speak to you right now," she said through gritted teeth. "I'm on my way to bed."
"From the looks of you, that is where you just came from," Sebastian said in a dangerously low voice.
Her glance flitted over to Quinn, who had remained silent. His eyes reflected hurt, and worse, disappointment. "I refuse to stand here while you castigate me. If you won't let me go up to my room, then I'm going into the drawing room." She turned and stalked the drawing room door, but Sebastian's hand gripped her elbow.
"I demand an explanation, Jenna. Where have you been? And more importantly, who have you been with?"
She yanked her arm from his and sat down in an armchair. "That is none of your business."
"The hell it isn't."
"Jenna, you owe us, me, an explanation," Quinn said quietly. "I fail to see why it matters," she said bitterly. "I'm doing my duty. I'm marrying Stuart and producing the necessary heir."
"I hardly think he'll want to marry you now," Sebastian said in disgust.
"Oh, yes, he does," she retorted. "He knows about my affair, and he doesn't care. He still wants the marriage to go forward."
Affair? Sebastian's face grew stormy.
He was angrier than she'd ever seen him before.
How does he know about your affair? And who else knows? My God, you've ruined this entire family.
She saw red and flew out of her seat. "Everything I have ever done has been for this family. Everything. How dare you say that I've ruined it? No one gives a damn that I'm dying on the inside. No one gives a damn that I would rather join a convent than marry Stuart. No one asked me what I wanted. I was betrothed to Stuart without anyone so much as asking me what I thought."
She dashed away the tears that ran freely down her face and raged on.
"Do you have any idea how it feels to have your entire future planned for you? No, of course you don't. You have the luxury of a choice. Sure, you'll be pressured to marry and provide an heir, but you'll at least have a say in who you marry. And it's perfectly all right for you to take a mistress, expected even. But I will ruin my entire family if it's found out I indulged in an affair."
She turned her back on them, furious at herself for crying in front of them, but months of resentment spilled from her like a knocked-over pail of water. Her grief over losing Gray overwhelmed her. "I asked you how Stuart knows," Sebastian bit out.
She whirled back around, glaring at him through a sheen of tears. "I told him. I went to him, desperate to try anything to get out of the marriage. I thought if I told him I was having an affair, he would want to cry off, since God knows Papa would never allow me to. The dolt forgave me." She laughed humorlessly. "Said he didn't care. Gave me permission to take a lover once I'd provided an heir."
She stared accusingly at her brothers.
"And that's what you want for me. A man who doesn't care that I've been another man's lover."
She shook her head in disgust. "What will Mamma and Papa say?" Sebastian asked in a weary voice.
"I'm beyond caring," she shrugged. "Why should it matter to me what they think? They were only too willing to consign me to a life of unhappiness. I'm sorry if I can't conjure genuine regret for disappointing them."
But even with the false bravado of her words, she was dying on the inside. Her parents' inevitable shame in her made her want to weep all over again. "What's happened to you, Jenna? I had no idea you were so miserably unhappy. Yes, I knew you didn't want to marry Stuart, but I never imagined you would go to such lengths. I never imagined you to be so spiteful." His words hurt. She looked over at Quinn, who stood watching her in silence. The hurt on his face was nearly as stabbing as the thought of Mamma and Papa's reaction. Then she turned back to Sebastian. "Spiteful? How have I acted spitefully? I've spent the last 2 weeks in agony over the possibility of discovery, of shaming Mamma and Papa, of letting you and Quinn down. All my life I've done everything for my family, wouldn't dream of doing anything to dishonour them. I did this for me, not to spite you or anyone else in this family. I wanted a few moments of happiness. Was that too much to ask? I made damn sure no one found out what I was doing, didn't flaunt my association to the ton, and all because I cared what everyone thought of my family." She was crying in earnest now, barely able to see her brothers through her cloud of tears. "It was all for naught. I wish to God I had never done it. All it's done is outline in stark detail what I can never have." "You're in love with him," Quinn said quietly. Sebastian jerked around. "Love? We don't even know who this fellow is. How could she be in love with him?" "I think I know," Quinn said, never taking his eyes from Jenna. "It's Grayson Douglas, isn't it?" She saw no need to deny it and nodded, a new round of tears welling in her eyes. "How did you know?" "I saw the way you looked at him at Lady Lockhart's ball, and the way he looked at you." "Why didn't you tell me of this?" Sebastian demanded. "No man should have been looking at her that way. Damn it, I'm going to kill him." "He'll do nothing of the sort," Jenna retorted. "He's a bounder, a rake, a complete cad. He took advantage of you, Jenna. You couldn't possibly have been equipped to deal with a man of his caliber. It's time someone put a stop to his seducing innocent women." Sebastian's face was mottled in anger, his blue eyes sparking. "He didn't take advantage of me. I approached him." "What? You did what?" Sebastian stared at her, his jaw gaping. "I went to his house and asked him to become my lover." She rubbed her temples, willing the dull ache to go away. "I don't believe this," Sebastian said, shaking his head. He finally dropped onto the settee, raking both hands through his hair. "I don't care. He still took advantage of you. He should have turned you away and come straight to me." "Oh, yes, you men should rally together and make the female populace be more cooperative. I don't know what she would do without so many men to tell us how to live, act, dress. Tell me, Sebastian, would you turn away a woman who asked you to be her lover?" "I most certainly would," he protested. That is, if she were noble-born. She looked at him in disgust.
So you'd accept an offer from an actress?
I fail to see that this has any bearing on our current situation.
You can't continue this, Jenna, Quinn finally spoke up.
I've already ended it, she said bleakly.
I think it best if you remain at home until Mamma and Papa have returned, Sebastian stated.
I don't care what you deem best. I won't be a prisoner.
You will stay here, if I have to lock you in your room. When Mamma and Papa return, I'll let them decide what to do with you.
She looked at him accusingly. When did you stop being my protector, Sebastian? I hardly know you anymore. The Sebastian I grew up with wasn't so cold and uncaring, so wooden. Do you even care that I'm unhappy?
That isn't fair, he said, his eyes full of regret.
Isn't it?
Too tired to continue arguing, she rubbed her head and turned to leave the room. We aren't finished, Jenna, Sebastian called after her.
She ignored him and increased her pace, mounting the steps and all but running up to her room. Not bothering to undress, she curled up on her bed and buried her face in her pillow. Pain like she had never felt before assailed her. She missed Gray already, and never would she feel any regret for the small amount of time she had spent with him.
What the deuce are we going to do? Quinn demanded as Jenna left the room. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go beat Grayson Douglas until he's insensible. I meant, what are we going to do about Jenna? Damned if I know.
He blew out his breath in a long puff.
Did you know anything about this?
Anger gripped him.
Of course I didn't. Do you think I would have let her run off in the night alone to meet a man I know nothing about? Any man, for that matter.
Sebastian held up his hands.
Just asking. She usually confides in you.
Yes, she does, he said quietly. Or did until now. He couldn't totally fault her for not telling him, but it still hurt to know she didn't think she could confide in him. They'd always shared everything.
Are you going to tell Father?
I don't know, Sebastian sighed.
She said Stuart knows, but I wonder if his father does. I have to think he doesn't, or we would have heard from him by now. Christ, Quinn, what if she's pregnant?
Quinn felt the blood drained from his face. He hadn't given thought to that complication. What a mess that would be.
What do you think about what she said about Stuart? Bloody fop, Sebastian muttered. He doesn't deserve her. I don't know what the hell happened to him in the last few years, but he is not the Stuart we grew up with. Do you think we've been too hard on her?
Sebastian sighed and closed his eyes.
God knows I hate to see her so unhappy, but I can't condone her running off and bedding the first rake that obliges her.
His face twisted in anger.
I can't believe we are sitting here talking about our little sister bedding anyone.
She's not a child anymore. Perhaps it's time we stopped treating her like one.
Sebastian stared straight ahead. This is a disaster. I don't care if she loves him or not. I am going over there to beat him senseless. I ought to call him out.
No, you won't do that.
It would kill Jenna. Damn it, Quinn, I love her. Doesn't she know that? I am about to go take apart a man because he dared touch her.
She knows, Sebastian. She's had a difficult time of late. You mustn't judge her by her recent actions.
What was Papa thinking? To betroth her to that fribble?
Quinn blinked in surprise. This was the first time his brother had said anything that hinted of his disapproval. Why did he do it, do you know? He'd already decided to query their father on the subject as soon as he returned, but maybe Sebastian was privy to information he had not been.
I don't know. Truly.
The Viscount came to see Papa just after Jenna's 16th birthday, and the next thing I knew they were announcing Stuart and Jenna's betrothal. I asked Papa why Stuart, and all he said was that it was a matter of honour. Irritation seized Quinn. Don't you find it odd that Papa would do something like that?
Yes, I do, but every time I've broached the subject he becomes rather tight-lipped.
I had no idea you disagreed with his decision, Quinn said in wonder.
I am not completely heartless. I know she wasn't happy with her engagement. I just had no idea she would go to this extreme.
No, neither did I.
I'm going over to his house, Sebastian announced, rising from his seat.
He shook his head as Quinn started to speak.
No, I don't want you to come. You tend to make me think too rationally, and this is one time I've no wish to be rational.
Don't do anything to make Jenna hate you even more, Quinn advised.
You think she hates me?
Pain sounded in his voice. He immediately regretted his hasty words. No, I think she is angry and hurt, but I don't think she hates you.
Well, no matter. I've a duty to see to her honour. I won't let this insult pass."
Sebastian strode determinedly up to Douglas's door. He pounded on the heavy wood and waited for an answer. A distinguished-looking butler opened the door and peered inquiringly out.
"I'm here to see Mr. Douglas," he growled.
"Mr. Douglas does not receive callers at this hour of the morning."
"He'll see me."
"I see. And you have a card I may present?"
"Tell him Viscount Hembley is here to see him.
If it helps in recognition, perhaps you could tell him that Lady Jenna Wycliffe is my sister." Something flickered in the older man's eyes. "Please come in, my lord. I'll tell Mr. Douglas you are here." Sebastian paced the drawing-room floor, surprised at its opulence and size. But then everything he'd seen of the house so far cried out elegance. Not at all vulgar in the obvious display of wealth it possessed. So the man had refined tastes. It still didn't excuse his abominable behaviour toward a well-bred lady, his sister at that. Moments later, a tall, well-dressed man entered the drawing-room and stared at him from across the floor. To Sebastian's surprise, there was no arrogance reflected in his eyes, just a hint of sadness.
"You must be Sebastian."
Anger flared at the man's familiarity.
"I am Lord Hembley."
"Ah, yes, of course. I only know you as Sebastian, since that is all Jenna has ever called you."
"Lady Jenna," he corrected.
"Or perhaps we should cut to the chase. I realize you aren't here on a social call. And as you are obviously itching to plant me a facer, I suggest we dispense with the niceties and go straight to the matter at hand." Despite his anger, Sebastian had to admire Douglas's candour. Before he could say anything, Douglas continued, "I seduced your sister, pursued her shamelessly. You mustn't hold her in contempt. There was little she could do once I decided I wanted her. I'm sorry to say, should you call me out, I would have to respectfully decline, as Jenna would never forgive me for killing her brother." Sebastian eyed him with suspicion.
"You say you pursued her?"
"Yes, quite unashamedly at that. I saw her at Lady Lockhart's ball nearly a fortnight ago, and confess I thought of little else but having her in my bed." With a snarl of rage, he punched Douglas in the chin, watching in satisfaction as he reeled to the floor. Douglas sat there a moment, rubbing his chin and eyeing him with barely disguised anger. "I'll grant I deserve that, but don't make the mistake of doing it again." Why wasn't he fighting back? Sebastian was itching for a good brawl, yet Douglas quietly got back up and resumed his stance in front of him. Sebastian's jaw worked up and down, trying to tamp down his rage at hearing anyone speak of bedding his sister.
"Keep a civil tongue in your head when it comes to my sister," he growled. "There's no need for vulgarity. I know she approached you."
"I beg pardon?" Douglas's brow lifted in surprise.
"She told me what happened, that she approached you."
Douglas shook his head. So typical. Honest to a fault. Would have been easier on her if she had just said I seduced her.
"Can we dispense with extolling my sister's virtues? It matters not who pursued who. You took advantage of a gently bred lady. She's bloody miserable, and it's your fault."
Suddenly Douglas came alive before him, his dark eyes glinting in anger.
"She may well be miserable, but it's hardly my doing. If you had left her alone, she would have accepted her marriage."
Eyes flashing, Douglas clenched his fists at his side, and Sebastian had the distinct impression he was keeping a harsh rein on his emotions. "Would you have her marry someone from your world? Someone who would stifle who she is, who wouldn't love her or care for her beyond her ability to crank out an heir?" An odd note of pain crept into his voice as he continued. "I would want her to be happy, would spend the rest of my life making sure she was happy if she were mine. Can you say the same? Can anyone you would have her marry say the same?" His words gave Sebastian pause. He made solid points, but it didn't erase the fact that he'd bedded Sebastian's sister, and oddly enough it sounded as though he genuinely cared for Jenna. Extremely odd when he considered how many conquests Douglas was famed for. Suddenly, he wasn't so eager to smash Douglas's face in, though he deserved it. The man was nothing like he'd expected. Not arrogant, quiet and reserved, but from a completely different world, one Jenna had no business in.
"Leave Jenna alone. Don't come near her again. Forget this ever happened. If you tell anyone, I will not hesitate to kill you. Am I understood?"
"You've a lot of nerve coming to my house and making threats." His voice was low and hinted at underlying anger. "You've nothing to worry about. I would never do anything to hurt Jenna.
But don't ask me to forget. I'll never forget. Now get out of my house before I forget you are her brother and throw you out." The two men glared at one another across the room. "Don't come near my sister again," Sebastian gritted out before turning and stalking from the room. Jenna watched from her bed as daylight faded into night. Her eyes were swollen and her head pounded in a vicious cadence. Quinn had knocked on her door several times throughout the day. She had ignored his pleadings to open the door, and eventually he had given up. Then Sebastian began, but still she remained silent, refusing to open the door. She was in no condition to face them. Until now she'd never given up hope of somehow finding a way out of her impending nuptials. But now she had to face reality. There was no way out, and the truth was destroying her. Dragging herself from the bed, she went to the wash basin and threw water on her face and puffy eyes. When she regarded herself in the mirror, she was shocked by her appearance. Despair was etched in every plane of her face. As she turned away from the mirror, her gaze caught the edge of the wooden box that peeked from underneath her bed. Once again anger surged through her. Damn Stuart's family. They haunted her at every turn. Guilt came close on the heels of her anger. The Viscountess had always been kind to her. She wasn't deserving of Jenna's scorn. She bent down to retrieve the box, her hand curling around the smooth wood. With a sigh, she flopped down on the bed and opened the clasp. She tossed the packet of letters out onto the covers and laid aside the box. If she was going to be spending a lot of time in her room, she may as well read Lady Dudley's ramblings. Chapter 22. Stuart was a spy? Jenna threw down the pile of letters in shock. Fumbling with the stack, she yanked up the most damning of the letters and read it over again.
"I dare not tell of what I know. To do so would throw my family in turmoil. The consequences would destroy Stuart. But to know he is a traitor to his country is more than I can bear. There is proof, though, proof I have seen with my own eyes. To think he was selling English secrets to Bonaparte's troops. I am sickened to know that so many lives, English lives, have been lost as a result of this most heinous act. I fear he is aware of my knowledge, for he looks so searchingly at me. There is malice in his eyes, and if he finds out for certain, I know he will kill me."
Jenna let the letter fall from her hand, her face a mask of horror. Had he killed his mother? She struggled to remember the circumstances of the Viscountess's death. A fall down the stairs, if she remembered correctly. Nausea roiled in her stomach, and she fought against the urge to retch. Could he have done it? She shook her head in an attempt to dispel the awful image of Stuart pushing his mother down the stairs. No, it couldn't be. Stuart may be a bumbling idiot, but a murderer? A spy? But she couldn't discount the Viscountess's own words. She couldn't imagine Lady Dudley implicating Stuart unless she was certain. What would she do? She couldn't marry a murderer, a traitor. Frantically, she leafed through the letters, trying to find the one where Lady Dudley related where she had hidden the proof. If she could find whatever proof was hidden, then she could... What would she do? She closed her eyes, wishing fervently that she'd never met any of Stuart's family. A knock sounded at her door, startling her. She glanced down at the letters covering her bed and frantically shoved them under her pillow. When she was content that they were well hidden, she stood up and smoothed her skirts. "Who is it?" she called. "It's Sebastian." There was a long pause. "Please open the door. I'd like to speak to you." Sighing in resignation, she went to open the door, turning away and returning to her bed once she'd admitted him. He followed her in and sat down beside her on the bed. Running his hand through his hair, he took a ragged breath. "Jenna, I know I failed you, but I truly did not know you were so desperately unhappy, and I certainly never dreamed you would do something so shocking as to take a—" He broke off, evidently unable to bring himself to complete the thought. He turned vivid blue eyes on her, eyes that swam with emotion. "Why didn't you come to me?" Such a simple question, yet she had no simple answer. What could you have done? She let the question hang in the air for a long moment before continuing. "You would have reacted just as you did earlier.
and I wouldn't have been able to see Gray for as long as I did.
Is it true what Quinn said? Do you love him?
She glanced down at her lap, feeling the unwanted sting of tears. Yes, very much so.
She felt rather than heard him sigh next to her. I'm sorry, Jenna. Truly I am. I don't like to see you hurting, but surely you see how impossible such a match is.
She refused to answer, refused to admit that her happiness was an impossibility. He put his hand over hers and gently squeezed.
I'm sorry.
Unable to muster a smile, she merely squeezed back. She longed to confide in him what she had just discovered about Stuart, but she couldn't, not yet. She didn't even know what it was she had found, and she didn't want him to think she was just trying to get out of her betrothal.
Is there anything I can do to make you feel better? He asked.
Short of stuffing Stuart in a trunk and shipping him to India? No. But thank you.
He laughed. Get some sleep, Sprite.
He left the room and shut the door quietly behind him. Immediately she yanked the letters back out, sifting through them again, poring over every word. Most were ambiguous, merely reflections of Lady Dudley's sorrow, but others offered chilling thoughts. She obviously feared for her life. Finally, Jenna found what she was looking for, the location of the evidence. After a quick scan, her eyes widened. In the room where I saw my greatest joy. She felt like screaming in frustration. Was that it? Once again, she thumbed through each letter looking for something she'd missed, some clue as to where the evidence was hidden. But she found nothing. What was she supposed to do with non-existent proof? She couldn't very well calmly ask Stuart if he was a spy and had killed his mother, but she couldn't go on as if nothing had happened either. No matter what she did, she couldn't leave the letters out for anyone else to see. Folding them into a neat stack, she looked hastily around for a place to hide them. Her room was sadly lacking in secretive spots. Papa's study, of course. Leaving the box on her dressing table, she hurried down the stairs and back to the Earl's study. She hoped Sebastian hadn't taken up a position in it tonight. She expelled a quick breath of relief when she found it empty. Not bothering to light a lamp, she groped around in the darkness. The bookcase offered the best hope of a hiding place, so she took out one of the heavy volumes and stuffed the papers within. Taking care to note which book she'd hidden the letters in, she replaced it on the shelf and hurried out. On her way back to her room, she passed Quinn's open door and paused. With a heavy sigh, she backed up and peered in to see him sitting at his desk, a frown on his face. Knocking softly, she called out, "Can I come in?" He turned, surprise lighting his face. "Yes, of course." He pushed back from his desk and gestured at a chair to his left. She sat down and glanced nervously at him. "Are you angry with me?" "No, not angry." A slight smile curved the corners of his mouth. "Disappointed, a little hurt, but not angry. I'm used to you confiding in me, us against Sebastian, that sort of thing. Now I feel like it's you against me and Sebastian." "Oh, Quinn, that's not what I meant at all. I just couldn't tell you. It was too personal." "Yes, I understand that. I'm not angry, truly. Well, at least not very angry," he said with a rueful smile. "I just don't know how to make it better for you." "You can't. No one can," she said matter-of-factly. "I have to accept that, and I suppose the sooner I do, the less miserable I will be." "Do you really believe that?" he asked, a note of disbelief hanging in the air. She sighed. "No, but it sounds good to say." Several times she tried to form the words to tell him about the letters, but they stuck in her throat. What was happening to her? Quinn was right. She wasn't confiding in him anymore. In the past, she wouldn't have hesitated to go to him with such a problem, but now she felt further away from him than she ever had in her life. She felt truly alone. "Is something wrong?" "No. Well, yes, but then we've already been over it," she said in an attempt at humour. She rose from her seat. "I'm retiring to bed." "So early?" "It isn't as if I'm going anywhere, so I may as well try and sleep." She reached over and squeezed Quinn's hand. "I'm truly sorry I hurt you, Quinn. You may not believe that, based on the rashness of my actions, but I love you and Mamma and Papa, and Sebastian, very much. I hope you can forgive me." "Lady Jenna," Thomas called from the door. She released Quinn's hand and swung around. What is it, Thomas?
He cleared his throat. Mr. Rake is here to see you. I told him you weren't receiving any callers, but he was most insistent.
She gulped nervously, her heart rising in her throat. Why was he here? The last person she wanted to see tonight was Stuart, not after what she had found out. What could he possibly want, anyway? Unless he wanted to rethink forgiveness and cry off the engagement. That thought cheered her, though the chances of it happening went out like Beau Brummel.
Want me to send him away? Quinn asked.
No, she said, rising. I may as well see what he wants. She was nearly to the door when she collided with Sebastian.
There you are, he said. Stuart's in the drawing room.
So I heard.
He came to ask you to attend Lady Hawthorne's soirée tonight. He paused. And I think you should go.
Have you taken leave of your senses? I have no hope of preparing for such an event in such a short time, not to mention I have no desire to go anywhere with him or anyone else. Whatever happened to locking me in my room? She couldn't go out with Stuart, alone. What if he suspected she'd found him out? He placed his hands out in front of him in a placating manner.
Hear me out, Jenna. You should go. Now is not the time to anger him. He could ruin you with just a few words in the right ears. We don't need him shouting to London that you had an affair, and please, he said as she opened her mouth to retort, this isn't about me or the family. I have no wish to see you hurt any more than you've already been. Whether you think so or not, your life will never be the same if you are found out.
She promptly closed her mouth, swallowing the caustic reply. You're right, of course. Tell him I'll be down as soon as humanly possible. Perhaps you can entertain him while he waits.
Sebastian nodded and walked back out. Do you want me to come along? Quinn asked softly.
She hesitated. She did want him to come, but how could she say she was afraid to be alone with Stuart? Cursing her overactive imagination, she shook her head. Tonight she would get to the bottom of this nonsense about Stuart being a spy. With Stuart's family's flair for the dramatics, it was possible the Viscountess had dreamed the entire thing up. But the voice in her head told her she was wrong. Dead wrong. Casting a reassuring smile in Quinn's direction, she turned and hurried to her room to begin preparing. She summoned Margaret, and the two of them began work on her coiffure. In record time, Jenna descended the stairs and entered the drawing room to find Sebastian and Stuart sitting across from one another in silence. When they saw her, they quickly rose. Stuart smiled in her direction. You look beautiful, my dear. Please pardon my unforgivably late invitation, but I decided at the last minute to go and immediately thought to ask you. I'm sure we will have a lovely time, she said with false excitement. She licked her lips nervously as he offered his arm. She searched his face for some sign of menace, some hint that he meant to throw her out of the moving carriage, but all she saw reflected in his pale green eyes was sincerity. They rode to the Hawthorns in awkward silence. Jenna's heart was in her throat. Several times she tried to form a question, something to find out what she needed to know. But what? She couldn't very well just come out and ask him if he was a spy or if he had killed his mother. Think, Jenna, think. She turned to him and finally asked, Have you ever been to France? He looked at her strangely. Yes, many times. Why do you ask? Her breathing accelerated. I see. When did you go last, and why did you go? I have a fascination with France. I'd love to visit some day. Lud, but she was babbling. Perhaps we can go for our wedding trip, he said with a smile. Ha! He hadn't answered her. But which question? She'd asked a dozen. Will you remain in town to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of Wellington's victory? Let him get out of that one, she thought with triumph. I suppose it will depend on whether your parents decide to stay on. Another non-answer. Her suspicion was growing with each vague response he generated. Have there been many French spies discovered in England since the war? She stared hard at him, gauging his response. Why the sudden interest in the war? Anxiety had her stomach in turmoil. Oh, no reason, she said airily. I've been reading an account of the war with France. My curiosity was piqued. We will have to make it a point to visit, then. He beamed at her across the carriage. Not if I can bloody help it. Jenna fidgeted through dinner, forced to keep up polite conversation with two gentlemen she was seated between. She picked at her food, grateful that ladies weren't expected to eat much anyway. Her gaze was repeatedly drawn to where Stuart sat several seats away.
He kept up animated conversation with the ladies at his side, waving his hands theatrically as he gasped and exclaimed. But then he caught her eye, and the act stopped. His gaze seemed to pierce her, and a chill snaked down her spine. She dropped her eyes and took another bite of her entree. What was she going to do? It mattered not at this point whether she had proof. The seed of doubt had been planted, and she'd never be able to trust him. When the last course had been served, the guests filtered back to the parlour where tables were set up for gaming. Stuart asked her to partner him in a game of whist, but she hadn't the concentration for cards tonight. She agreed to watch as he partnered with Madame de Vere against Lord and Lady Alban.
Toujours très bien, monsieur,
Madame de Vere said to Stuart. Merci bien, madame. Vous êtes un joueur accompli vous-même. He spoke French, but then so did she, and so did most of the ton, but he spoke it well. His accent was perfect, not a butchery like most of the English's attempt. She'd never really studied him. Most of her time was spent avoiding anything to do with him, but she took the opportunity to do so now. His movements looked too practiced, not at all natural. Blast her wretched, wayward thoughts. She was making far too much of Lady Dudley's ramblings. Or was she? No, she was not imagining this. Far too many coincidences had piled up for her liking. Lady Dudley must have known something, and evidently someone else knew she did, and now suspected Jenna did. What else could explain 2 attacks in such a short time? Fear began to eat at her as she acknowledged the full force of Lady Dudley's allegations. She wasn't equipped to deal with a murderer. There was something about Stuart that wasn't quite right. She'd felt it all along, but had been too absorbed in her own misery to consider his oddities. And now it was up to her to figure a way out of the mess she'd gotten herself into. Finally the game was over, and Stuart excused himself from the table. He took her elbow and escorted her to the refreshment table. "I thought you might like some punch." She nodded and took the cup he offered. Her hands shook slightly as she sipped the watered-down concoction. "Is there something wrong, Jenna? You seem distracted tonight." She managed a weak smile.
"No, of course not."
Her heart beat thunderously in her chest as her nervousness increased. "Perhaps we should take our leave." Relief washed over her, and she nodded her agreement. Stuart left her long enough to give Lady Hawthorne their regrets and summon the carriage. A few minutes later they were on their way. The ride home seemed interminable. She was fully prepared to launch herself out the door if he made an untoward advance. Several times she watched him out of the corner of her eye, gauging his mood, watching his eyes for any sign of ill intent. When he spoke, she nearly jumped out of her seat. "Jenna, I hope our conversation of the other night hasn't affected our rapport." What rapport? Unless you counted her strict avoidance of having a rapport. How did one maintain a rapport with a suspected murderer, anyway? So she lied.
"No, not at all. I'm glad we got it out in the open."
"And the man the person He broke off, apparently flustered.
"There is no longer any man,"
she said quietly, trying to calm her raging nerves. She had no wish to anger him.
"I broke it off. I have no intention of carrying on an affair once we are married, and certainly not under Mamma's and Papa's noses. They are returning any time from their trip."
He looked relieved by her announcement, and oddly enough she detected a fleeting moment of regret in his eyes. "I am sorry if it made you unhappy to do so, but it's good that no one discovered what you were about. I have no wish for you to be flayed by vicious tongues." She could almost forget that he might be a spy or a murderer. For the space of a few moments he was the Stuart she'd grown up with, always looking out for her. Another brother like Sebastian and Quinn. What had happened to him?
"I appreciate your concern," she said quietly. "I have no desire to embarrass you, Stuart, no matter how it may appear."
He patted her hand. "I know, Sprite, I know." She looked at him in surprise. He hadn't called her Sprite in years, not since the last summer they'd all spent together, her, Sebastian, Quinn, and Stuart. Even when her brothers had adopted the name into adulthood, he had ceased to use it. She had the sudden urge to throw herself in his arms, just as she had done as a small girl. Only her new-found fear of him prevented it. Countless times he had consoled her when Sebastian or Quinn had tormented her endlessly. stroked her tousled hair, flicked her nose, and told her to kick them in the shin if they got too overbearing. It was on the tip of her tongue to ask him what happened, but she didn't want to make him feel awkward. Besides, she wasn't sure if she wanted to know the answer to that question. "Jenna, there is something I've been meaning to ask you," he began. Her breath caught in her throat. "Yes, Stuart?" "The locket my mother gave you. Did she tell you of any significance it had? Some meaning, perhaps?" He was looking intently at her, and her blood was racing. What should she say? She shook her head. "No, I mean she said it was special to her, and that is why she gave it to me on the occasion of my birthday. Why do you ask?" She twisted her hands nervously in front of her, sure he could see the sweat running down her neck. "No reason," he murmured. He turned back to look out the window. As they pulled up to her house, her mind was whirling. She opened her mouth to ask the one question she wanted to ask above all, but closed it just as quickly. But she had to know. She turned so that she was looking directly into his eyes. "Stuart, exactly how did your mother die?" Something flickered in his eyes, something cold and formidable. She shivered even before he replied. "She had a rather unfortunate fall down the stairs." She bolted from the carriage, only too anxious to be away from him and safely within the house. His promise to call on her again rang like a threat in her ears. She was breathing heavily when she slammed the door behind her. A quick glance told her Sebastian and Quinn were likely out or upstairs. Drawn to her father's study and to the letter she'd hidden earlier, she hurried to the back of the house, making sure the study was empty before she entered. She took the volume from the shelf and retrieved the missives. She read them through again, making sure she'd not made a mistake. But no, it was as before, no mistake. She crammed the letters back into the book, replaced it on the shelf, then hurried up to her room. A prickling sensation tickled the back of her neck as she entered. A nagging worry assailed her as she looked around the room. Someone had been in here. She searched frantically for the locket she'd left on the dressing table. Both it and the box she'd put it in were gone. Thank God she'd hidden the letters. But who would have taken them? Surely not Sebastian or Quinn. What point would it have served? Maybe Sebastian had taken it to be repaired, as he'd mentioned. But why take the box, and why not just ask her for it? A chill descended on her. The coincidences continued to mount. The fact that she'd been invited out so unexpectedly, then her locket disappearing from her room. She turned and left her room, walking across the hall to Sebastian's door. Before her fears spiraled out of control, she wanted to make sure she wasn't wrong. She knocked and heard his call to come in. "Ah, you're home," he said as she walked in. "Sebastian, did you take my locket to be repaired?" He frowned. "No, I hadn't the opportunity yet. Why do you ask?" "No reason. It wasn't on my dressing table, but I'm sure Margaret picked it up for me." "Is it missing?" he asked in a concerned voice. No, I told Margaret to make sure it was safe. I just thought you might have taken it to the jeweller." "Very well then, I'll take it tomorrow if you like." "No hurry. Stuart knows it was broken," she lied. She turned to leave. "Good night." "Good night, Jenna." She returned to her room, her nerves a jumbled mess. Was she being overly dramatic? She walked to the window and looked out, then down. Her window was open a crack. Throwing it open, she looked down at the trellis leading up to her window. A piece was broken from the top. Someone had been here. Fear gripped her insides. Had Stuart purposely invited her on an evening out so that someone could rifle through her room? Had he hired the man at the opera to rob her? Had he hired the two men that Gray had rescued her from? Why else would he suddenly ask her about the locket's significance? Bile rose in her throat, burning a trail down to her stomach as she fought to keep control. Did he plan to kill her as well? God, if he had killed his mother because she knew, then the Viscountess had consigned her to death as well by telling her the truth. She couldn't marry him. For one thing, she loved another, and secondly, she would not go meekly to her death. Honour be damned, nothing would persuade her to go through with this marriage. It was time she stopped being so meek and took an active stance in her future. No more would she depend on someone else for her happiness. Her parents loved her, and she could not believe they would consign her to a life with a murderer. Furthermore, she was perfectly capable of making her own decisions. She felt free, truly free, for the first time since her engagement had been announced. The decision not to marry Stuart, no matter the consequences, released the heavy burden she'd borne for far too long. And in the back of her mind, she was already plotting her future with Gray. Chapter 23. After a restless night, Jenna woke with new resolve. She intended to take the reins of her future, and wasn't about to relinquish them to anyone. She hummed a melody as Margaret styled her hair. After Margaret helped her into the cream silk gown and fastened the bag, Jenna waved her away and finished her toilette. A quick rehearsal of her excuse for going out, and she headed down the stairs. In a calculated measure, she'd sent Margaret ahead to summon the carriage. As luck would have it, when she stepped into the foyer, Thomas came around the corner to announce the carriage's arrival. "Inform my brothers, should they inquire, that I am going out shopping." "Yes, of course, my lady." She strode purposefully out to the carriage, her determination fueling her steps. After giving Stuart's direction to the driver, she settled back in her seat, a satisfied smile relaxing her face. When she arrived at Stuart's, she descended the steps of the carriage and squared her shoulders. Firming her lips into a determined line, she walked briskly up to the door and knocked. If the butler was surprised to see her again, he didn't show it. He took her bonnet and led her into the drawing-room. "I'll summon Mr. Eglin at once." She nodded and once again waited, but this time anticipation, not dread, filled her chest. "Jenna, this is becoming a pleasant surprise," Stuart said as he ambled into the room, though his expression didn't quite agree with his words. "I will come straight to the point of my visit," she said with no preamble. There was little point in delaying the announcement. "Would you care for some tea?" She shook her head and willed him to be silent and listen. "Stuart, I cannot marry you." He lifted a brow. "I thought we'd been over this already." "You don't understand. I will not marry you. I am calling off our engagement. It was wrong of me to try and get you to do the deed. I'm taking full responsibility." He sank down into an armchair and stared at her. "Is it the other man?" She met his gaze without blinking. "I would be lying if I told you no. However, he has nothing to do with my decision not to marry you. I do not even know if I have a future with this man, though I certainly wish it." She moved closer to him, forgetting for a moment that she ought to retain her distance. Kneeling in front of him, she laid a gloved hand on his arm. "We would not be happy, Stuart. Though I have a certain fondness for you, I do not love you. I do not think we would suit well at all." Searching his eyes for anger, danger, malice, or ill intent, she rocked back on her heels and slowly rose before him. All she saw was puzzlement. "Very well. I see in your demeanour that nothing I can say can sway you. I wish you happiness, Jenna. I do not think our fathers will be very happy with our decision at all, but perhaps that is of less consequence." He rose and stood before her, then he leaned forward and kissed her cheek. "I do hope you can still regard me in a kindly light." She blinked in surprise and could only nod. "Thank you for understanding," she whispered. "I must be going now." She turned and hurried from the room, confusion radiating from her in droves. Just when she thought she knew exactly who and what Stuart was, he managed to give her pause. She glanced back to see him watching her from the window. A shiver seized her spine at the intensity of his stare. Perhaps she was justified in her suspicions after all. As she climbed into the carriage, she felt her anxiety evaporate like water on a hot day. She was free, completely and utterly free. She had done it. No deception, no attempt to make herself the victim. She had taken full responsibility for the broken engagement, and now she was free. Her euphoria growing by the minute, she gave the driver Gray's direction, nearly shouting in her excitement. She had the driver pull directly in front of Gray's gate. There was no need to hide her visits any longer. She was free to see him and cared little who saw her. She danced out of the carriage, her feet barely touching the cobblestone street. Hurrying to the door, she knocked and waited for Masterson to open the door. Moments later, she breezed by his startled countenance, not giving him an opportunity to say whether Gray was receiving callers or not. It didn't matter. He would see her. "Is Mr. Douglas up in his room?" "Yes, but—" "Very well. I'll see myself up," she said, gliding toward the stair. "But, my lady—" She ignored him and hurried up to Gray's room. Her future awaited her, and she could scarcely contain her excitement. Not bothering to knock, she swung open his door. He was standing over by his wardrobe, fastening his breeches. His head came around when he heard her enter, and shock filled his face.
Jenna, what are you doing here?
She smiled and launched herself into his arms. He caught her and pulled her away from his chest.
Why are you here? Do your brothers know you are here?
Aren't you glad to see me?
Yes, of course, but you shouldn't be here.
His body was stiff, and he held her at arm's length. The welcoming light she'd always seen in his eyes had been extinguished. She blinked in surprise. This wasn't going at all like she'd planned. I had to see you, had to speak to you.
Well, you are here now, so I suppose it won't hurt anything.
Her tongue felt thick in her mouth, but her joy overrode all else. I'm free, Gray. We can be together now. I've broken my engagement to Stuart. He arched an eyebrow in surprise and pulled away from her.
I think you know that isn't possible.
But it is, she said with a smile. I love you, and I only want to be with you. Nothing else matters. His eyes darkened at her admission, but his expression remained unreadable. Did her words mean nothing? He opened his mouth to speak, but she interrupted what could only be an objection. We don't have to hide any longer. We can be together. We can elope to Gretna Green before my parents return, or we can wait and marry her in London. Either way, it is my decision, one no one can make for me. She grasped his hands in hers and squeezed. Didn't you hear me? We can be together. His face softened. He released her hands and cupped her cheek gently in his palm.
It won't work.
Fear shook her. Fingers of dread curled around her heart. He looked like he pitied her. She hadn't imagined the possibility of him not being willing. Why won't it work? She had to ask, though she knew she didn't want to hear his reply. He closed his eyes and raked a hand through his hair. When he opened them again, his expression was bleak.
The answer is no.
Her mouth opened in shock, and tears welled in her eyes. Why?
I won't be party to alienating you from your family. Sebastian was here, and I know that neither he nor your father would ever grant their blessing for such a match.
But that blessing doesn't matter. His finger shushed her.
It does matter, Jenna. I won't ever again make the mistake I made with Rosalind. You love your family. She loved her family, and I took her away from them. The results were disastrous.
But
let me finish.
He turned away from her and rested his palms on the sill of the window, looking down on the street below.
I pressured Rosalind into eloping with me. Told her if she loved me that she'd choose me over her family. It was despicable of me. She was reluctant to marry me without her parents' blessing, but I told her once we were married they would come around, that our love was all that mattered.
He turned to her again, his face a mask of pain.
I killed her as sure as if I'd driven the carriage she died in. I can't do that to you, Jenna. You love your family and they love you. I can't let you throw that away, certainly not for me.
Don't you think I should be the one who decides what I throw away? She asked challengingly.
You aren't thinking straight right now. You're upset. When you've had time to think about this properly, you will thank me.
I will never thank you for this.
Jenna, please. Don't do this to yourself. I don't want us to part this way.
I don't want us to part at all.
But we must. I'm not the man for you. I don't deserve you. Sooner or later you would grow despondent over your lost relationship with your family. Then you would blame me, resent me. I couldn't bear it.
Don't tell me what I would feel, she said forcefully. You can't possibly know how I would feel. I love you, Gray. Does that mean nothing to you?
It means more to me than you will ever know, he said quietly. But it doesn't change the fact that we cannot have a life together, no matter how much you may wish it.
So you're going to turn me away because of something that happened over 5 years ago? I'm not Rosalind. Her chest felt like it was in the grip of a vice. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't the way it was supposed to be.
Jenna, please, don't make this harder than it has to be.
His voice pleaded with her, but she couldn't see past her pain at his rejection. She was such a fool. He hadn't even professed to love her as he did Rosalind. She felt old, completely and utterly old, lifeless. She had made a complete fool of herself. At no time had he expressed more than an interest in bedding her.
I see. How silly of me. Do pardon my intrusion. I am sorry to have bothered you."
She turned and walked stiffly to the door. "Jenna, don't," he pleaded. She didn't turn back. Couldn't show him how destroyed she was. Her heart breaking into 1,000 tiny pieces, she walked away from the only man she would ever love, a man who didn't want her, a man who had never said he loved her. Gray watched her spine stiffen as she walked out of his room and out of his life. It was all he could do not to call her back, tell her they would work it out. But he couldn't. It was Rosalind all over again. His hands shook, and clawing panic gripped his throat. He turned to the window and watched as she walked slowly down the street to her waiting carriage. Cursing himself for his utter stupidity, he yanked his gaze from her and pounded his fist against the wall beside the paned glass. How could he have let this happen? Allowed himself to fall in love with yet another woman he could never have. Oh yes, he loved her with every breath he took. But love wasn't enough. Love was for fools who didn't know better. It would kill him to see her love turn to hatred, resentment, and finally despair. They didn't have a future, no matter how much they wanted one. He shuffled to the library, feeling older than his years, broken and alone. He poured himself a drink and sat down behind his desk, staring moodily into the fire he always had burning in the hearth. Perhaps it was time he took his leave from England, did some more travelling, run, just like he did after Rosalind died. Coward. He took a long draught from his glass, wishing for something to numb the gut-wrenching pain he felt. Travelling wouldn't help, he knew that. He couldn't think of one place he could go where thoughts of Jenna wouldn't assail him. Her excitement for exotic locales, grand adventures, and beautiful scenery would follow him to the ends of the earth. How could he possibly enjoy them without her? He should never have accepted her proposal. Not only was he devastated by the impossibility of them being together, but he'd taken her innocence, used her. He'd recognized from the beginning that his actions certainly weren't honorable, but he'd had to have her. In the short time they were together, they loved with abandon, formed a deep bond, but it wasn't enough to give them a life together. It never would be. Jenna stumbled blindly up to her room, her heart aching with grief. He didn't want her, didn't feel the same about her. How stupid could she be? She'd gone to him in the beginning and asked him to become her lover, not her future husband. Of course, he hadn't wanted to marry her. Why should he? She'd been more than willing to give him the benefits of the marriage bed without the sanctity of the ritual. What must he think of her? She'd never felt so betrayed in her life. He was obviously still in love with Rosalind. Rosalind. Would she never hear the end of her? She couldn't compete with a ghost, and moreover she had no wish to share his affections with a dead woman. She trudged over to her bed and curled into a tight ball underneath the covers. Now she was looking at a future alone. She didn't regret breaking off her engagement. She could never marry anyone after her time with Gray, and certainly not someone capable of murder. After the scandal of her broken engagement surfaced, the only man who'd be willing to marry her would be a fortune hunter, willing to overlook anything for the sake of her dowry. She had only herself to blame. She'd known the risks from the beginning, embraced them. Throwing caution to the wind, she had gone after what she wanted. The outcome should have satisfied her. She'd enjoyed a glorious 2 weeks in the arms of a man like no other, and her marriage to Stuart wouldn't go forth. Yet her victory felt hollow. What would her future ever be like, now that she'd tasted true happiness, and lost it almost as quickly? Numbness took over, giving her blessed relief from the pain that racked her body and mind. "Jenna?" Quinn called from the door. His voice grew closer, but she didn't move from underneath the covers. "Thomas said you'd gone out earlier. I was just checking in on you." He was now at the edge of her bed. She squeezed her eyes shut, but a tear escaped down her cheek. "What's wrong?" he asked in a concerned voice. He knelt down on the floor beside her bed, brushing back her hair with his hand. Hot tears ran down her cheeks despite her attempts to call them back. "He refused me," she whispered. "Who?" he demanded. "What are you talking about?" "I went to him, after I went to Stuart and broke off our engagement. Told him I was willing to give up everything for him, and he turned me away." Her voice ended in a sob. Quinn slid onto the bed beside her and enfolded her in his arms, bringing her to a sitting position. God, Jenna, I don't know what to say.
You're wrong about him, she said, her voice muffled by his chest. Everyone is wrong about him. He isn't a rake. It's all rumour.
It matters not. He isn't fit to lick your boots. I'd like nothing more than to soundly trance him.
Even that failed to elicit a smile from her. What am I going to do, Quinn? I love him so much it hurts. I don't want to live without him.
I don't know, Sprite. I hate to see you hurting so. I feel so damn helpless.
I was a fool. I humiliated myself in front of him.
He pulled her away from his chest and looked at her with stormy eyes. No, you aren't a fool. He is the fool. He doesn't deserve your love or your regard.
I thought you would applaud him turning me away, she said with a sniffle.
I never said I wanted you to marry him, but he is 10 times a fool for turning down the opportunity to have you. You are worth 100 times more than him. She gave him a watery smile.
Thank you.
I only want you to be happy. I hate seeing you so miserable. That isn't the Jenna I know and love so well. You can't let this destroy you. Yes, it hurts, but you don't have to let everyone know you're hurting.
It's not that simple, she said quietly. I won't ever get over this, Quinn. This isn't a passing infatuation.
Is there anything I can do? His voice reflected helplessness.
You've already done a lot. Thank you for lending me an understanding ear.
He kissed the top of her head. Now what's this about you breaking your engagement? Is it too late to recant? She drew away and wiped away her tears.
No, I won't. No matter what, I can't marry Stuart. I'd rather spend my life alone than settle for a lifetime of unhappiness with him.
He blew out his breath and massaged his chin with his hand. Papa isn't going to like this, even if he never finds out about your indiscretions. She looked away.
I realize this, but I can't sacrifice my happiness for some expectation he has. I just can't. I know it is a terrible flaw that I can't be more dutiful, but I feel as if I'm being punished for something I haven't even done, being sent away from my family to marry someone I loathe.
I don't blame you, he said softly, and I want you to know that you have my support. I won't leave you to face Papa alone.
Oh, Quinn, you are such a dear, dear brother.
She threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. He returned her embrace, then pulled slowly away. I'll leave you alone now, but if you have need of me, I am never far away. She smiled half-heartedly and watched as he withdrew from her room. Leaning back on her bed, she turned over and faced the window, the setting sun bathing her bed in its soft glow. What would she do now? Her engagement was ended, as was any chance she had of a life with Gray. But what remained was the threat against her. She could not ignore all that had transpired in the last week, nor that someone had broken into her bedroom to retrieve the locket and the box containing the letters. What would happen when it was discovered the letters were missing? And now that she had broken her engagement, Stuart would have even more reason to be suspicious of her. For a fleeting moment, she considered going to the Viscount with all she knew. Surely he would want justice for his wife's murder, even if it meant finding out his son was responsible. But by doing so, she would make herself even more of a target. She doubted Stuart knew with any certainty that she was convinced he was a murderer, but if she went to his father, she would remove any doubt. And there was the chance that the Viscount would want to avoid the inevitable scandal such a disclosure would involve. A single tear trailed out the corner of her eye, wetting the pillow. Then another. As the day faded to night, so did her hopes. No matter what she chose to do, she wouldn't have what she most wanted. She'd have her freedom, but the price she'd pay was more than she ever dreamed it would be. She'd spend the rest of her life in agony over the love she lost. Chapter 24. Jenna sipped at the warm cup of chocolate, then glanced back over at the letters in her hand. Her anger told her to just hold the papers to the candle in front of her and forget the whole sordid affair, but common sense directed her to hold on to the only proof she had. No matter the selfish motives that prompted her affair, she was a person solidly rooted in what was right and wrong, and allowing Stuart to get away with murdering his mother was wrong. She leaned back in her father's large chair, leaving the letters lying on his desk. She could hire a Bow Street runner to handle the investigation, or she could simply hand over the letters to the Viscount and trust him to do the right thing. She would have to offer a detailed explanation to Mamma and Papa when they returned, and she was sure, though their disappointment would be great, that they would understand and forgive her. Though her heart ached with grief over Gray's rejection, she felt at peace over her decision to take her future into her own hands. Her contemplation was interrupted when Thomas cleared his throat from the doorway of her father's office. "My lady, Viscount Dudley is here to see you." Her head came up in surprise as she digested this most unexpected news. Glancing down at the letters and then back up at Thomas, she managed to stammer out, "Tell the Viscount I will receive him shortly. And Thomas, see that we are not disturbed." Thomas nodded and retreated from the study. She stuffed the letters into her father's desk and hurried for the door. She would see the purpose in his visit before deciding what to do about her newfound knowledge. Not bothering to check her appearance, she walked gracefully into the drawing-room where the Viscount waited. To her relief, he was alone. Disregarding any notion of propriety, she shut the door behind her. She then turned to face the Viscount, who had risen upon her entrance. "My lord," she said, executing a polite curtsy. "Lady Jenna," he returned with a perfunctory nod of his head. "May I offer you refreshment?" "No need, my lady. I am sure you know well the purpose of my visit. I see no need to bandy words, so I'll get directly to my point." "Your directness is appreciated, my lord," Jenna said as she came to a stop by the window. She refused to sit and offer him the advantage, so she stood, staring unblinkingly at him. "Stuart has informed me that you've been to see him and have broken off the engagement." Jenna nodded. "I want this nonsense dispensed with at once. The marriage will take place. You can be assured your father will hear from me when he has returned." A dark scowl marred his beefy jowls, and his face reddened as his words became more and more pronounced. His fists were clenched in agitation, and Jenna noted the perspiration that dotted his forehead. What made this marriage so important? The Viscount's stature ensured Stuart would be well received by any number of prestigious families. There were certainly more notable families than hers. A perplexed frown wrinkled her brow even as she prepared a response. "I will not reconsider my decision," she said softly. "No matter what you or my father may say otherwise, I will not marry Stuart." "Don't be a nitwit, girl," the Viscount seethed. "You'll do as you are told. I don't know what silly notions you've gotten into your head, but you will honour the agreement between your father and me." "I have said all I intend to say on the matter." The anger disappeared from the Viscount's face, and in its place a slow, oily smile spread across his plump cheeks. "Come now, my dear. It would be a shame for your parents and the rest of London to learn of your activities, wouldn't it?" Bells of alarm sounded in her head, and she took in the Viscount's meaning, but still she would not admit so easily her affair. Had Stuart told him? Of course he would have. "I don't know what you're referring to, my lord." "Don't you now? Your nightly excursions to your lovers. Come now, you didn't really think you were that circumspect." His expression was triumphant, and his eyes glittered in victory. "The marriage will take place, Lady Jenna, where I will take great pleasure in recounting your exploits not only to your parents but to society as well." Anger, red and hot, exploded in her head, spreading to every single part of her body. Were she close enough to him, she may well choke him. She'd been right to be wary of him. He was a snake of the first order, but she would not be bullied by him or anyone else, not now. Drawing herself up, she stared unflinchingly at him. "I will not marry him." The Viscount faltered, blatant indecision rolling across his face. Clearly he had not expected her to refuse in the face of discovery. "You may do your worst, my lord. I've already faced up to what I know will happen as a result of our broken engagement. Your idle threats will not sway me." His face purpled in rage, and his eyes bugged precariously from his head. He started to speak, but choked and resorted to a violent coughing spell. "You bloody bitch," he finally managed in a raspy voice. "You will marry Stuart or else." "I'll not marry a murderer," she spat. The words were out before she could recall them, and she immediately regretted her hasty outburst. A remarkable change came over the Viscount. Gone was the uncontrollable anger. His eyes became cold, and his expression became hard. "What are you mouthing off about, girl? That is a very serious charge indeed." Knowing she had no choice now, she decided to be direct in what she suspected. No, what she knew. The Viscount might be an arrogant boor, but surely he would understand why she couldn't marry a murderer.
"What I have to say is, well, it will come as a shock, I'm afraid. I dare say you'll not believe it, but implore you to listen to all I have to say."
The Viscount's tone became cajoling, his earlier acidity completely replaced by a softer demeanour. "You certainly have my attention. Let's not bandy words. Out with it. What would make you say such a thing about Stuart?"
"I must begin with a letter from the late Viscountess Dudley."
"What letter?" he asked sharply.
He smiled quickly.
"You must pardon my tone, my dear. It's just what you have said is painful. Her death is still fresh in my memory, even 4 years later."
Somehow his attempt to placate her just heightened her anxiety. She strove to state her case as delicately as possible so as not to incite him further. "My apologies, then, my lord, for what I have to say will bring you even more pain."
He looked keenly at her, his eyes boring holes through her.
"I recently found a letter from the Viscountess hidden in the locket she gave me for my 16th birthday. In the letter she bade me to retrieve a box from her sister, and she asked me to guard it with my life."
"What box? What was in it?" he demanded. "What did the letter say?" He advanced toward her, closing the distance between them.
Jenna stood rigidly against the window, her breathing shallow. "When I retrieved the box, I found more letters. Letters which led me to believe that Stuart is a spy, a traitor to the crown."
The Viscount reeled as if he'd been struck. "Watch your tongue, girl," he puffed. "You obviously do not comprehend the ramifications of such a charge."
"Indeed I do, my lord. Furthermore, I have reason to believe that Lady Dudley was murdered."
"Murdered? By whom?"
His face swelled with anger once more, his skin mottled and blotchy. She took a deep, steadying breath. "I believe Stuart pushed her down the stairs when he discovered she knew of his treachery."
"A ridiculous, absurd notion. The boy loved his mother. What kind of trick are you playing at?"
"I would not make such a claim if I did not have convincing proof," she said quietly.
"And where is this proof?" he demanded. "Show me this evidence you speak of."
"I have not been able to locate the final piece," she admitted. "Her letters hint at its location, but as of yet I have been unable to decipher her meaning. But her other letters clearly implicate Stuart as a traitor, and she wrote that she feared for her life."
"Where are these letters? I would see them at once," he demanded. He advanced menacingly toward her, and she shrank away in a fright. Something about his demeanour had completely changed. A new sense of urgency marked his every movement.
"I don't think that is a good idea, my lord," she said in a voice she hoped didn't betray her stark fear. "I would wait until my father returns."
"I think I underestimated you, my dear."
His face took on a sinister glint. His eyes reflected malice. The room swirled dizzyingly before her. Fear rolled in her stomach until she feared she would cast up her accounts right on the drawing-room floor. "There is malice in his eyes." The words, the Viscountess's words, drifted back to her in a moment of alarm. How stupid she'd been. It wasn't Stuart at all. The Viscountess had only said it would destroy Stuart, and what could be more destroying than to find out your father was a traitor and a murderer? The pieces to the puzzle came flying together in her mind. His obsession with the locket, him prompting her to wear it all the time. He'd done so because he'd hired the men to steal it from her. How stupid and blind she'd been. In panic, she backed frantically away.
"Mr. Grayson, there is a woman to see you."
Masterson's face twisted in disapproval.
"I told her you weren't receiving callers, but she was most insistent."
"Who is it?" Gray demanded.
"She says she's Lady Jenna's maid. Shall I send her away?"
Alarm gripped him, and he sat up straight in his desk chair.
"Send her in at once." "Very well, sir."
A few moments later, a distraught-looking older woman swept in, her face riddled with fear. Gray crossed the room to help her into a nearby chair, his stomach clenched with worry.
"My butler said you are Lady Jenna's maid."
"Yes, sir, I am," she said in a shaky voice. "Pardon my intrusion, but I didn't know who else to go to."
"What's happened? Has something happened to Jenna?"
Concern made his voice sharper than he intended. I don't know, sir. Viscount Dudley came to call on Lady Jenna. I knew something wasn't right. I listened at the door. She's been acting so strangely lately. Thomas saw her hide some letters in her father's desk, so I pulled them out and read the one on top. They were from Viscountess Dudley, awful ramblings about traitors and her fearing for her life and what not. When I hurried back to the drawing room, I heard the Viscount threaten her if she didn't resume the engagement to Mr. Eglin.
Gray's mind whirled with all the maid blurted out. She was clearly distraught and clearly afraid for Jenna. An icy chill seized his spine. Could any knowledge Jenna had be connected to the repeated attacks on her? First at the opera, and then the night she had tried to walk home? What if Stuart and his father had been behind those attacks? Why else would they be so determined that her marriage take place? His blood boiled at the idea of anyone threatening her. Leaving the frantic maid behind, he tore down the stairs. He barked an order to summon the carriage. Not content to await its arrival indoors, he sprinted out to the street. He risked everything by going to her house. He couldn't very well explain away his presence if the Viscount's visit turned out to be nothing at all, but his gut told him she was in danger. God, let her be safe, he prayed. If anything happened to her, he could not go on. Chapter 25. "You're a lot smarter than I gave you credit for," the Viscount said, his eyes glittering dangerously as he advanced toward her. "There is no need to try and hide it. I see it in your eyes, the sudden influx of fear, the utter panic, the realization that it wasn't Stuart at all, your desire to flee." Jenna tried to open her mouth and speak, but found herself frozen. She took another step back as he continued toward her. She bumped against the windowsill and slid sideways, desperate to put more distance between her and the Viscount. Finally she found her voice. "It was you?" Her hand covered her mouth in horror. Her heart beat wildly in her chest, and she feared she would faint in fright. "Come now, Lady Jenna," he said silkily. "Tell me where this evidence is." Her mouth went dry as she bumped into the wall behind her. Out of the corner of her eye she searched frantically for the door. "Thinking of going somewhere? I think you have something that belongs to me." "You are despicable. How could you? How could you betray your country? How could you kill your wife?" "It was quite easy, actually," he said with a chuckle. "Spying is a lucrative business, much easier than the more mundane ways of rebuilding a fortune, such as farming or something as vulgar as trade." "At least trade is honest," she spat. "Honesty is for naive idealists who lack the imagination to aspire to higher things." She turned her head and prepared to launch herself at the door, but when she looked back at him, he was levelling a pistol at her. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." "My brothers will return at any moment," she said with forced bravado. "Yes, and such a shame. Angry at the fact that I confronted you about your betrayal of Stuart, you made wild accusations against him. When I threatened to expose your affair, you drew a pistol and tried to shoot me. Regrettably, when I tried to wrest the pistol from your grasp, it discharged, killing you in the process." "You're mad." "I prefer to think of myself as driven. Now step away from the window. I have no wish to draw more attention by breaking the window when I shoot you." "You can't kill me," she said desperately. "If you kill me, my father will make sure you hang." "Your father will be more disappointed that his daughter acted so desperately," he said with a smirk. She searched her mind frantically for something, anything to stall. "Why did you want the marriage? I don't understand." "Because I suspected my dear wife had perhaps confided in you, or at least left information for you to find. The locket seemed a likely choice. She wasn't exactly circumspect in her efforts." "So Stuart is innocent of any wrongdoing? Has no idea what you've done?" He laughed a cruel, sinister laugh. "Poor Jenna. Would it crush you to know he was involved in every step of my plan?" The blood drained from her face. How close she had come to disaster. But here she stood looking down the barrel of the end of her dreams. Did it matter so much that Stuart had betrayed her? "Why?" she whispered. "Why kill me? It doesn't make sense." "I couldn't chance you opening your mouth to the wrong people," he snarled. "Was it you in my bedroom last night?" He laughed harshly. "It was good of Stuart to accommodate my need to have you gone for the evening.
You have the locket, then. Why are you bothering with me?
The question sounded so desperate even to her ears, but then she was desperate to stall him. Yes, I have the locket. Useless now that you've removed the letter. I'd like that letter back, and I'd like whatever was in the box you retrieved from Lady Dudley's bumbling sister. I would have never guessed the daft old woman had it. But it's of no consequence, my dear, he said, flourishing the gun in dramatic fashion, because I don't believe you've shared the information with anyone.
Of course I have. She stalled for more time. I left it for my father. When he returns, he'll find all of it. He'll never let you get away with this.
He chuckled and shook his head, his beady eyes glittering with evil. You're a terrible liar. You sound so desperate and pathetic, like a woman who knows she's about to die.
The Viscount spun around as the door flew open. Gray burst into the room, a wild look on his face.
Jenna! His voice died when he saw the gun in the Viscount's hand.
Gray, get out of here! She screamed.
Don't move, or she gets a bullet through the heart.
Gray looked between Jenna and the Viscount in confusion, obviously failing to comprehend the severity of the situation.
Lord Dudley waved Gray over next to Jenna with his pistol. You shouldn't have come, Douglas.
You know who he is?
Of course. Did you think your little affair was secret? He laughed uproariously. You were about as discreet as a common whore.
But Stuart had no idea who my affair was with,
she persisted. I followed you, he said smugly. Let her go, Gray growled. You two amuse me, he said as if Gray hadn't spoken.
Why?
Jenna asked in an effort to distract him. Perhaps if she could get him talking, Gray would have the opportunity to wrest the gun from his hand.
Why did you kill her? Why did you betray your country?
I've already answered that, he said mockingly. I was abysmally short of funds and Napoleon needed agents. It was as simple as that. My seat in the House of Lords afforded me the opportunity to pass along pertinent information to Napoleon's troops. It was too bad he was defeated, really. It was a lucrative enterprise while it lasted.
But why kill the Viscountess? She was a wonderful person. She didn't deserve what happened to her. She was your wife.
She got in my way, he said simply. Now be silent. Your constant chatter won't prevent your fate. Gray had inched over while the Viscount was talking, and now shoved Jenna behind him. Put the gun away, he ordered. Jenna clung to his back, and his arm came around to pull her closer to him. She took comfort in his strength, felt bolstered by his touch. Your sacrifice is admirable, the Viscount sneered. It matters not which of you I get rid of first. Put the gun down, father.
The Viscount whirled around, a look of shock on his face. His hand wavered, the gun shaking. His mouth fell open when he saw the pistol Stuart wielded.
What are you doing? How did you get here?
I followed you.
Jenna stepped from behind Gray, ignoring his attempts to keep her behind him. She stared at the scene unfolding before her in stunned disbelief. Stuart, looking as he hadn't looked in years, stood in the doorway pointing a gun directly at his father. Gone was the flowery attire, the nasal whine, the foppish hairstyle. Here was a large, intimidating man, and he looked angrier than she'd ever seen him in her life. He moved forward, the gun never wavering in his grasp. I didn't want to believe you were a traitor, no matter how much the evidence pointed in that direction. I didn't want to believe that you killed my mother, though I got to her just after she fell down the stairs, saw the pain of betrayal in her eyes. Silence, the Viscount ordered. You fool, stupid bloody fool, I did it all for you. So you'd have something to inherit. You were the fool, Stuart spat. Do you even know how much I hate you, despise you? I want nothing from you. How could you think I would ever agree to something so evil? Agree? Of course you would agree. The Viscount aimed the gun momentarily at Stuart, but apparently decided his greatest threat wasn't Stuart at all but Jenna and Gray, and jerked the gun back to them. Why wouldn't you agree? He railed at Stuart. It was to your benefit. Do you honestly want to inherit a meaningless title, one that is bankrupt? Money is what matters, my boy. Not power, not prestige. Money! The game is up, Stuart said in a deadly cold voice. We've shadowed your movements for several years now, but Jenna has found what we've been unable to. We? Who the deuce is we? The Viscount purpled with rage as the realization seemed to settle over him that his son was not as he seemed. Jenna was reeling with shock of her own. Despite the immediate danger of her situation, she couldn't stop the flow of questions from her lips. "Stuart," her voice drifted across the tension-laden air. He turned his head, his eyes filled with a multitude of emotion. Regret, shame, anger, betrayal. She nearly flinched away from the raw pain that raged across his face. "Stay out of this, Jenna. It doesn't concern you." He looked back at his father.
"Were you a part of this? Did you have anything to do with your mother's death, with the attacks on me?"
She had to know. Perhaps this wasn't the best time, but with a gun trained on her chest, she might not get another. Stuart's voice softened. "No, Sprite. All I've done has been for the sole purpose of exposing my father. I prayed there wouldn't be a need for me to marry you, to embroil you in this whole thing. But if it was necessary to prove my father a traitor and murderer, I was prepared to do it. But I never did anything to hurt you."
"I don't understand. The act, the clothes, why?"
He laughed, a short, dry laugh, no real humour reflected. "I would think it obvious. Who took a man as ridiculously turned out as I was seriously? No one looked beyond the foppish facade, didn't concern themselves with hiding anything from me because they thought me an imbecile. It was easy to adopt the role. No one questioned it. It made getting information easy. Even my father fell for it." He stared murderously at the Viscount. "You were too smug and self-assured to ever dream I'd taken a post with the English crown." The Viscount's face whitened, then his cheeks bulged as he sought to control his rage. "You traitorous Satan's spawn! How dare you defy me, betray me? How such an ungrateful seed sprang from my loins I cannot credence." Stuart laughed, which caused the Viscount to puff more angrily. Jenna watched the sparring, her head going between the two enraged men. Gray's hold on her arm tightened, and he whispered urgently in her ear, "When I signal you, run for the door and don't look back." She gave a brief nod to show her understanding. "You've a lot of nerve calling me a traitor. I wasn't selling our secrets to the French. I didn't throw my wife down the stairs because she found me out. I put my entire life on hold just so I could brand you for the traitor and murderer you are," Stuart hissed. "I became a person I despised, that others despised and reviled, and I did it so I could have the pleasure of making you pay for murdering my mother." His voice broke. "A finer woman never lived, and you killed her. And for what? Money? You didn't deserve to breathe the same air as her." "I'll kill you too," the Viscount threatened. "I won't let you get in the way of what I've worked so hard for." "Choose wisely. There are 3 of us, and you have but 1 shot." Uncertainty flashed over the Viscount's face, and Jenna held her breath. "Get ready," Gray murmured. Then a slow, sinister smile slid over Lord Dudley's face. "You won't kill me. Not your father." In a sudden movement, he yanked his outstretched arm, took aim at Jenna, and fired. Pain rocked her. Her knees buckled, and Gray caught her before she fell to the floor. She had another explosion, and out of the corner of her eye she saw the Viscount fall. Then all went black. Gray caught Jenna as she fell, shock and fear assailing him. He glanced over at the Viscount, who had slumped to the floor, a mixture of pain and amazement etched on his face. Stuart rushed over to where Gray held Jenna to him, trying to staunch the flow of blood from her shoulder. He stripped off his shirt and thrust it at Gray. "Take this. I'll summon the physician." He strode to the door and was nearly knocked over as Thomas barreled in. "Send for a doctor immediately," Stuart ordered. "Lady Jenna's been shot." A multitude of questions burned Gray's lips, but he stifled them and concentrated on the rapidly spreading bloodstain on her dress. He couldn't lose her, not this way. He heard Stuart walk back over. "Your father?" He let the question hang in the air. "He's dead," Stuart said, in a voice devoid of emotion. He squatted down on Jenna's other side, his face drawn with concern. "Can you tell me if the bullet went through?" Gray shook his head, refusing to loosen his hold on the cloth, for fear her blood loss would be too great. Stuart dragged a hand through his hair in agitation. Worry clouded his eyes, and he drew in shallow, rapid breaths. He looked up at Gray again. "Can you manage alone? I need to summon my superiors. I must get this mess cleared up about my father before word gets out. I do not want this to destroy Jenna's family. I must remove my father's body from the premises." "Just who are your superiors?" Gray couldn't help but ask. "I'm part of a special branch of His Majesty's service, devoted to ferreting out traitors to the Crown. We've managed to apprehend most all of the suspected Napoleon sympathizers from years past, but never had the evidence to implicate my father." Gray shook his head. Stuart was right. No one had ever seen past his outer facade, the perfect agent. Anger that Jenna had been caught in the middle made him shake. She was innocent. The anguish she'd suffered because of Stuart's family was unpardonable. "When is that doctor going to arrive?" he demanded, his frustration mounting as he observed the blood-soaked shirt Stuart had given him. Jenna's pallor was increasing, and she hadn't stirred since she'd lost consciousness. "It's been but a few minutes. He'll be here in a moment," Stuart reassured, though his voice cracked as he observed Jenna's unmoving body. "I must go, but I will return. Take care of her, Douglas." Gray heard the footsteps as Stuart left the room, but he never took his eyes off Jenna. Why hadn't he kept her firmly behind him? It should have been him that took the bullet, not her. If she died, he would never forgive himself. His actions would be responsible for the death of 2 women. Raw pain washed over him as the memory of Rosalind's death came rushing back. He wouldn't allow it to happen again. He couldn't survive this time. Relief edged some of his panic when the physician rushed into the room several long minutes later. He was shoved aside as the doctor set to work examining her. "The ball is still inside her shoulder," the doctor announced. "I'll have to remove it." "But will she survive?" Gray demanded, too afraid to hear the verdict. The doctor frowned. "I think it's likely she won't suffer any ill effects if I can control the blood loss. She's lost a lot thus far. I will have to go in and remove the ball, and hopefully it will be an easy procedure." "So you can't guarantee she won't die?" His voice caught in his throat. "God, she couldn't die." "I will do the best I can to save her." He looked around the room, his frown deepening. "This is not an environment I can work in. We must move her so I may perform the surgery." The physician looked over at Gray. "Is this her home?" Gray nodded. "And I need her removed to a bedroom." With extreme care, Gray curled his arms underneath her limp body and slowly rose. For a moment he held her close to him, and the tears began to fall, wetting his cheeks. His throat swelled so tight that he feared he'd be unable to breathe. He pressed kisses to the top of her head, praying fervently that she'd open her eyes. He inhaled the scent of her hair, closing his eyes as more tears slipped from his lids. A piercing scream from the doorway jerked his head up. His heart sank as he took in the distinguished-looking couple standing in the drawing-room door. "Get your hands off my daughter!" the Earl roared. Chapter 26. Gray tightened his hold on Jenna. Her parents had obviously just arrived back from their travels, judging by the amount of luggage piled in the foyer. Sebastian and Quinn shoved their way into the drawing room, and Quinn let out a strangled cry as he saw Jenna's limp body. "What have you done to her, Douglas?" Sebastian shouted. The Countess rushed over, cupping Jenna's face in her slim hands. "My God, what has happened?" she cried. Her gaze lit on the Viscount's body behind him, and she screamed once more, her hands flying to her mouth in horror. "Put my daughter down," the Earl growled again. "I can't do that, my lord," Gray said bleakly. "The lady has been shot," the physician interjected, hurrying to stand in between the Earl and Gray. "I had instructed this gentleman to carry her to a bedroom so that I may perform surgery." "This way," the Countess choked out, hurrying to the doorway. Gray made to follow her, gingerly bearing Jenna with him. The Earl and his son stood rigidly as he walked by, as if it took every ounce of willpower not to trounce him. It mattered not. The only thing that mattered was Jenna's survival. He would walk through the fires of hell if necessary. The physician mounted the stairs behind him, all the while shouting directives to the servants to collect all the necessary items for the surgery. The Countess swung open a room he assumed to be Jenna's, and he gently laid her on the bed, taking care not to disturb the heavy bandage on her shoulder. His heart sank when he saw how much blood already shone through. Her mother knelt by the bed, stroking Jenna's hair and weeping softly. The physician quickly explained to the rest of the family gathered that he must perform surgery to remove the ball from her shoulder. He then ordered them from the room, asking only for the maid to remain and assist him. Gray resisted, standing defiantly by Jenna, his hand gripping hers. The doctor looked sternly at him. "Out with you, young man. I can't help her unless you are out of the way." His face softened as Gray stared mutely at him. "I'll do everything in my power to save her." Gray stumbled out of the bedroom, flinching when the door shut behind him. He looked up to see 4 sets of eyes boring holes through him. "What have you done?" Quinn demanded, his eyes as red-rimmed as his mother's. The Earl raised a hand effectively, silencing his youngest son. He advanced menacingly toward Gray. "Who are you? And more importantly, what have you done to my daughter?"
And why is Viscount Dudley's body lying on my drawing-room floor?
Gray held his gaze unflinchingly. I didn't shoot her.
But if it weren't for you, I rather doubt she would be in this position, Sebastian said accusingly. What are you talking about? The Earl demanded. Will someone tell me what the devil is going on?
He seemed dangerously close to exploding.
Let's retire to the garden, the Countess suggested in a pleading voice. We are standing in the hall outside her room, and all this arguing can't be good for Jenna.
You're right, of course, my dear, the Earl said in a softer voice. After you, Sebastian said belligerently, gesturing for Gray to precede him down the stairs. Sighing in resignation over what would be a tense scene, Gray followed Jenna's parents down the stairs. They turned in the opposite direction of the drawing-room, past what looked like the Earl's study, and out the French windows to the garden. The Earl rounded on him as soon as they were out the door.
Now, I'd like an explanation. Who are you, and how do you explain 2 shootings in my house?
Gray stared defiantly back at the Earl. I'm Grayson Douglas. Viscount Dudley shot Jenna in your drawing-room. The 4 reacted in shock, and the Earl looked as if he'd been struck full in the face.
Say that again.
Viscount Dudley shot your daughter.
Why would Lord Dudley shoot the woman his son is betrothed to? The Earl asked in disbelief. And in my home, no less.
Was it an accident?
Lady Penbury asked anxiously. God, what would he tell them? If he told them what went on, they would demand to know how he was so acquainted with the details of Jenna's betrothal, and more importantly, how he came to be at their home when Jenna was shot. No, it wasn't an accident, my lady. He meant to kill her. A collective gasp echoed through the small garden. The Countess swayed precariously, and the Earl drew her into his arms to steady her.
Why? The Earl bit out. And did you shoot the Viscount?
Gray let out a heavy sigh. This was indeed a complicated mess. Stuart shot his father after he shot Jenna.
Dear God, why?
Blatant incredulity etched the Earl's face.
Start from the beginning and don't leave anything out.
Gray slowly began with Margaret's visit to him earlier that morning and his rush to make sure Jenna was in no danger. He related the scene he had burst in on, then Stuart's arrival and Jenna being shot. When he finished, the Earl and Countess were both pale. Even Sebastian and Quinn were speechless.
I have many questions, most of which will wait until I've spoken with Stuart and the Viscount's body is no longer lying on my floor, the Earl said. But the one most pressing in my mind is how you came to be acquainted with Jenna, and why a maid from my household would go to you when she thought Jenna to be in trouble, rather than enlisting the aid of her brothers.
I'm not sure you want me to answer that, my lord. Anger flared in his eyes.
Don't bandy words, Mr. Douglas. If I didn't want to know, I wouldn't have asked.
Very well. Gray studied the 4 figures in front of him, seeing the mixture of worry, anger, and confusion on their faces. Her brothers were already glaring at him, and Sebastian stood with his arms crossed, tapping his foot expectantly. Jenna and I became lovers in your absence. The Earl exploded forward even as the Countess's face twisted in horror. Gray barely had time to duck the fist the Earl threw at his face. It grazed his chin and snapped his head back.
You bastard!
Ben, stop at once,
the Countess cried, grabbing his arm before he could throw another punch.
Leave off, he growled at his wife. Did you not hear what he said? He seduced our daughter like a common whore.
He said no such thing, she said softly. He said they became lovers. It hints at participation on the part of our daughter. At any rate, wouldn't it be better to hear the whole of the story before you resort to brute force?
Devil take it, Catherine. What would you have me do, pat him on the back?
The Earl's jaw was working furiously as he sought to control his anger. Gray eyed him cautiously, ready to fend off another blow. His gaze flitted over Jenna's brothers, who were standing a lot closer to him than they had been a few moments ago.
I merely wish to hear the full story before the beating takes place,
Lady Penbury said calmly. The Earl sighed in exasperation, but unclenched his fist, uncurling his fingers and flexing them.
Well,
he demanded, staring venomously at Gray.
What have you to say?
Nothing, my lord. I've said all I'm going to say. If you need to hear more, it must come from Jenna's lips.
Get out, he roared. Get out of my house before I have you thrown out.
Gray stood firm, returning the Earl's icy stare. I'm not leaving until I know Jenna is going to recover.
You dare to defy me?
I won't leave her. The 2 men stared at each other across the space of a few feet, neither looking away. The Countess stepped between them.
"Now isn't the time," she said sharply. "Jenna is under the surgeon's knife, and we stand here arguing like petulant children. If Mr. Grayson chooses to stay, then we should accommodate him. We do owe him for helping Jenna."
The Earl spun around and strode back into the house. Sebastian and Quinn followed behind him. Lady Penbury sighed and turned to face Gray.
"Don't mistake my words for acceptance, Mr. Grayson. My first concern is for the safety of my daughter. Once that has been established, you may be certain I will not stop my husband, should he choose to beat you senseless."
Gray nodded his acceptance. "I can well see where Jenna gets her temper." Her eyes narrowed.
"Don't push your luck, Mr. Grayson. I've no need to hear how well acquainted you are with my daughter."
She turned to go back into the house.
"Come, Mr. Douglas. You are welcome to stay until we hear of Jenna's condition."
He followed her into the house, and they were immediately met by Lord Penbury. "Go to my study, Catherine. You needn't see the scene in the drawing-room." Though his voice was firm, his eyes softened when he spoke to his wife. "There are men here seeing to the body. I'll join you just as soon as I've determined what the hell went on here." He gestured for Sebastian and Quinn to escort their mother away from the drawing-room and into the study. The Countess stared pointedly at all of them as they filed into the Earl's office.
"I expect everyone to act with decorum."
Silence descended on the room. Gray turned his back on the others, choosing instead to stare out the window overlooking the garden. Anxiety ate at him. He didn't care that he was in the same room with men who wanted to do him bodily harm. What concerned him most was the fact that a few rooms away, Jenna was fighting for her life. He closed his eyes against the tears that threatened to seep out of his eyes. She had to live. She was a ray of sunshine, and not just in his life. Her family obviously doted on her. He would not be blamed for taking yet another woman from her loved ones. He opened his eyes again, sucking in his breath to keep grief from overwhelming him. His shoulders shook slightly, and he cursed his inability to steal his emotions. It wouldn't do to let her family know how affected he was. He wouldn't give them the power to hurt him. The Earl returned after a while and whispered in hushed tones. The Countess gasped, and Gray could hear the excited buzz of Sebastian's and Quinn's voices, but he refused to turn around. The Earl paced back and forth behind him, and Sebastian and Quinn murmured in low voices across the room. As he glanced over his shoulder, he saw Lady Penbury hold a drink in front of her husband, and he waved it off. Shrugging her shoulders, she downed it herself and set the glass on the sideboard. An hour passed, each minute lasting an eternity. Gray leaned his head on the warm glass, closing his eyes against the reality that she could die. He could feel their eyes boring into his back, hating him for what he'd done. By refusing to elope with her, he at least hadn't given them reason to despise Jenna. These people obviously loved her and were a close-knit family. He couldn't take that from her, no matter how much they desired to be together. The door to the study opened, and Gray jerked around. The others turned their attention to the physician as well. "I've removed the bull with minimal blood loss. She should be fine, provided she doesn't succumb to fever." Heavy sighs of relief filtered through the room. "She is resting comfortably. She regained consciousness briefly, but I gave her a dose of laudanum."
"Can we see her?"
the Countess asked. "Of course. Just don't overly tax her. She needs rest and absolutely no activity for the next several days." The Earl's voice sounded close to Gray. "You've heard of her condition. Now get out." Gray stared at Jenna's father for a long moment. "I'm not leaving here until I see for myself that she is well. You're in no position to refuse." Sebastian and Quinn stood menacingly by their father, looking all too eager to assist in throwing him out. Again the Countess stepped in.
"Enough, all of you."
Irritation marked her voice, and she glared at all of them.
"Get you in there and see her, Mr. Douglas. Then kindly take your leave so that I may see to my daughter. I won't have all of you fighting over her bedside like a pack of wolves."
"You can't mean to let him in her bedchamber," Sebastian said in horror.
"Judging by his comments, I'd say the two of them have seen quite a bit of the bedroom," she said dryly. "He won't be staying long, will you, Mr. Douglas?"
The implication was clear, and he nodded. "I just want to see for myself that she is all right," he said quietly. The Countess gestured toward the hall.
"I'll go up with you."
The two ascended the stairs, and the Countess led the way down the hall to Jenna's room. Her lady's maid was coming out as they approached the door. The Countess nodded at the maid and swept past her into the room. Gray was unprepared for the sight of Jenna's pale face and heavily bandaged shoulder. She looked so quiet and peaceful, too peaceful. Ignoring her mother, he neared her bed, kneeling down beside her head. He could hear her soft breathing, and relief filled him. In an automatic movement, he smoothed the hair from her cheek, then leaned forward and pressed his lips to her forehead. He closed his eyes as he kissed her one last time. Fighting the sting of tears, he abruptly stood and strode to the door. He stopped as he passed the Countess, who looked at him with a peculiar expression. With an elegant bow, he offered his apology. "I regret that we met under such circumstances, my lady. Give Jenna my regards when she is feeling herself again." He hurried past her and down the stairs. The men waited at the bottom, their expressions steely. He ignored them, brushing past them and out the door. He climbed into his carriage and leaned back as it rolled toward home. Around him the world went on as usual, but his had come to a crashing halt, splintering around him in a million jagged pieces. Chapter 27. Jenna struggled through the haze of pain and confusion. Her eyes opened, but she immediately closed them again as piercing pain assaulted her. She hurt. Her shoulder hurt. Bits and pieces of the day's events swarmed through her mind like angry bees. "Jenna," her mother's soft voice soothed some of the ache. Her mother? Her eyes flew open and she squinted against the throb in her temples. "Mama?" Her mother's beautiful face came into view. "Yes, darling, I'm here." A cool hand slipped comfortingly over her forehead, and she closed her eyes again. "Jenna, my dear, it's your father. Can you hear me?" She opened her eyes again, searching for his face. "Papa, is it really you? I thought I dreamed it all." The Earl bent over and kissed her forehead. "You gave us quite a fright, young lady." Her unfocused gaze flitted between the two concerned faces in front of her. She licked her dry lips. "Gray, was he hurt? And Stuart?" Tears formed in the corners of her eyes. "He shot the Viscount." "We know," her mother said quietly. "Mr. Douglas told us everything." Jenna searched their faces, knowing they had to have found out about her and Gray. Disappointment lurked in her father's eyes, and sadness was reflected in her mother's. A tear slid down her cheek. "Mama, Papa, I'm—" "Shh, my dear," her mother said gently. "There will be plenty of time to talk later. You must rest now." She nodded weakly and closed her eyes once more, exhaustion crowding her consciousness. The Countess rose and gestured for her husband to follow her out of Jenna's room. The two closed the door behind them, and the Earl enfolded her in his arms. "Oh, Pen, she looks so tired and vulnerable." "We're lucky to still have her." He slipped an arm around her and escorted her down the stairs to the study. Though all traces of the shooting had been removed from the drawing room, she still could not bring herself to go in. "We shouldn't have left her. I had hoped her stay in London would be a good experience for her." "Catherine, you can't blame yourself." He handed her a drink he'd poured from the decanter. "Drink these. We could both use one, I think."
She accepted the glass, watching as the Earl drained his.
"We had no way of knowing she would do something so drastic," he continued, "and I don't regret taking you to the continent."
She smiled up at him, remembering all too well the delights of their trip. She set the still full glass down beside the decanter and sighed heavily. "Pen, what if she loves him?"
He blinked in surprise. "What does that have to do with anything?"
"It has everything to do with it, and you know it. I saw something that bothered me earlier. I think Mr. Douglas is in love with our daughter. Indeed, I would wager her entire dowry on it."
"Blast it, Catherine, you know as well as I that such a match is impossible."
"I never said anything about a match," she pointed out. "Just that he is obviously in love with her, and I can't imagine our Jenna becoming intimate with a man she didn't have strong feelings for."
The Earl fell silent. "What are we going to do? This whole thing has turned into a huge debacle. I don't even know what all has transpired. We come home to see our daughter in the arms of a strange man, a gaping wound in her shoulder, and learn our daughter's future husband has shot his father, who is believed to have murdered his wife and betrayed his country." He took a deep breath. "Does that cover it all?"
"I think it time we had a lengthy conversation with our sons, don't you think?"
"Yes," the Earl agreed. "I'll summon them at once."
Minutes later, Quinn and Sebastian entered the study, their faces still drawn in concern.
Has she awakened yet? Quinn asked.
Yes, briefly, Catherine replied. She is resting now.
I want to know what all has transpired in our absence, the Earl said, not mincing words. He looked expectantly at Sebastian. Sebastian ran a hand through his hair. I don't know anything about what happened today. This whole mess about Stuart and his father, well, I cannot even fathom it.
Quinn stepped forward. I must know, Father. Why did you betroth Jenna to Stuart?
The Earl's eyes narrowed. I fail to see what that has to do with the matter at hand.
It has everything to do with it, Quinn burst out. His lips were firm, and even if he had qualms about questioning his father, his expression didn't betray him. She's been bloody miserable over the whole thing. Watch your tongue, Catherine said sharply. He flushed. Sorry, Mamma. He looked back at his father. She's been miserable ever since you announced her marriage to Stuart. It's been deuced wretched to watch.
I had no idea she was so unhappy, the Earl murmured.
Really, Pen? Did you expect she would be happy? Catherine muttered. He arched an eyebrow in surprise.
Am I the only one who had no idea how Jenna feels?
Why did you do it? Quinn asked again.
I do not intend to explain myself to you, the Earl said through gritted teeth.
No, Pen, I too want to know your reasoning, Catherine said quietly.
The Earl swung around, his jaw dropping in surprise.
Catherine, this isn't the time.
And when is? Our daughter came within an inch of death, and now she lies in her bed desperately unhappy. I think you owe us, her, an explanation.
The Earl stared incredulously at his wife, then back at his sons, who looked expectantly at him. He sat down in the armchair behind him, his face a mixture of anger and regret.
The Viscount came to me to call in a favour. You see, he saved my family from ruin years before I met you, Catherine. My father, as you know, was an incompetent lackwit who spent all his time gaming and drinking. When he lost everything in a drunken stupor, Lord Dudley brought back his vow and presented it to me without fault. He never mentioned it, nor did he ever ask for repayment. His only statement was that one day he might need a favour from me. He stood and began pacing in front of Catherine. A week after Jenna's 16th birthday, he came to see me. He brought a marriage contract he'd drawn up between Stuart and Jenna. I was taken aback, but didn't see anything wrong with the match. Stuart was a fine young man, and seemed to get along well with her. It was only after this that Stuart started acting so strangely. I told him I would speak to Jenna about it, and he was most insistent that we seal the contract immediately. He then hinted that he was no longer as financially secure as he'd been in the past. I got the impression that Jenna's dowry would go a long way in replenishing his wealth. He didn't bring up the favour he'd done me all those years ago, but it hung between us. I couldn't refuse him, particularly when I thought Stuart would make Jenna a fine husband. I told Jenna that their marriage had always been arranged because I thought it would be easier for her to accept. I couldn't think of any other way to explain Dudley's sudden interest in marrying her to Stuart. I certainly didn't want her to think he was only after her dowry. Better that she thought it had always been planned.
So you did think she wouldn't be very happy about it?
Catherine pointed out. He sighed and stopped pacing long enough to look at her. Yes, I suppose I did. Why else do you think I insisted on such ridiculously long engagement? I hoped she would grow accustomed to the idea, and frankly, I hoped Stuart would get over whatever phase he was going through with the exaggerated airs and ridiculous clothing. I never dreamed it was all an act. It was a ruse, Sebastian muttered. The whole thing was nothing more than an attempt to wrest information from Jenna that the Viscountess passed along to her. Yes, I see that now. At least I suppose that was it. I would very much like to speak to Stuart about this whole matter. So far I've only Mr. Douglas's account of what happened.
I am sure he will come to see about Jenna, Catherine spoke up. We can speak to him then.
If he doesn't, I'll haul him over here myself, Quinn said in a steely voice.
I won't have any more bloodshed, Catherine warned.
The Earl pinned his sons with a stare. If we are finished scrutinizing my decision to wed Jenna to Stuart, perhaps one of you could explain exactly how Jenna came to take a lover while your mother and I were in Italy. When Gray arrived home, it was to find his drawing-room full of agents to the Crown. He wasn't in the mood to answer their questions and snarled at one who immediately set upon him. Demanding that they leave his house at once, he retreated to his library and nursed a glass of brandy. A knock sounded at his door, and his lip curled in disgust. "Masterson, if that is you, get the bloody hell away from my door." The door opened and Stuart Eglin, correction, the new Viscount Dudley, entered. "Oh, it's you," Gray muttered, taking another swallow of the brandy. "I'm sorry to burden you with my presence," Stuart began, "but it is imperative that you speak to me. I have questions. The Crown has questions that must be answered." "Sit down, Eglin. Or should I call you Dudley now?" He regretted the remark when pain flashed across Stuart's face. He settled into the chair in front of Gray's desk. "Please, call me Stuart." "Very well, Stuart. What kind of questions brought you to my house?" He couldn't help but notice the marked difference in Stuart's clothing. It wasn't the same fop who had flounced around London these past weeks. Every movement, every look, expressed his utter seriousness. He was someone a woman might indeed find attractive, someone like Jenna. Gray's head pounded a bit harder at that thought. "Jenna told me of your relationship," Stuart said quietly. "So what I need to know is if she confided in you any of the details of my mother's information." "You mean the letters?" "Yes, exactly." "No, she didn't. I wish she had. Maybe if I hadn't—" He trailed off, unwilling to admit that he'd turned her away, even if it was the best choice. He cleared his throat, and went on, "I found out because her maid came to me this morning, concerned that your father was threatening Jenna if she didn't go through with the engagement. When I arrived, he had a gun trained on her. Dear God, he would have killed her." He shook his head, sadness mirrored in his eyes. "What must she think of me? I never dreamed things would go this far. If only I had confided in Jenna." Gray remained silent, not at all sure what to say to this enigma of a man, nor was he entirely sure he could be trusted yet. "How was she when you left her?" "The physician removed the ball and felt that she would make a full recovery. She was resting when I took my leave." Stuart rose from his seat. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Douglas. I'm only sorry you were involved in my family's disgrace. I'll see myself out." He turned to go, but Gray called out to him, "Do you still plan to marry Jenna?" He stopped and slowly turned back around, fixing him with a pointed stare. "I don't think it's me she wants." Jenna slept fitfully through the night, waking a few times to find her mother at her bedside. How comforting her presence was, and how tempting it was to throw herself in her mother's arms and let out all the pain she was feeling. When she opened her eyes to see sunlight streaming through her window, she looked around searching for her mother. She smiled when she saw her asleep in the chair beside the bed. With extreme care she tested her arm, trying to sit up. Nausea rolled through her stomach when stabbing pain shot through her shoulder. Taking a steadying breath, she inched her way up on the pillow. "Jenna, darling, you're awake," her mother exclaimed, rushing over to help her. She tried to smile and failed miserably. A low moan escaped as another sharp pain ripped through her arm. "Don't try to move," her mother fussed. "I'll prop some pillows behind you if you want to sit up." "When did you return?" Her mother stopped and smiled. "We had just returned when Mr. Douglas carried you from the drawing-room. It wasn't the homecoming we'd envisioned." "I'm sorry." Her voice trembled and tears threatened to well up in her eyes. "Hush. Your father and I are so grateful you were going to be all right. You can't imagine the fright you gave us." The Countess's eyes were suspiciously wet as she tucked the pillows around Jenna's head. "Oh, Mamma," she whispered, "I've made such a mess of things." Catherine sat down on the side of her bed and gently tucked Jenna's hair behind her ear. "I would be willing to listen if you want to talk about it. I don't know where to start. How about you start with a certain Mr. Douglas?" Catherine descended the stairs just as Thomas admitted Stuart to the foyer. Indeed, he was a far cry from the Stuart of the last 4 years. He looked up and saw her standing on the bottom step, and his expression became shuttered. She stepped down and crossed the foyer to stand in front of him. "I'm glad you've come, Stuart. We have a lot of questions, and apparently you are the only one qualified to answer them." "Is Jenna awake? I wish to speak with her," he said, ignoring her statement. "She is resting. Perhaps you could wait in the drawing-room." She took his arm and led him toward the drawing-room where the rest of the family was gathered. He paused at the entrance, a pained look coming over his face.
How thoughtless of me, she said in a stricken voice. Would you prefer we convene in the study?
The drawing room is fine, he said after a moment's pause.
Her hand tightened on his arm as they walked in together.
Everyone stood when Stuart entered the room, and the Earl converged on him immediately. Stuart, you've a lot of explaining to do. We've been waiting for your arrival. I know I owe you all an explanation and my sincerest apologies as well, but first I must speak to Jenna. My first obligation is to her. His voice rang with such pain that Catherine's heart constricted. That isn't acceptable, Quinn burst out, striding over to confront Stuart. Damn it, Stuart, we trusted you. Suffered through your masquerade. I never imagined you would be involved in something that could have gotten Jenna killed.
Quinn, enough, the Earl said softly.
Quinn turned around and stalked to the window, refusing to look at any of them. The Earl turned back to Stuart. I agree, you have a lot to make up to Jenna for, but I will be waiting for an explanation as soon as you have spoken with her. Thank you, my lord. I know I have let you down. The Earl put a hand on Stuart's shoulder. No, son, your father let us all down. If it weren't for you and Mr. Douglas, my daughter wouldn't be alive. His voice cracked and he looked away. Stuart struggled to maintain his expression, but he looked precariously close to tears. I'd like to go up and see Jenna now. I promise not to upset her. The Earl looked inquiringly at Catherine. She nodded her approval. I'll see you to her room, Catherine said, taking his arm. Wait here, she said when they stopped outside of Jenna's room. I'll tell her you are here. Jenna awoke to her mother's soft voice calling to her. Jenna, darling, Stuart is here to see you. Stuart? Here? She managed to ask. He's waiting outside your door. Shall I show him in? She struggled to sit up, hastily arranging her gown. How had she gotten into her night rail? You look fine, dear, the picture of modesty. She pulled the covers up to her chin anyway. Her mother walked to the door and gestured Stuart in, then quietly left, leaving the door at a respectable opening. Stuart entered her room and was struck by how familiar he looked once more. He bore no resemblance to the man who had flounced around London for the past several weeks. He pulled a chair to her bedside and settled down beside her. He took her hand in his. I owe you an apology, Jenna, and a lengthy explanation. Your father, is he dead? He nodded, his eyes downcast. I'm sorry. Don't be. He would have killed you without so much as blinking an eye. Why? Why did you deceive me? She wanted to ask him so much more, but contented herself with the question most pressing. I had to. I had to be convincing. I couldn't chance anyone discovering I wasn't the irritating fribble everyone took me for. But why the act? Could you not gather the information you needed as yourself? No. Jenna, my father wasn't the only man I was out to capture. There were many French spies that escaped capture after the war. By donning the disguise, I guaranteed that no one would ever take me seriously, never think me a threat. You would be amazed at how free a tongue is around a supposed idiot. I feel so foolish, she said, an embarrassed flush creeping up her neck. The things I said about you. Don't feel badly. I was all of those things. I didn't like myself very much either. I certainly didn't hold it against others that my act was so successful. Your father really murdered your mother. Though the Viscount all but confessed, she still couldn't grasp that he'd been so utterly evil. Well, that's one of the reasons I wanted to speak with you. You are the only one who has seen the letters my mother left. He didn't deny it, in fact he justified it when you confronted him, but I wanted to see what my mother wrote. That is, if you don't mind sharing the letters with me. She averted her gaze to her hands. I lied. Not about the letters, but about possessing irrefutable proof. Obviously, since I thought you were the murderer and traitor, I only realized it was your father after I told him of my suspicions, she murmured. I misinterpreted your mother's letter. May I have those letters, Jenna? She nodded her head. They're in Papa's desk. Ask him for them. Your mother notes in them that she did have proof and that she hid it in London. I would suggest paying her sister a call. I got the distinct impression that she knew more about what happened to her sister than she let on. He bent over and kissed her on her forehead. I plan to spend a lot more time making up for the years we've lost. I've a lot of making up to do with Sebastian and Quinn as well. I'll leave you to rest now. I want you to get well so you can properly jilt me."
She laughed at the devilish twinkle in his eyes, then promptly regretted her action. Pain racked her shoulder and she closed her eyes against it.
"I've missed you, Stuart," she said softly. "The real Stuart."
"I've missed you too, Sprite."
His green eyes were suspiciously bright as he rose to stand by her bed.
"Sleep now," he said in a worried voice. "I have some explaining to do to your parents."
He turned and walked toward the door.
"Stuart,"
she called. He paused and turned back.
"Yes, Jenna?"
"In your mother's letter, she mentioned the room where I saw my greatest joy. I could not imagine what she was referring to. Does it mean anything to you?"
A peculiar expression lit Stuart's face.
"Yes. Yes, it does, Jenna. Thank you."
He turned and slipped out, closing the door behind him. Chapter 28.
"It's been a week, Pen, a week, and she's slipping further away from us all the time,"
Catherine cried. She paced back and forth in front of the desk where the Earl was going over correspondence.
"Her shoulder is healing, but she grows more despondent with each passing day."
"Come here, sweetheart," he said, pushing away from his desk.
She threw up her hands and walked around to him. He rose and wrapped his arms around her and rested his chin on her head.
"What are we going to do, Pen?"
"I don't know. I suppose we have to give her time and some extra space. She's been through a lot these past weeks."
"I don't know that she'll ever get over this. She's obviously in love with Mr. Douglas."
"Well, he hasn't exactly been beating our door down to get to her," he pointed out.
"Maybe he is doing what he thinks best for her."
"I don't know, sweetheart. I hate to see her this way too, but in time she will get better. She'll put this all behind her."
"You need to talk to her, Pen. The two of you haven't talked at length since all this happened."
He let out a long sigh. "I suppose you won't let me have any peace until I do." She elbowed him in the ribs. "Ouch! I take that as an order. All right, I'll speak to Jenna the first opportunity I have."
A noise from the door caused both their heads to turn. Jenna stood in the doorway, her arm securely fastened in a sling.
"Jenna, darling,"
Catherine rushed over to her.
"Is everything all right?" "Yes, Mamma. I'm going out and didn't want you to worry."
Catherine shot her husband a concerned glance, then looked back at Jenna.
"Out? Shouldn't you be resting?" "I've rested far too much. If I lie in bed a minute longer, I may well lose my mind," she said with a laugh. "I'm only going to the orphanage. I visited it while you were away, and I've grown quite attached to the children." "Would you like me to accompany you?" Catherine offered.
Jenna smiled.
"No, that isn't necessary, Mamma. I won't be gone long, I promise."
Catherine paused and glanced back at the Earl. He shrugged slightly. With a sigh, she turned once more to Jenna.
"Very well, darling. Don't overtire yourself."
She watched as Jenna walked out of the study, then she turned and raised an eyebrow at her husband. Jenna going to an orphanage? I never recall that being a favourite of hers. "I think there is quite a lot we are just learning about our daughter," the Earl said softly. Jenna sat in the carriage for a long moment, staring at the walkway to the children's home. If truth be known, she prayed Gray would not be there today. It would kill her to see him again. The door opened and the footman carefully helped her down the steps. Though her arm still pained her, she had grown accustomed to the discomfort. With each passing day the hurt lessened, but the pain in her heart still burned with intensity. Slowly she walked to the door and knocked softly. Mrs. Drennan promptly answered, a look of delight on her face to see Jenna. Her expression darkened when she caught sight of the sling. "Are you well, my lady?"
"Quite well," Jenna reassured. "Just a simple accident. I'd love to see the children if they are not sleeping."
"Not at all. They will be delighted to see you as always." She gestured inside and Jenna followed her within. Soon Jenna found herself enfolded in the embrace of a dozen children, and her heart soared for the first time in over a week. Their cherubic smiles, hugs, and kisses warmed her all over. Meg sidled over to her and snuggled into her uninjured arm. She kissed Meg's golden curls and inhaled her sweet scent.
"Would you all like a story?"
The chorus of yeses was nearly deafening. She smiled as they clambered around.
"I need someone to pick out a story, and then I need a special volunteer to hold the book and turn the pages for me. I've hurt my arm, as you can see, so I can't hold the book."
A series of sympathetic ohs filled the room as they crowded in to examine her bandage. Finally, she coaxed them into taking seats in front of her, and she began the story. As she read the last page, she looked up to see Gray standing in the doorway. Her breath caught in her throat. He looked terrible and wonderful all at the same time. His hair was unkempt, the stubble of several days' worth of beard darkened his chin, and his eyes were bloodshot. Her voice faded on the last word, and she smiled brightly at the children. "Off to play now." They scrambled up and raced over to the toys across the room. Soon their delighted shrieks echoed through the house as they involved themselves in their play-acting. Jenna stood and slowly walked over to where Gray stood. "What are you doing here?" he asked in a gruff voice. Her eyes narrowed. Of all the questions he might ask, she hadn't imagined that one. "I'm here to see the children. Despite the fact that you don't want me or need me, they do." She cursed the bitterness she heard in her voice, but she felt it too keenly to prevent it from sliding out. "Jenna, You needn't say anything. I was just leaving." She drew herself up and raised her chin a notch. She may be dying on the inside, but he would never know it. Her pride was too great. "Are you well?" he asked softly when she had nearly made it past him. She paused and turned her head to look into his eyes. She searched deeply, but all she saw was sadness and pain. Willing the tears not to well in her eyes, she looked away. "I'm fine," she whispered. Never looking back, she left the house and hurried back to her waiting carriage. Her tears fell before she was seated. Jenna stared listlessly out her window, tears pricking her already swollen eyelids. While the trip to the orphanage had provided a boost to her spirit, it had also struck a blow to her heart. For the last week she had existed in a stupor. The news of her broken engagement had filtered through the ton, eliciting a mild curiosity but no real shock. Stuart hadn't yet appeared in public sans façade, so the society likely sympathized with Jenna. Along with her broken engagement, her parents had spread the story of her injury. Perfectly embarrassing tale, but at least everyone believed it. An accident. She'd knocked her father's dueling pistols from the wall and one discharged. She rolled her eyes at the absurdity, but it was better that she was a bumbling female than the person responsible for Viscount Dudley's death. Well, indirectly anyway. The fact that the same week Viscount Dudley accidentally shot himself with a dueling pistol didn't seem to raise any eyebrows. She had been besieged with well-wishes, flowers, and letters. Visitors came daily to offer their support, but she refused to see any of them. Pasting a smile on her face was an impossibility when she was crumbling inside. She had no wish to hide her pain when it consumed her. And today she had faced Gray for the first time since his rejection. The man she loved so dearly, she felt his absence with each breath she took. It had hurt far worse than she ever imagined. How she had forged such a strong connection to him in the short time they were together she would never understand, but severing that tie was like dying a slow death. A knock sounded at her door, but she made no move to acknowledge it. The door clicked softly behind her and footsteps approached. "Jenna?" Her father's deep voice reached her. He sat down beside her and she glanced sideways at him. "I'd like to speak to you." The moment she dreaded had come. For a week she'd successfully avoided conversation with her father, not wanting to see the disappointment and shame in his eyes. But she couldn't avoid him any longer. She sat up straighter and turned so she could look him in the eye. "I've wanted to speak to you too, Papa." "How are you feeling?" Grateful for the neutral question, she smiled. "I'm feeling better. My shoulder isn't paining me as much anymore." "And your trip to the orphanage, it went well?" "Very well," she said, remembering the delight of the children. Her father paused for a long moment as if formulating exactly what he wanted to say. "I won't lie to you and say I am not disappointed in your actions, but what I'd like to hear is your explanation, in your words." She closed her eyes and expelled her breath in a long sigh. "I'm sorry for letting you and Mama down. I know what I did was hurtful to you, but I can't regret what happened. I just can't." "Why didn't you come to me?" She gave him a perplexed look. "I couldn't. I didn't want you and Mama to know I was unhappy. It was expected of me to comply with your wishes."
You thought sneaking off in the night to a strange man's house was a suitable alternative?
Her face warmed.
No, I suppose not.
You should have come to me, been honest about your feelings. If you had confided in me instead of acting so rashly, this whole situation could have been avoided.
But I didn't want to avoid it, she blurted.
I see.
At least not in retrospect, she added hastily. I don't regret the time I had with Gray.
Is your mother correct? Are you in love with him?
It doesn't matter, she mumbled. He refused me.
He arched an eyebrow in surprise.
What do you mean he refused you?
She closed her eyes briefly. After I broke my engagement with Stuart, I went to Gray and told him I was free, that I wanted us to be together.
And he refused you?
She nodded, too miserable to speak.
I see. And what reason did he give for turning you away?
She shifted again in her seat, trying desperately not to succumb to tears again. Her nose was going to be permanently red and swollen if she didn't gain control over her wayward emotions.
He said he would never be party to driving a wedge between me and my family, that you and Mamma would never agree to the match, and that he wouldn't force me to choose between you and him.
A peculiar expression lighted her father's face.
Yes, well, it seems a perfectly sensible explanation.
She frowned at him.
Sorry, he said with an apologetic frown. Listen, Jenna, I know this has been a trying time for you, and heaven knows I only compounded it by taking your mother on holiday to the continent. You obviously had need of us, and I failed you. For that I apologize.
He paused a moment and stood up, moving around in front of the window. He turned back to her and continued in a regretful tone.
I now realize that the way I handled your betrothal to Stuart was not well done of me. I assumed, well, I hoped that you would be agreeable to such a match. I had confidence that Stuart was a solid young man with impeccable character. Indeed, I wasn't proved wrong in the end. I was only securing a good fortune for you, or so I thought.
He looked intently at her as if willing her to understand.
I will admit that the Viscount approached me with a contract. I didn't seek out an engagement, but it seemed a solid match between two families that had been friends for years. And, he said, dragging out the last syllable, I owed him a debt, from years before. So when he came to me and suggested the marriage, I couldn't very well refuse, particularly when he hinted that he was no longer so plump in the pockets.
He broke off, gauging her reaction to his statement.
Jenna looked at him in shock. So we weren't betrothed as children?
He shook his head, regret filling his face.
I told you that because I didn't want you to think he was marrying you for your dowry. I hoped that your long-standing relationship with Stuart would carry over into an amicable marriage. I was wrong.
She struggled to comprehend the magnitude of what her father was saying. He was admitting he was wrong, unheard of. Arranged marriages were as ordinary as rain in England, yet her father was readily admitting he was wrong to have arranged hers to Stuart. He continued before she could speak.
You are nearly 21 years old, plenty old enough to make your own decisions. I won't interfere, though it may pain me, but I trust your judgment. I won't force you to marry someone you have no wish to be with.
Her mouth dropped open. He was offering her independence, but at what price? Worry assailed her. Was he preparing to disown her? He seemed to read her thoughts and let out a chuckle.
You are, of course, welcome to remain with your mother and me for as long as you want. Your dowry will remain intact. I've provided generously for you, and I don't intend to change that.
Are you saying that I am free to marry whomever I wish?
The faint flickering of hope began to unfurl.
I would hope that you would exercise sound judgment, but yes, I won't stand in your way. I would also expect to be consulted. No eloping, no running away. And if you never choose to marry, I will support your decision, though it may pain me to do so.
Jenna looked closely at her father, his eyes sad and regretful.
I'm so ashamed.
She glanced away, unable to meet his eyes any longer. He cupped her chin and forced her to look back.
No matter what, you are the daughter of the Earl of Penbury. We are a proud lot, always have been. There's no reason to hang your head.
She smiled, realizing that there would be no further discussion of her transgressions. The subject was officially closed.
"I love you,"
she said, rising awkwardly to embrace him. He caught her in his arms and tugged her tightly to his chest. "I love you, daughter. I only want what's best for you." She winced as he bumped her shoulder. He quickly drew away. "Sorry." He let her go and turned to leave the room. "Promise me you'll come to me from now on. I know I haven't always been approachable, but I intend to change that." She nodded her head and he exited, closing the door behind him. She should be dancing, singing, feel completely exultant. At last she had gained what she had wanted all along, a choice. Only now it didn't matter, because her choice didn't want her. But she would not allow herself to dwell on it any longer. It was time to crawl out from beneath the rock she'd hidden under for a week. She could not die, even if she couldn't contemplate ever truly living again. That evening she went down to dinner for the first time since her parents had returned. She didn't miss their looks of surprise when she entered the dining room. Dinner was a casual buffet served from the sideboard, so she collected a plate and busied herself with placing food on it. She hadn't anticipated, however, how difficult it would be to prepare a plate with one hand. "Here, allow me," Quill said next to her. She turned and smiled. "Thank you." He took her plate and began serving up generous portions of the entrees. "I'm glad to see you out of your room." He escorted her to the table where she slid in between his seat and Sebastian's. Sebastian, too, had a welcoming smile for her. "How are you feeling, Sprite?" "Much better." She busied herself with her fork, avoiding the glances thrown her way. She knew they were all staring at her, trying to decide if she'd recovered from her low spirits, but she couldn't stand to see the pity in their eyes. Her father cleared his throat, and she looked to the head of the table. "Your mother and I were discussing when the best time would be to return to Westerly. We've been away for so long, I imagine we're all eager to get back." Panic assailed her. If they returned home, she may never see Gray again. It could be a year before they returned to London, even longer if her father had any say in the matter. Though she knew they had no future together, she couldn't bear the thought of not seeing him. But at the same time, seeing him would be agony. Perhaps it was best that she return home. Were she to see him with another woman, it would destroy her, and a man like Gray wouldn't have to look far for female company. "I thought as soon as Jenna is able to travel, we could return home at a leisurely pace, stopping off at an inn for the night." Her father's voice broke into her thoughts. They were leaving soon. "I think that is a lovely idea, Pen," her mother spoke up. "I confess I am eager to be home." "What about you, Sebastian, Quinn?" her father asked. They nodded their agreement, then all eyes turned to Jenna. "And you, Jenna? Are you ready to return home? I think you've had enough of London for the moment." She swallowed the food that now tasted of sawdust and nodded. "It's settled then," her father announced. "When the physician pronounces Jenna fit enough to travel, we'll take our leave." Gray swirled the amber liquid in his glass, the contents blurring before him. He'd spent a solid week in a stupor, only wishing to numb the pain he felt in the very depths of his soul. Unfortunately, all he had to show for it was more pain, in the form of a vile headache. He'd been on the verge of going to Jenna's house so many times, wanting only to know how she was faring, if she was hurting, just to see her for a few moments. But he'd turned back each time, knowing that he wouldn't be welcome. And then she had appeared at the orphanage, like a vision to a dying man. He'd watched her read to the children, completely entranced by her melodious voice. And then she'd looked up at him, and he had nearly drowned in her warm brown eyes. How vulnerable she had looked, her arm in a sling. His gout had churned all over again at the pain she had suffered, and all because he had failed to protect her. She had spoken to him with such pain in her voice that he'd nearly crushed her to him. It had taken all his strength to let her walk out of the orphanage and once again out of his life. Not even when Rosalind had died had he felt so utterly devastated and alone. He'd been given another chance at love and happiness, and he'd squandered it. No, it hadn't ever been meant to be, and he should have realized it from the beginning. Should have turned her away the first day she came to his house. A knock sounded at his library door. "Go away," he snarled. To his fury, the door opened and Masterson stood holding the knob. "Lady Lockhart's here to see you, sir. She was most insistent that you see her." He swore and dragged a hand through his unruly hair. He reeked of alcohol and hadn't shaved in a week. In short, he looked like hell. "Show her in," he growled. "Would you like to take a moment to freshen up? I can have her wait in the drawing room." "I said show her in." The butler flinched at the ferocity of his tone and hastily withdrew. Gray slammed the drink down on his desk, liquid spilling over the rim. A few moments later, Lady Lockhart timidly entered the room. He rose politely, and she walked over to his desk.
"May I sit?"
"Of course," he said, gesturing to the chair next to her. He sat back down, and she gracefully settled into her seat. "What brings you here, Roberta?"
"I've heard disturbing rumours, Gray. I was worried about you, so I came to see about you myself."
"What rumours?" he demanded. A frisson of fear skittered down his spine. Had his affair with Jenna gotten out?
"I've heard that Lady Jenna suffered a wound and is convalescing at her parents' home. Then there was the news of Viscount Dudley's sudden death. It seemed a startling coincidence."
She paused and looked searchingly at him.
"I've long suspected there is something between you and Lady Jenna, so of course I was concerned about you when I heard of her injury."
He remained silent, waging an inner war over whether to confide in her or not. She was remarkably easy to talk to, as he'd found out in the days following Rosalind's death. "I've done it again, Roberta."
"Done what?"
"I've gotten involved with a woman I can't have," he murmured. Her face twisted in sympathy.
"You love her?"
He nodded, looking down at the glass on his desk and fingering the rim.
"And she doesn't return the sentiment?"
"She says she loves me. But you know as well as I do that changes nothing. We can't be together any more than Rosalind and I had a future." He longed to call back the bitterness in his voice, but it spilled out.
"I'm very sorry."
He sat back in his chair and threw his head back, staring at the ceiling. "I want to ask you something. Something I'd like an honest answer to."
"Of course, anything."
He sat forward again, pinning her with his stare. "If I had come to you and Rosalind's father and asked for Rosalind's hand, what would you have said?" Tears welled in her eyes, and she looked hastily away. She rummaged in her reticule for a kerchief and dabbed at her eyes. Sniffing delicately, she gripped her reticule with both hands.
"I don't know, Gray. I just don't know. In my heart, I think he would have been turned away, though it shames me to admit. But I'd like to think that another alternative could have been reached, one that didn't have you and Rosalind racing to Gretna Green."
He closed his eyes briefly. "I know I've said it, but I don't think I'll ever be able to convey just how sorry I am, and how much I regret what happened."
"I know you are," she said softly. "I too am sorry for what was taken from you. I've always regretted that my husband told such a dastardly lie to lure Rosalind back home. He preyed on her devotion to me, and now because of him I will never see her again."
She turned away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Collecting her reticule and putting away her kerchief, she rose on shaky feet.
"I won't keep you. I just wanted to see how you were faring."
She turned to go, but stopped and slowly turned back around to face him.
"You look terrible, Gray. If you love her, then fight for her. Don't give up so easily. Go to her and don't let anyone stop you. There are no guarantees in life. It may not work out for you, but can you live with yourself if you let her go so easily? Fight for her, Gray. If you want her, fight for her."
She turned and hurried from the room, leaving him to stare after her. He glanced down at the glass in his hand and hurled it across the room, listening in satisfaction as it shattered against the wall. Coward. No, he hadn't fought for her. He'd been far too accepting of the fact he could never have her. Too accepting. He didn't feel badly for refusing to elope to Gretna Green, but he could have told her he loved her and that he wanted a life with her, could have told her that he'd do anything to be with her, even throw himself on the mercy of her father. But he'd done none of those things. He'd turned her away and broken her heart. He didn't deserve her. Things scattered over the floor as he angrily swept his arm across his desk. He buried his face in his hands and rubbed his eyes with his palms. He couldn't give her up, not without a fight. But could he live with the results if he couldn't convince her father to grant his blessing? One thing was certain. He could not continue living as he was now. He was dying a little more each day without her. Chapter 29. Gray squared his shoulders and knocked at the Penbury residence. Determination infused his every movement. He didn't relish the ensuing scene, but he wasn't leaving without Jenna. The butler opened the door and peered inquiringly out. "Grayson Douglas to see the Earl of Penbury," Gray bit out. The butler's eyes widened and the faintest smile flickered across his face. "Right this way, sir. The Earl has been expecting you." Expecting him? What the hell was this all about? He hadn't time to ponder the butler's odd statement before he hurried back into the house. Gray followed him in, stepping around the trunks and valises that littered the foyer. Maids and footmen scurried back and forth, bearing more luggage to the foyer. To his right, the furniture in the drawing-room was being covered by white linens. Dread settled in his stomach. It looked very much like Jenna's family was about to retire to the country. The butler stopped and knocked on the door of the Earl's study. The Earl's muffled call filtered through the door and the butler hastened inside. A moment later he returned. "The Earl will see you now." Gray strode into the library, only to be confronted with the sight of Jenna's two brothers seated in front of the Earl's desk. He groaned inwardly. This could be a long, drawn-out affair. The Earl leaned back in his chair, his hands behind his neck. "Mr. Douglas, to what do I owe the honour of your visit?" "I've come to speak to you about your daughter." "I like a man who gets to the point." "Then I'll get to mine," Gray said evenly. "Would you like a drink?" the Earl asked, rising from his seat. He began to pour from the decanter. Gray's gaze flitted to Jenna's brothers, who had remained remarkably silent thus far. They glared at him, though, promising harm with their eyes. Gray almost chuckled. Such a prickly lot. It was a wonder Jenna was ever able to leave the house. The Earl walked around to the front of the desk where Gray stood and handed him a glass. Then he leaned back against the edge of the desk, his casual air in direct contradiction to the keen interest in his eyes. "You were saying? Make it quick. We've more packing to do before we leave." "I want your blessing to marry Jenna." The Earl arched a sable-coloured eyebrow, the exact colour of Jenna's hair. "You dare to come into my home after the liberties you've taken with my daughter and demand my blessing? What gives you the right to demand anything?" "What gives me the right is that I love her and she loves me." "Ah, love," the Earl said, crossing his arms over his chest. "And you think because you come in here spouting sad stories of love that I should give over and allow you to take my daughter?" "I don't care what you think," Gray said in a low voice. "What matters is what Jenna thinks. I'm not here to beg, nor will I grovel. If you care as much about your daughter as I think, you'll not consign her to a life with someone who cares nothing of her happiness." "I don't intend to consign her to anything. The choice of who she marries is hers and hers alone." He looked in disbelief at the Earl, then to the unsmiling faces of her brothers. "What game is this?" "No game. Jenna's engagement to Stuart has been dissolved, and should she ever marry, it will be to a man solely of her choosing. Think you have a chance of being that man?" He gritted his teeth, controlling the urge to smash his fist into the smug expression of the Earl. If it weren't for the two overly large sons just waiting for an excuse to bash his teeth in, he would have succumbed. "I want your blessing," he said again. "Why do you want my blessing? I just told you Jen is free to marry whomever she wants." Gray shook his head. "It doesn't matter. I won't take her from her family, not like this. Her happiness means too much to me to make her choose between me and her family." "You said you loved her. Isn't that enough?" "Let me ask you, my lord. Is it enough that I love your daughter if she defies you to marry me? Is it enough when you see your relationship with her deteriorate, you start seeing her less and less as the awkwardness becomes too much to bear? Will it be a consolation to you that I love her?" Fleeting respect gleamed in the Earl's eyes. "So, you wish to have my blessing so that it conserves her relationship with her family. If I marry only half of her because the other half was torn and remains in her family's heart, then I cease to see the point in marrying her at all. I want all of her, and if that includes an overbearing family, then I am prepared to deal with that result." To his surprise, the Earl burst into laughter. "I do believe we've just been insulted," he said to Quinn and Sebastian. "I like you, Mr. Douglas,
Make no mistake, I still entertain thoughts of tearing you limb from limb for taking liberties with my daughter, but I admire your courage and your obvious devotion to Jenna's happiness. I know I am not good enough for her, Gray said in a low voice, but I'll do everything in my power to make her happy. The Earl's eyes flashed and his jaw drew tight. Why aren't you good enough? Because you work for your wage? He shoved back from the desk and paced back and forth in front of Gray, his hands clasped behind his back. He stopped and eyed Gray. I took the liberty of making a few inquiries about you this past week. I have not come across a single person who deems you less than honourable. Gray shook his head, surprised the Earl had gone to such lengths. But then he should have realized that no member of Jenna's family did things in half measure. The Earl continued before him, assessing him with his probing eyes. We've only to look at Viscount Dudley to see that being a nobleman doesn't make you an honourable man. He glanced at his sons, then back at Gray. If Jenna will have you, I will grant my blessing on your union. It took a moment for his words to sink in. He stared in disbelief. The unattainable had just become reachable. Happiness and his future with Jenna was within his grasp. I suggest you go speak with Jenna post-haste. Her belongings are being packed as we speak. I cannot guarantee that she'll have you, but if she will, I will grant my approval. His eyes twinkled, and he looked to be suppressing laughter at Gray's loss of words. She's in her room, he added. I believe you know the way. From her perch on the window seat, Jenna watched as Margaret packed the remainder of her clothing. She glanced down at the missive she had received from Stuart and gently folded it in two. He'd found several documents his mother had hidden in their London townhouse. Not only was his father clearly implicated, but several other Napoleon loyalists were named and subsequently apprehended. Though it was unlikely anyone beyond her immediate family would ever learn of the Viscount's treachery, she knew Stuart would long carry the shame of his father's actions. She hoped he would one day find a measure of peace. I'll summon the footman to carry your trunk down, Margaret announced as she closed the heavy lid. Jenna nodded and turned her gaze out of the window and toward the neighbouring rooftops. In a few hours they'd climb into the procession of carriages and leave London, leave Gray. She'd been so tempted to go to him again, tell him that her father had relented and would let her marry whomever she wished. But her pride wouldn't allow her to beg. He had made his choice, and it wasn't her. A bold knock sounded at the door, and Margaret hastened to answer it. She was already gesturing toward the trunk when her hand fell limp. What are you doing here? She gasped. Who is it? Jenna asked sharply. She sucked in her breath when Gray appeared in her room. I wish to speak with Lady Jenna, he said to Margaret. Obviously still flummoxed by his appearance, in Jenna's bedroom the maid beat a hasty retreat. Gray, what are you doing here? Jenna asked, rising from her seat. He crossed the room in an instant, taking her gently in his arms. Are you well? How is your arm? Does it pain you? She laughed. Yes, better, and not overly much. What are you doing here? My father would kill us if you were discovered. He knows I'm here. Her eyes widened in shock. Why, then, are you here? Because I can't live without you. I can't imagine taking a breath without you next to me. I can't envision going to bed at night and not having you beside me. I want to wake up in the morning with your hair in my face and your legs wrapped around mine. Her mouth dropped open, and her lips quivered as tears sprang to her eyes. Gray, he placed a finger over her lips, his other arm still wrapped securely around her waist. Shh, I'm not done yet. He kissed the tip of her nose, then kissed away the single tear that trailed down her cheek. I love you, Jenna. I love you more than I ever imagined loving another human being. You're as much a part of me as my heart, and just as I can't do without my heart, I can't do without you. He knelt in front of her, wrapping his arms around her legs and burying his face in her skirts. He held her so tightly she couldn't move. Gently she threaded her hand through his hair, and he looked back up at her, his eyes bright with emotion. Marry me, Jenna. Say you'll spend the rest of your life with me. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make you mine. But what of Papa? Her voice trailed off in an unhappy whisper. Would he agree to a match with Gray? Would his assurances that he wouldn't interfere with her choice of husbands be true?
And would Gray still wish to marry her if Papa refused to grant his blessing? Slowly he slid back up her body until she was once again back in his arms. "I've already spoken with your father."
"What?"
"I asked for his blessing and he granted it. We are free to marry without alienating your family." The room swirled around her in a blur. Her eyes focused back on his face, the face of the man she loved without measure. There she hoped to have it all. Never would she have imagined having the love of her family and a life with Gray. The two seemed at opposite ends of the spectrum.
"He gave us his blessing?"
"He did," Gray confirmed.
"Then yes, I'll marry you,"
she shouted, launching herself full against his chest.
"I would have married you without his blessing. I love you. Oh, how I love you."
He caught her up and kissed her with searing passion. Forgotten was the pain in her arm as he pressed her to him. She frantically tried to wrap her arms around him, growing frustrated with her sling and finally ripping it off. A slight clearing of her throat had them jerking apart and turning to the door, where they saw her parents standing in the doorway. "May we assume there is to be a wedding?" the Earl asked pointedly. "You may," Gray said with a wide smile. Tears shone in her mother's eyes as she walked forward, hands outstretched to both of them.
"Congratulations. I wish you every happiness." "Thank you, Mamma," she whispered as she hugged her mother.
"Take care of her, young man," the Earl cautioned as he held his hand out to shake Gray's. "I will, my lord."
"Come, Pen, leave them be,"
her mother scolded. She shooed him out of the room and closed the door tightly behind them.
Jenna turned back to Gray. "Tell me I wasn't dreaming. Tell me you really love me."
He lowered his head to hers, kissing her eyes, her nose, her cheeks, then her mouth. "I love you. I love you. I can't imagine loving anyone more than you."
She sighed in utter contentment. "And to think, we found each other all because I decided to take a lover."
His eyes darkened and he scowled at her. "I'm just glad you didn't decide to proposition some other rake."
"No, just a rake that turned out to be not a rake at all."
She grinned mischievously at him.
"You almost missed me. We were set to leave for Westerly this afternoon."
"I would have followed you to the ends of the earth," he growled, capturing her lips again. "And I wasn't going to take no for an answer."
"I love you, Gray. I can't bear the thought of being without you."
"You needn't worry. You'll never be without me again."
She snuggled deeper into his arms, closing her eyes as she inhaled his masculine scent. When she looked back at him, tears slipped down her cheeks. "Until midnight, my love. Until midnight."
Epilogue. Agra, India, 1820.
"It's more beautiful than I ever imagined,"
Jenna whispered. Her hand tightened around Gray's as the two watched the purple and golden hues of the sinking sun bathe the Taj Mahal in soft light. "Still think it's the most romantic story you've ever heard?" he asked in a teasing tone.
She turned to him and stared into the face of the man she loved more with each passing day. "No, I rather think our story is the most romantic."
He smiled and lowered his lips to capture hers in a long, tender kiss. "I'm glad I could make one of your dreams come true." And it was true. In the 4 years they'd been married, he had made every effort to fulfill everything she'd ever dreamed. Together they had visited the pyramids of Egypt, made love on the sands of exotic beaches, and swum in the tropical waters of the Caribbean. He had encouraged her to write about their adventures, and so she kept a journal of each place they visited. On cold nights back in London, they would sit in front of the fire and regale the children with the tales of their travels from the endless pages she had created. And now, here she stood, living her dreams, not just dreaming them. It was almost incomprehensible. Tears prickled her eyelids, and the white marble spires swam before her. "Are you all right?" Gray pulled her close to him and looked at her in concern.
"I couldn't be better,"
she said in a voice choked with emotion.
"I love you."
"And I you. You are the most beautiful woman, and I am the luckiest of men." She settled into his arms as they watched the evening shadows elongate and spread. Tomorrow they would set sail for England, home. It would be nice to see Mamma, Papa, Sebastian, Quinn and the children. Even her friendship with Stuart had been repaired, and he had been welcomed into the bosom of her family in the days following his father's death. And Gray. He had been embraced with far more enthusiasm than even she had dared to hope. His obvious devotion to her had won over her doting family, even if her parents did complain about their prolonged absences from England. Gray took her hand in his and gently pulled her from his arms. "I fear we must be going."
"I've missed the children," she murmured. "I can't wait to see them again."
"I wager they have missed you as well."
They both smiled as thoughts of the children filtered through their minds. After they had married, they had bought a sprawling house and opened their doors to the children of the orphanage. In the years since, they had added to the numbers, and each child held a special place in their regard. But Meg, dear sweet Meg, who had turned into a beautiful young lady, had captured their hearts like no other. She couldn't be more of a daughter to them than if she was of their own blood. Jenna shook off her thoughts and took Gray's waiting arm.
"Another adventure comes to a close,"
she said with a smile as they turned to walk back to the boat that would bear them up the Jamuna River. His arms tightened around her. "Oh, but another one begins, my love. I plan for our entire life together to be the grandest adventure of all." This concludes Until Midnight by Maya Banks, narrated by Tim Campbell. Copyright 2019 by Maya Banks. This unabridged audiobook was published by arrangement with Maya Banks, care of the Whalen Agency Limited, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.